So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel Cosmic Harry, and I really welcome all of you to this channel. So today we are gonna see a crossover between Harry Potter and Naruto. It's been long since I have done this crossover between Harry Potter and Naruto. Please support this video as much as you can. So the title will be What if Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage Naruto raised Harry Potter. So if you're new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also press that bell notification to all, so whenever I post video you get notification first. So yeah, without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes. Harry pressed his back against the wall and pulled his knees to his chest. His stomach hurt. Not the kind of hurt that goes away if you drink water, but the deep, hollow kind that sits in your gut like a rock and just stays there. He hadn't eaten since yesterday morning, and even that was just a piece of toast Aunt Petunia had thrown at him when Dudley wasn't looking, like she was feeding a stray cat she didn't actually want around. The floorboards above him creaked. Heavy footsteps. Vernon. Harry stopped breathing. The footsteps moved from the hallway to the kitchen. A chair scraped across the floor. The television clicked on in the sitting room, and the muffled sound of some sports commentary leaked through the walls. Harry let out a slow, shaky breath through his nose. Safe, for now. He looked down at his hands in the thin strip of light that crept under the cupboard door. His fingers were small, bony. There was a bruise on his left wrist from where Vernon had grabbed him 2 days ago. It had turned that ugly yellow-green color that meant it was healing, but it still ached when he moved it wrong. 5 years old. Harry was 5 years old, and he already knew things that most 5-year-olds didn't know. He knew how to be quiet. He knew how to make himself small. He knew which floorboards creaked and which ones didn't, and he knew the exact sound of Vernon's belt buckle when it came undone. And he knew that sound meant run or hide or curl up tight and don't make a noise. Don't you dare make a noise, boy. He also knew something else. Something he couldn't explain and didn't understand and was absolutely, completely terrified of sometimes. When he was really scared or really upset, things happened. Strange things. Things that shouldn't be possible. Last week, Dudley had been chasing him through the school playground, and Harry had somehow ended up on the roof. He didn't climb it. He didn't jump. 1 second he was running, heart slamming in his chest, legs burning, and the next second he was just up there. Sitting on the roof tiles, gasping for air, staring down at Dudley's confused, piggy little face. Vernon had beaten him for that one. Called him a freak. Told him if he ever pulled a stunt like that again, he'd lock him in the cupboard for a week without food. Harry believed him. The television volume went up. Vernon was shouting at the screen now, something about a penalty. Aunt Petunia's voice cut through from the kitchen, sharp and thin. Vernon, your blood pressure. Oh, sod my blood pressure, pet. That was a clear foul. Harry hugged his knees tighter. The cupboard felt smaller tonight. The walls seemed closer. There was a spider in the corner building a web between the shelf and the wall, and Harry watched it work because there was nothing else to do. He'd named the spider Gerald weeks ago. Gerald was the closest thing he had to a friend. The lock on the cupboard door rattled. Harry's whole body went rigid. Boy, Vernon's voice came through the wood like a fist. Get out here now. Harry's hands were shaking. He unfolded himself slowly, carefully, and pushed open the little door. The hallway light hit his eyes and he squinted. Vernon stood there, massive, red-faced, a half-empty glass in one hand. The kitchen's a mess. Your aunt shouldn't have to clean up after you. I didn't. Harry's voice came out barely above a whisper. I haven't been in the kitchen today, Uncle Vernon. Vernon's face went a shade darker. That shade that meant Harry had said the wrong thing. Harry knew the shades. Pink meant annoyed. Red meant angry. That deep, almost purple color meant something bad was about to happen. Are you calling me a liar, boy? No, Vernon grabbed his arm, the same bruised wrist. Harry gasped and the pain shot up to his elbow. Vernon dragged him down the hall toward the kitchen, and Harry stumbled, his socked feet sliding on the wooden floor. The kitchen was a mess, Dudley's mess, obviously. Chocolate wrappers on the counter, crumbs everywhere, a puddle of spilled juice on the floor near the fridge. But it didn't matter whose mess it was. It was never Dudley's fault. It was always Harry's. Clean it up, Vernon said, shoving him forward. Harry stumbled and caught himself on the edge of the counter. "And if I find a single crumb when you're done, you'll wish you hadn't been born." He already wished that sometimes. Harry grabbed the cloth from the sink and started wiping down the counter. His wrist throbbed with every motion. Behind him, Vernon stood in the doorway, watching, that glass still in his hand. Faster. Harry scrubbed harder. His eyes burned, but he didn't cry. He'd learned not to cry in front of Vernon because crying made it worse. Crying was weakness, and Vernon hated weakness. Vernon hated a lot of things, but weakness and freakishness were at the top of the list, and Harry was apparently both. He got down on his knees to mop up the juice with the cloth. His hands were shaking so badly the cloth slipped and he fumbled, and the wet rag smacked against the floor with a splat that was too loud in the quiet kitchen. "Useless," Vernon muttered. "Absolutely useless. Just like your parents, worthless drunks, the pair of them, and they stuck us with you." Something tightened in Harry's chest, not sadness, something else, something hot and tight and angry. My parents weren't drunks. He didn't know where the words came from, they just fell out. And the second they did, Harry knew he'd made a terrible mistake. The glass hit the counter. Vernon moved fast for a big man. His hand caught Harry across the side of the head, and the world tilted sideways. Harry hit the kitchen floor hard, cheekbone cracking against the tile. White light exploded behind his eyes. "Don't you ever talk back to me, you ungrateful little freak." Vernon's shoe connected with his ribs. Harry curled into a ball, arms over his head, and the second kick caught his forearm. The pain was enormous, blinding, and Harry heard himself make a sound that wasn't quite a scream and wasn't quite a sob, and then the something inside him cracked open. It wasn't a thought, it wasn't a decision. It was pure, raw, desperate survival instinct, and it came from somewhere deep in his gut, deeper than the hunger, deeper than the fear. Something that had been sleeping in his blood since the day he was born and had finally had enough. The light bulb above them exploded, sparks rained down, Petunia screamed from the sitting room. Vernon stumbled backward, and Harry felt it, felt something enormous rushing through his body like electricity, burning through every vein, every bone, every cell. His skin tingled. His teeth ached. The air around him turned heavy and thick and wrong, and he could smell something sharp, like the air before a thunderstorm, but 1,000 times stronger. The kitchen windows shattered outward, all of them. At once, glass sprayed into the garden. The counter cracked down the middle with a sound like a gunshot. Every drawer in the kitchen flew open, and silverware launched into the air, spinning, and Vernon was screaming now, actually screaming, his face white with terror as he pressed himself against the wall. Harry couldn't stop it. He didn't even know what it was. His vision went blue. Not the soft blue of a clear sky, but a deep, violent, electric blue that poured from his skin like fire. The floor beneath him cracked, then cracked again. Then the air itself seemed to tear, like someone had grabbed the fabric of the world and ripped it in half. The sound was indescribable. A roar and a crack and a scream all at once, loud enough that Harry felt it in his bones, and the last thing he saw before the blue swallowed everything was Vernon's face, twisted in pure animal terror, and then Harry was falling, not down. Not up, just falling. Through blue and white and nothing, the cupboard on Privet Drive was empty, the forest was old. That was the first thing Harry noticed when the falling stopped and the blue light faded and the world came back in pieces. Trees. Massive, ancient trees, taller than anything he'd ever seen, with trunks wider than Vernon's car and branches that blocked out most of the sky. The ground was covered in moss and dead leaves and thick, twisted roots that jutted out of the earth like bones. Harry was lying on his back in a small clearing. Every part of him hurt. His ribs, his wrist, his face where Vernon had hit him, and something new too, a deep, exhausted ache that went all the way to his core, like he'd been wrung out like a wet cloth. He sat up slowly. His head spun. The air smelled different here. Earthy and clean and alive in a way that the stale, cleaning product-soaked air of No. 4 Privet Drive had never been. Birds were singing somewhere above him, and he could hear running water nearby. Harry looked around and his breath caught. This wasn't Surrey. This wasn't England. This wasn't anywhere he'd ever seen in his life. The trees were wrong. The sounds were wrong. Even the light was wrong, filtering through the canopy in golden-green shafts that hit the forest floor like spotlights. And there were things in the trees, Harry realized with a jolt of fear. Small animals, but not squirrels or birds. Things with too many legs or strange markings or eyes that seemed too intelligent. His hands were still shaking. He pressed them flat against the moss and tried to breathe. In. Out. In. Out, the way he'd taught himself in the cupboard when the panic got bad. Okay, he whispered. His voice sounded tiny in the vastness of the forest. Okay, okay. He didn't cry. He wanted to, God, he wanted to, but the tears wouldn't come. He was too scared for tears, too confused, too hurt. A branch snapped somewhere to his left. Harry scrambled backward, pressing his back against a tree root. His heart was hammering so hard he could feel it in his throat. Something was moving through the trees, fast and deliberate, and it was getting closer. Then the bushes parted and a man stepped into the clearing. He was tall. Blonde hair, bright and messy, like he'd just woken up or been running. He wore a long white coat over dark clothes, and there was a strange symbol on the back of the coat, red and flame-shaped. His face was angular, tanned, and marked with thin lines on each cheek, almost like whiskers. His eyes were blue. Not the terrifying electric blue that had consumed Harry's vision back in the kitchen, but a warm, steady blue that seemed to take in everything at once. The man stopped at the edge of the clearing. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. Neither of them moved. Then the man's expression shifted. The alertness faded. Something softer replaced it, something careful and quiet, the way you'd look at a wounded animal you didn't want to scare. He crouched down slowly, making himself smaller. His hands came up open, palms out, no weapons, no threat, just a man crouching in a forest, looking at a terrified little boy with bruises on his face and blood in his hair. "Hey," the man said. His voice was low and gentle. "Hey, kid. It's all right, you're safe." Harry didn't move, didn't speak, didn't breathe. The man's eyes moved over Harry's face and his jaw tightened. Harry saw the exact moment the man registered the bruises. The handprint on his wrist, the swelling on his cheekbone. Something dangerous flickered behind those blue eyes, there and gone in a second, buried under control. "My name's Naruto," the man said. He stayed crouched, didn't come closer. "I'm not going to hurt you, okay? Can you tell me your name?" Harry swallowed. His throat was dry. The word came out cracked and barely audible. "Harry." Naruto nodded like this was the most important piece of information he'd ever received. "Harry, that's a good name. Harry, are you hurt?" Stupid question. Obviously, he was hurt. But something about the way the man asked it, the way his voice stayed so steady and calm and warm, made Harry's chin wobble. He nodded. Naruto's jaw tightened again. He let out a slow breath through his nose. "Okay, Harry, I'm going to come a little closer. Is that all right?" Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to hide, to curl up and make himself invisible. But his legs wouldn't work. And there was something about this man, something Harry couldn't explain, something that radiated warmth like a furnace. Not physical warmth, though the man did seem to give off heat like a radiator. It was deeper than that. Like standing in sunlight after being locked in a cold room for years. Harry nodded again. Naruto moved closer slowly, and when he was within arm's reach, he stopped. He looked at Harry with those steady blue eyes and said, very quietly, "I'm going to pick you up now, okay? You look like you could use a warm place and some food." Harry didn't say anything. But when Naruto reached out and lifted him, carefully, so carefully, one arm under his knees and the other behind his back, Harry did something he hadn't done in as long as he could remember. He grabbed onto Naruto's coat with both fists and held on. Naruto went still for a moment. Then his arm tightened around the boy, secure and warm, and he straightened up. "I've got you," he said quietly. "I've got you, Harry." The Hokage's office was cluttered and alive. Papers stacked on the desk, scrolls piled in corners, a half-eaten bowl of instant ramen next to an official-looking stamp. The windows were large, overlooking a village that sprawled out beneath a mountain carved with enormous stone faces. Harry stared at those faces through the glass with wide, uncomprehending eyes from where he sat on a worn leather couch against the wall. Naruto pulled a chair over and sat across from him. Between them, on the low table, he set down a steaming bowl of ramen and a pair of chopsticks. He'd sent someone to get it the second they'd walked through the door, barking a quick order to a startled assistant that Harry hadn't fully understood. "Here," Naruto said, pushing the bowl toward Harry. "Eat." Harry stared at the food. The smell hit him and his stomach clenched so hard it actually hurt. Pork broth, noodles, something green floating on top, thin slices of meat curled at the edges. It smelled incredible. It smelled like the best thing in the world. He didn't touch it. Naruto watched him for a moment. Then understanding crossed his face, and it was followed by something that looked a lot like pain. "It's not a trick," Naruto said. His voice had that careful, gentle quality again. "Nobody's going to take it away from you. It's yours. Eat as much as you want, and when you're done, there's more." Harry looked up at him, searching, waiting for the catch, waiting for the moment this man's face would change the way Vernon's always did, from calm to furious in a heartbeat. Naruto just sat there, patient, warm, waiting. Harry reached for the bowl. His hands were trembling, and the chopsticks were unfamiliar, clumsy things he couldn't figure out. After a few failed attempts that sent noodles sliding back into the broth, he looked up at Naruto with frustration and embarrassment burning in his cheeks. Naruto grinned. Not a mean grin. Not a mocking grin. A real one, wide and easy, that made the whisker marks on his cheeks scrunch up. "Yeah, those are tricky. Here, hold on." He leaned forward and adjusted Harry's fingers on the chopsticks, showing him the grip. His hands were big and calloused and warm, and he was so gentle about it, like Harry's fingers were made of something fragile. "There. Try now." Harry tried. He got a clump of noodles to his mouth and slurped them up, and the taste hit him like a truck. Rich, salty, warm, so warm it spread through his whole chest. He made a sound, a small, involuntary noise that was embarrassingly close to a whimper. Then he ate like he was starving, because he was. Naruto didn't say anything while Harry ate. He just watched, leaning back in his chair, and there was something going on behind his eyes. Something heavy. Harry was too focused on the food to notice, but if he'd looked up, he would have seen a man who was fighting very, very hard to keep his composure. The bowl was empty in minutes. Harry set it down and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His stomach ached, full for the first time in days, and the warmth of the food had spread through his whole body, making his eyelids heavy. "Good?" Naruto asked. Harry nodded. "Thank you," he said, barely above a whisper. Something in Naruto's expression cracked. Just for a second, he covered it fast, but Harry saw it. The man looked away toward the window and took a slow breath. "Harry," Naruto said after a moment. He turned back, and his eyes were steady again, but softer now. "Those bruises, those marks on you." "Who did that?" Harry's entire body went cold. The warmth from the ramen vanished. He looked down at his hands in his lap and didn't answer. "You don't have to tell me right now," Naruto said quickly. "You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, but I need to know. Wherever you came from, is someone going to come looking for you? Someone who might hurt you?" Harry thought about Vernon, about Petunia, about the cupboard and the belt and the locked door and the darkness, and something very small and very honest rose up in him. "No," he said. "Nobody comes looking for me." The silence that followed was terrible, not uncomfortable. Terrible because of what it contained. 5 words from a 5-year-old boy that said everything about the life he'd been living. Naruto leaned forward. He put his elbows on his knees and clasped his hands together, and when he spoke, his voice was rough. "I know what that feels like." Harry looked up, surprised. "I grew up alone too," Naruto said. "No parents, no family. The village I grew up in, this village, most people in it couldn't even look at me when I was a kid. They crossed the street when they saw me coming. I ate alone. I came home to an empty apartment every single night. I know what it's like to think nobody in the whole world gives a damn about you." He said it plainly, no self-pity, no drama, just facts delivered in a quiet, steady voice, and Harry stared at him because nobody had ever talked to him like this before. Nobody had ever looked at him and said, "I understand." What happened?" Harry asked. His voice was barely there. Naruto smiled, small, crooked, real. I found people who cared, took a long while, honestly, but they showed up, my teacher, my friends, my wife. His smile widened a fraction. Turns out the world isn't all bad, just takes a while to find the good parts. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He looked at the empty bowl, then at Naruto, then at the carved faces on the mountain outside the window. Where am I? He asked. You're in Konoha, Naruto said. The village hidden in the leaves. It's complicated. I don't think you're from anywhere near here, Harry. That light you came through, that energy. I've never felt anything quite like it, but we'll figure it out. The important thing right now is that you're safe and you're fed and nobody here is going to hurt you. You keep saying that. Harry said, that nobody's going to hurt me, because it's true. People always say things are true and then they're not. Naruto looked at him for a long moment, then he did something unexpected. He held out his hand, pinky extended. Promise, Naruto said. And in this village, when I make a promise, I keep it. That's my way. Harry stared at the outstretched pinky. Something inside him, some thick, heavy wall he'd built around himself over 5 years of cupboards and darkness and bruises, developed a hairline crack. He reached out and hooked his pinky around Naruto's. There, Naruto said softly. That's a deal. They sat in comfortable silence for a minute, the evening light slanting through the office windows, painting everything in gold and amber. Harry's eyes were drooping. The exhaustion was winning now, pulling him under. He'd been through more in the last hour than most people went through in a year. Harry, Naruto said, and something about his tone made Harry's eyes flutter back open. Can I ask you something? Harry nodded sleepily. That blue light. The energy that brought you here, has stuff like that happened before? Strange things you can't explain? Harry went very still. Then slowly he nodded. The fear was back, the freak word hovering just behind his teeth, but Naruto just nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world. Okay. We'll figure that out too. For tonight, I think you should sleep. You look like you haven't had a proper night's rest in a long time. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to ask more questions. Wanted to understand where he was and why the trees were so big and why this man was being so kind when nobody was ever kind. But his body had other plans. His eyelids sank. His head tilted sideways, and before he could stop himself, he was leaning against the arm of the couch. The warmth of the ramen and the warmth of the room and the warmth of Naruto's presence pulling him down into the first real, safe sleep he'd had in months. Naruto stood quietly. He pulled his white coat off and draped it over the sleeping boy, tucking it around his small frame. Then he stood there, looking down at Harry, and the expression on his face would have scared anyone who knew him well, because it wasn't anger exactly. It was something colder and deeper than anger. It was the face of a man who had fought wars and killed enemies and led a village of assassins, looking at a broken little boy and thinking very carefully about the people who had done this to him. He turned away from the couch and walked to his desk. He picked up a scroll and summoned an aide. Get Shikamaru, he said. Now. The door opened 20 minutes later and Shikamaru Nara walked in, yawning. He was a lean man, sharp-featured, with dark hair pulled up in a spiky tail and an expression that permanently looked like he'd rather be somewhere else. He wore the standard Konoha flak jacket over dark clothes, and he moved with the lazy, unhurried gait of someone who'd calculated exactly how much energy every motion required and refused to spend a calorie more than necessary. He glanced at the couch and stopped. His eyes went from the sleeping boy to Naruto, and one eyebrow rose. Close the door, Naruto said. Shikamaru closed it. He walked to the chair across from the Hokage's desk and dropped into it. So, you want to tell me why there's a child sleeping on your couch wrapped in the Hokage's coat, or should I guess? 3 hours ago, Naruto said, leaning against the front of his desk with his arms crossed. The barrier team detected a massive spatial anomaly in the southern forest. Class 1. The kind of energy spike that sets off every sensor in a 20-kilometer radius. Shikamaru's expression sharpened. The lazy posture didn't change, but his eyes did. I saw the report. I assumed it was a natural phenomenon, residual dimensional instability from the war. It wasn't. I went out there personally, found him. Naruto tilted his head toward the couch. He fell through some kind of tier in the air. I watched the thing close behind him. Shikamaru, his energy signature is unlike anything I've ever sensed. It's not chakra, not exactly. It's close, heavily yin-aligned, but there's something else layered into it, something I don't have a name for. Shikamaru stared at the sleeping boy, then he rubbed the back of his neck and sighed. Right, so we're dealing with an extra-dimensional displaced child with an unknown energy type. That's something. He's 5 years old. I can see that. He's been beaten, Shikamaru, systematically. Whoever had him before Naruto's voice went quiet and flat. The bruises aren't fresh, some of them are weeks old, layers. He flinches when you move too fast near him. He didn't believe me when I told him nobody would hurt him here. He didn't believe food was actually for him. Shikamaru was quiet for a long moment. The joking was gone. What do you want to do? I'm going to keep him. Shikamaru blinked. Naruto, don't start. Naruto, you're the Hokage. You can't just adopt every stray. Finish that sentence. I dare you. Shikamaru held up his hands. Poor choice of words, but you know what I mean. We don't know where he's from. We don't know what that energy is. For all we know, someone or something could come through after him. There are security protocols, medical evaluations, the council. The council can deal with it. The council will lose their minds. Good, let them lose their minds. I'll handle the council. Naruto pushed off from the desk and started pacing. He did that when he was agitated. Shikamaru had seen it 1,000 times. You didn't see him, Shikamaru. You didn't see the way he looked at that bowl of ramen like it was the first real meal he'd had in weeks. You didn't see the way he flinched when I raised my hand to adjust his blanket. He thought I was going to hit him. Naruto stopped pacing. His back was to Shikamaru, and he was staring out the window at the village below. His village, the village he'd fought and bled and nearly died to protect. I was him, Naruto said quietly. 25 years ago, that was me, alone, hungry, scared, and nobody came. Nobody knocked on my door and said, "Hey kid, let me help you." I had to claw my way out of that by myself. I made a promise when I became Hokage that no child in this village would ever feel the way I felt. And now there's a kid on my couch who came from God knows where, and he's terrified and he's hurt and he has nobody. Nobody, Shikamaru, not a single person in any world who gives a damn about him. He turned around. So yes, I'm keeping him. I'm adopting him. Hinata and I will raise him alongside Boruto and Himawari, and if the council has a problem with that, they can take it up with me directly. Shikamaru looked at him for a long time, then he slumped back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. Hinata knows about this, not yet. I'll tell her tonight. She's going to say yes immediately, I know. Because she's exactly like you, bleeding heart, the pair of you. Is that a complaint? Shikamaru shook his head slowly. A small, reluctant smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. No, it's not a complaint, it's just troublesome. He sat up and pulled a blank scroll from his jacket. Fine, if we're doing this, we do it right. I'll draft the adoption papers and get them to the civilian registry by morning. Medical evaluation first thing tomorrow with Sakura. Full diagnostic on his energy system. I want to know exactly what we're dealing with, agreed. And the dimensional anomaly needs to be investigated properly. I'll assign a team, if there's any chance of recurrence or if someone followed him through. Sasuke, Naruto said. Shikamaru paused. Sasuke. He knows more about spatial manipulation than anyone alive. His Rinnegan can analyze dimensional tiers. Get a message to him. I want him back in the village within the week. Shikamaru wrote that down, then he set the brush aside and looked at Naruto, really looked at him. You're sure about this? Not just the emotion of the moment, not just because he reminds you of yourself, you're genuinely, completely sure. Naruto glanced at the couch. Harry had shifted in his sleep, curling tighter into the white coat. One small hand clutched the fabric at the collar, holding on even unconscious. Even in sleep, the boy held on like he was afraid of being let go. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Naruto said. Shikamaru nodded once. He gathered his things and stood. At the door, he paused and looked back. For what it's worth, Shikamaru said. I think you're doing the right thing. The paperwork is going to be a nightmare, and the council meeting will probably take years off my life, but, yeah, it's the right call. He left, closing the door quietly behind him. Naruto stood alone in the Hokage's office. The village lights were flickering on below, dotting the landscape like earthbound stars. The evening air was warm and still, and the stone faces of the past Hokages stared out over the rooftops from the mountain, solemn and watchful. He walked to the couch and knelt beside it. Harry was breathing slowly, deeply, the kind of sleep that only comes from total exhaustion. The bruises on his face stood out in the lamplight, the two thin wrists, the ribs visible through his oversized, filthy shirt. Naruto put his hand on the boy's head very gently. The messy black hair was soft under his palm. "You're home now, kid," he whispered. "You just don't know it yet." Outside, the last light of the day bled out behind the Hokage monument, and the village settled into the quiet hum of evening. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called. The wind moved through the trees with a sound like breathing in the Hokage's office. A boy from another world slept under a borrowed coat, held in place by nothing but a pinky promise, and the stubborn, unbreakable will of a man who refused to let another child fall through the cracks. Tomorrow would bring questions, paperwork, arguments with counselors and medical examinations and 100 complications that Shikamaru was already dreading, but tonight there was just this. A warm room, a sleeping boy, and a man who knew exactly what it meant to finally not be alone. 7 years changed a lot of things. The cupboard was gone. The hunger was gone. The silence was gone. In their place was noise, warmth, chaos, and more love than Harry had ever thought possible. Crammed into a 2-story house on the eastern side of Konoha that smelled like fresh laundry and miso soup and the faint, ever-present trace of ink from Hinata's calligraphy set. Harry woke to the sound of someone jumping on his bed. Harry, wake up. You're gonna be late, you're gonna be late, you're gonna be at Himawari Uzumaki, 7 years old, zero concept of personal space, maximum volume at all hours. She bounced on the edge of his mattress with the relentless energy of a rubber ball, her dark blue hair flying everywhere, her grin so wide it practically split her face in half. Harry groaned and pulled the blanket over his head. "Hima, it's too early." "It's 7:30, that's what I said." "Too early." Himawari grabbed the edge of the blanket and yanked. She was small, but she was strong, and Harry lost the tug of war immediately. Cold morning air hit his face and he winced. "Dad said if you're not downstairs in 5 minutes, he's eating your portion," Himawari announced. She hopped off the bed and sprinted for the door, nearly tripping on a stack of scrolls Harry had left on the floor. "And Boruto already stole the last of the good jam, so you better hurry." She was gone before Harry could respond, her footsteps hammering down the hallway like a small earthquake. Harry lay there for a moment, staring at the ceiling. His room, it still hit him sometimes, even after 7 years. The fact that he had a room. A real room with a bed and a window and shelves full of scrolls and training manuals and a door that locked from the inside, not the outside. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. The morning light came through the curtains in warm stripes, and he could hear the sounds of the Uzumaki household in full swing below him. Pots clanging. Hinata's voice calm and measured, giving someone instructions. Boruto arguing about something. Naruto laughing. The familiar, messy, wonderful soundtrack of home. Harry pulled on a dark shirt and his standard training pants, strapped his kunai pouch to his right thigh out of habit, and headed downstairs. The kitchen was chaos. Boruto was standing at the counter with a piece of toast hanging out of his mouth, trying to tie his headband one-handed while simultaneously reaching for the last container of strawberry jam that was tucked behind the rice cooker. Hinata stood at the stove, flipping tamagoyaki with practiced ease, her long dark hair tied back in a loose ponytail. Naruto sat at the head of the table in his casual clothes, no Hokage coat, reading a mission brief and eating rice with the kind of aggressive speed that suggested he was already late for something. "Morning, Harry," Hinata said without turning around. She always knew. Some kind of Byakugan-related sixth sense, or maybe just the instincts of a woman who'd been managing this household for over a decade. "Morning, Mum." The word still felt good. Every single time Hinata smiled over her shoulder. "Sit down, food's almost ready." Harry slid into his usual chair between Naruto and the empty seat where Himawari would reappear any second. Boruto glanced at him from the counter, toast still in his mouth. "Oi, you look like you slept in a ditch. Your face looks like a ditch. Real mature, Harry, you started it." Naruto didn't look up from his brief. "Both of you are too old for this. He started it," they said in unison, then glared at each other, then looked away. Hinata made a soft sound that might have been a laugh. Himawari came thundering back into the kitchen and threw herself into her chair with enough force to scoot it back 3 inches. "I want extra eggs. You'll eat what you're given and be grateful," Hinata said mildly. "But Mum," Himawari, "fine." Himawari slumped dramatically in her chair, then perked up immediately when Hinata set a plate in front of her with, "Yes, extra eggs." Himawari beamed. "Thank you, Mummy, you're the best mum in the whole village." "Manipulative," Boruto muttered. "Smart," Himawari corrected. Hinata set plates in front of Harry and Boruto. Tamagoyaki, rice, grilled fish, pickled vegetables. Harry picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The food was perfect, the way Hinata's food was always perfect, warm and flavorful, and made with the kind of quiet care that Harry had spent the first 5 years of his life never knowing existed. Naruto finally put down the mission brief and looked across the table. "Big day today, yeah." Harry glanced up. "HM, Academy Evaluations, End-of-Term Practical Exams." Naruto grinned. "Shuriken Accuracy, Taijutsu Sparring, Ninjutsu Demonstration, the whole lot." "Oh yeah," Harry went back to his food. Should be fine, he says." Naruto looked at Hinata. "You hear this kid, the confidence. I wonder where he gets it from," Hinata said dryly. Boruto snorted. "Probably not from the guy who failed the graduation exam 3 times. "Oi," Naruto pointed his chopsticks at Boruto. "I passed eventually and I became Hokage, top that." "Working on it, old man. Old man, I'm 33, ancient," Boruto said solemnly. Harry smiled into his rice. This was the part that still amazed him sometimes, the easy back and forth. The way they could poke at each other and nobody got angry, nobody's face went dark, nobody grabbed anyone by the wrist and squeezed. It was just talking. A family talking over breakfast, the most normal thing in the world and also, to Harry, the most extraordinary. Naruto caught him smiling and raised an eyebrow. "What? Nothing. You're smiling. People smile. It's a thing humans do." Boruto marked this day. Harry smiled before 8 in the morning. Historic, Boruto agreed. Harry kicked Boruto under the table. Boruto kicked him back. Himawari, sensing an opportunity, kicked both of them and then looked completely innocent when they turned to stare at her. "Enough," Hinata said, but she was smiling. "Eat your food, all of you." They ate. Naruto inhaled a second bowl of rice and stood up, stretching. He ruffled Harry's hair as he passed, a gesture so casual and automatic that it barely registered anymore, but Harry still felt it. That small, warm jolt of belonging. "Good luck today," Naruto said. "Not that you need it. He needs it for ninjutsu," Boruto said through a mouthful of fish. Harry's chopsticks paused midair. His jaw tightened just slightly, just for a second. "Boruto," Hinata said quietly. "What? I'm just saying. His fire jutsu last week literally exploded. Like the wrong way, Sensei had to put out a tree." "That was one time," Harry said. His voice was level, but his grip on the chopsticks had tightened. Boruto held up his hands. "I'm not having a go, I'm just saying. You're the best in the class at Shuriken and Seals. Just maybe don't try the fireball jutsu for the exam. Yeah, we like the academy building. Prefer it not on fire." It was meant as a joke. Harry knew it was meant as a joke, but it still landed in the spot that always ached, the spot where his confidence cracked every time he stood in front of the class and tried to mold his chakra into something normal, and it just wouldn't cooperate. The problem was his energy. Sakura had explained it years ago, during one of the many, many medical examinations Harry had been through in his first months in Konoha. His chakra system existed, sort of, but it wasn't standard. It was overwhelmingly yin-based, which meant spiritual energy, mental energy, the stuff that powered genjutsu and sealing techniques. His yang, the physical component that fueled most elemental ninjutsu, was almost non-existent. Every time he tried a standard fire or wind technique, the jutsu either fizzled into nothing or did something wildly unpredictable. Last week it had been very, very unpredictable. The tree was fine, eventually. "I'll be fine," Harry said again. He finished his food, stood up, and grabbed his bag from the hook by the door. "Thanks for breakfast, Mum. Have a good day, sweetheart," Hinata said. Harry paused at the door. Himawari had followed him and was looking up at him with those enormous blue eyes. "Harry." "Yeah. If anyone's mean to you about the ninjutsu thing, I'll beat them up." Harry looked down at his 7-year-old sister, roughly the size of a medium dog, offering to fight his battles for him, and something warm and fierce and protective expanded in his chest. He crouched down and flicked her nose gently. "Nobody's mean to me, Hima, and even if they were, I can handle it, but I want to beat someone up. That's concerning. I'm in Uzumaki, it's in our blood." Harry laughed, actually laughed loud and surprised. He ruffled her hair the same way Naruto ruffled his and stood up. "Stay out of trouble." "Never." He left the house smiling. By the time Harry reached the academy, the front yard was already packed with students. The Konoha Ninja Academy was a wide, flat building surrounded by training grounds, target ranges, and the kind of open dirt fields that were perpetually scarred with scorch marks and weapon gouges from decades of 12-year-olds learning how to be dangerous. Harry walked through the main gate and immediately started cataloging the crowd, a habit he'd picked up from years of training. Threats, exits, familiar faces, unfamiliar faces, anything out of place, nothing out of place today. Just the usual pre-exam nervous energy. Kids practicing hand signs. Someone throwing shuriken at a wooden post. A cluster of students comparing notes. Uzumaki. Harry stopped walking. Sarada Uchiha was leaning against the wall by the academy entrance, arms crossed, one foot propped behind her. She wore her red-framed glasses and the standard academy training outfit, and she had that look on her face. The one that meant she'd already mentally ranked everyone in the class and found them lacking, and she was now looking at the only person who regularly threatened her position at the top. "Uchiha," Harry said, "you're late. I'm 5 minutes early. I've been here 20 minutes. That makes you late. That makes you obsessive." A flicker of something crossed Sarada's face, not quite a smile, more like the ghost of one quickly killed. She pushed off the wall and fell into step beside him as they walked toward the building. She was taller than him by about an inch, a fact she never let him forget. "Heard about the tree," she said casually. Harry's eye twitched. "Does everyone know about the tree?" It was a very notable tree. Sensei talked about it for 20 minutes. It was one failed jutsu. It was a spectacular failed jutsu. The explosion pattern suggested you actually generated about 3 times the required chakra output. It just converted to thermal energy instead of shaping into the fireball. "Fascinating, really." She adjusted her glasses. "In a catastrophic sort of way. Thank you, that's very encouraging." "I'm not here to encourage you, I'm here to beat you." There it was, the core of their dynamic stripped down to its bones. Sarada Uchiha was the top student at the academy. Highest written exam scores, flawless chakra control, near-perfect taijutsu, and a natural talent for fire-style jutsu that made sense given her bloodline. She was brilliant, disciplined, and viciously competitive. Harry was second. Sometimes first, when the evaluation weighted weapon skills and sealing techniques, which he dominated so completely that the instructors had stopped bothering to score him against the rest of the class. But on the overall rankings, Sarada held the edge, and she held it with the iron grip of someone who decided at age 6 that she was going to be the best and had spent every day since then proving it. They'd been rivals since Harry's first week at the academy. The first time they'd spoken, Sarada had looked at his test score, then at hers, then back at his, and said, "Acceptable, I suppose," in a tone so condescending that Harry had spent the next 3 months studying until his eyes bled just to beat her on the next exam. He did, by 2 points. She beat him back on the one after that, by 1 point. It had been going on for years. "Taijutsu sparring brackets posted," Sarada said as they entered the building. "We're in the same pool." "Good, you say that like you think you'll win." "I say that like I know I'll win." Sarada stopped walking and turned to face him. Her dark eyes, sharp and focused behind those red frames, studied him with the kind of analytical intensity that made most people uncomfortable. Harry held her gaze without flinching. He was used to it. "Your hand-to-hand has improved," she said. "Not a compliment, an assessment. Your guard drops on the left when you transition from a block to a counter, though. 3 centimeters, enough to exploit." Harry stared at her. "You've been watching my guard that closely. I watch everyone. You just happen to be the only one worth the effort." She turned and walked away before he could respond, her ponytail swinging behind her. Harry stood in the hallway for a moment, processing that. Then he shook his head and followed her to the examination hall. The practical exam went about as well as Harry expected. Sure icon accuracy. Perfect score. 8 out of 8 targets hit dead center, including the 2 moving ones that the instructor launched into the air without warning. Harry threw with a speed and precision that made the examiner's eyebrows climb to his hairline. A couple of students in the observation area actually clapped. Kunai accuracy, perfect score. Same deal. Harry's hands were fast and his eye was sharp, and he'd been practicing throws since he was 6 years old, because if his chakra wasn't going to cooperate with ninjutsu, he was damn well going to be the best at everything else. Taijutsu sparring. Harry won his first 2 matches quickly. Clean, efficient, no wasted movement. The academy style was straightforward, and Harry had supplemented it heavily with techniques Naruto had taught him at home. Fast footwork. Low center of gravity. Close the distance, control the clinch, take the opponent down. Then Sarada stepped into the ring. She came at him fast. Faster than any other student, her footwork sharp and precise, every movement economical. She threw a jab at his face and Harry slipped it, barely, the knuckles grazing his cheek. He countered with a straight right, and she parried it with her forearm, redirecting his momentum and stepping inside his guard. Harry blocked, just barely. Her knee came up toward his ribs and he twisted sideways, catching it on his hip instead. The impact still rattled him. She was strong. They traded blows for 90 seconds. Fast, technical, neither giving ground. The instructor called time when they separated for the 3rd time, both breathing hard, neither having scored a clean knockdown. "Draw," the instructor announced. Sarada's eye twitched. She hated draws worse than losses. "Your left guard dropped," she said as they walked off the mat. "Your footwork overextended on that last combination," Harry shot back. "You reached another inch and I had the takedown." "You didn't, though. Next time, keep telling yourself that." They glared at each other. Then Harry's lip twitched. Sarada's jaw tightened like she was fighting something. They looked away at the same time. Then came the ninjutsu demonstration. Harry stood in front of the targets and ran through the hand signs for the basic fireball technique. He gathered his chakra, shaped it the way he'd been taught, pulled it into his chest cavity, and pushed it toward his throat. The energy bucked. It always bucked, like trying to force water through a pipe that was the wrong shape. His yin-heavy system grabbed the chakra and twisted it, converting thermal energy into something unstable, something that crackled and sparked at the edges instead of forming a clean, hot stream. He exhaled. The fireball left his mouth lopsided, weak on one side and too hot on the other. It traveled about 3 meters, wobbled, and detonated against the target in a burst of unfocused heat that singed the wood but didn't ignite it. Smoke curled up from the impact point. The target was intact, barely scorched. Compared to Sarada's demonstration 10 minutes earlier, a perfectly formed, roaring fireball that had obliterated the same target into ash, it was pathetic. The instructor marked something on his clipboard without comment. Harry walked off the range with his jaw clenched and his hands in his pockets. He didn't look at anyone. Uzumaki. Harry kept walking. Sarada caught up to him outside the building. She matched his pace, hands clasped behind her back. They walked in silence for about 30 seconds. "Your seal work was perfect," she said. "In the written exam, you scored higher than me on the Fuinjutsu section, by 8 points. I don't need a consolation speech. It's not consolation, it's fact. You're the best seal practitioner in the academy. Probably in the entire student body across all years." Harry didn't respond. The ninjutsu issue isn't about skill, Sarada continued, and her voice had shifted from competitive to something else, something almost clinical. I've read the medical theory. Your chakra nature is heavily yin-aligned. Standard elemental conversion literally doesn't work with your system the way it works for everyone else. It's like trying to write with your non-dominant hand. You can do it, but it'll never feel natural. Harry stopped walking. He turned and looked at her. Why are you telling me this? Because you're walking away from the exam looking like someone kicked your dog, and it's annoying. You're the second best student in this academy. Stop moping about the one thing you can't do and focus on the 15 things you're better at than everyone else. Harry stared at her. Did you just compliment me multiple times? In a row, Sarada's cheeks went slightly pink. She adjusted her glasses, a nervous habit she probably didn't even notice. I stated observable facts. Don't make it weird. You called me the second best student. You are the second best student. After you? Obviously after me, but second is still exceptional. She paused. Don't tell anyone I said that. I have a reputation. The corner of Harry's mouth pulled up, just a little. Your secret's safe, Uchiha. They looked at each other for a beat longer than necessary. Then Sarada cleared her throat and nodded toward the training fields. Come on, wilderness survival exercise is next. We should get to the staging area. We're on the same team, instructor paired us. Apparently he thinks it'll be educational. Educational for who? Good question. The wilderness exercise dropped them 3 kilometers into the forest north of the village with nothing but a canteen, a basic medical kit, and 1 kunai each. The objective was simple. Reach the marked extraction point by sundown. Navigate dense forest, identify and avoid planted traps, forage if necessary, signal at the end point. The complication was that they were paired up. Harry Uzumaki and Sarada Uchiha. 2 people who had spent 4 years trying to beat each other at everything and had never once had to actually work together. The first hour was difficult. We should head northeast, Sarada said, studying the tree line. The terrain elevation suggests the extraction point is on the ridge. Or we go east through the riverbed, faster, less elevation change. The riverbed is an obvious route. If they planted traps, that's where they'll be. I can spot traps, so can I. The ridge is tactically superior. The ridge adds an extra hour. The ridge adds caution. They stood in a clearing, facing different directions, neither moving. You always do this, Sarada said. You just decide on a plan and expect everyone to follow. I don't expect anything. I'm saying the river route is faster. Faster isn't better. Faster is how people die on real missions. This isn't a real mission, it's a training exercise. Then treat it like a real one and make the smart choice. Harry turned to face her. The smart choice is the route that gets us to extraction before sundown with energy to spare. The river. Sarada turned to face him. The smart choice is the route that minimizes risk and uses terrain advantage. The ridge, silence, forest sounds, a bird somewhere, wind through the canopy. Compromise, Harry said after a long pause. He hated compromising. We take the river for the first kilometer where the terrain is flat and visibility is good. Once we hit the fork near the old training ground, we cut up to the ridge and approach extraction from above. Sarada considered this. He could practically see her running the route through her head, calculating distances and time. That works, but I take point for the ridge section. Your footing's sloppy on inclines. My footing is fine. Your footing is adequate. Mine is better. Lead the way then. She did. And annoyingly, she was right about the ridge. The elevated route gave them a clear view of the terrain below, and Harry spotted 2 trap placements that would have caught them on the lower path. Tripwires rigged to practice explosive tags, the kind that went off with a loud bang and a cloud of colored smoke to mark you as caught. Told you, Sarada said. You told me the ridge was safer. You didn't tell me about the specific traps. The existence of the traps validates my assessment. Your ego doesn't need validation, Uchiha. It has its own gravitational field. Sarada actually laughed at that, a short, surprised sound like it had escaped before she could stop it. She covered it with a cough and kept walking. They moved through the forest in increasingly comfortable silence. Harry found himself falling into a natural rhythm with her. She took point on the rough terrain, he covered the rear and watched the flanks. When she paused to read the map, he scanned the tree line. When he stopped to examine a potential trap, she kept watch. It was efficient. Irritatingly efficient, like they'd been doing this for years instead of hours. Halfway through the second hour, they hit a problem. A deep ravine cut across their path, too wide to jump, with a fast-moving stream at the bottom. The only crossing was a fallen tree trunk that bridged the gap, narrow and slick with moss. Sarada went first. She walked across it like it was a paved road, her balance immaculate, feet placed with surgical precision. She reached the other side and turned to wait. Harry started across. He was fine for the first few steps. Then his foot hit a patch of wet moss and slid, and his stomach dropped and his arms windmilled, and for a horrible second, he was looking straight down at the rocks and rushing water 6 meters below. A hand grabbed his wrist. Sarada had crossed back onto the trunk in 2 fast steps, and her grip was iron tight, fingers digging into his forearm. She pulled hard, and Harry stumbled forward into her. They both teetered. Sarada shifted her weight, scented them, and they stood there on the narrow trunk, way too close together, Harry's hand gripping her shoulder and her hand still locked around his wrist. "Your footing," Sarada said quietly, "is sloppy." Harry's heart was hammering. "Shut up." "You're welcome, by the way. Thank you. Now can we get off this thing?" They made it across. Harry sat on a rock and caught his breath while Sarada checked the map. His wrist still felt warm where she'd grabbed him. "You crossed back," Harry said after a minute. Sarada didn't look up from the map. "Obviously. The trunk was barely wide enough for one person. You came back onto it to grab me. If we'd both fallen, we didn't. But if we had." Sarada folded the map and looked at him. Her expression was unreadable behind those glasses. "You would have done the same thing. Don't make it into something it's not." Harry wanted to argue, but she was right. He would have done the same thing without thinking. That was the confusing part. When had that happened? When had Sarada Uchiha gone from the annoying girl who always beat him on exams to someone he'd catch on instinct? They reached the extraction point 40 minutes before sundown. First team in. Sarada looked satisfied. Harry was tired, but something in his chest felt different, lighter. "Same time tomorrow?" Sarada asked as they headed back toward the village. "For what? Training. Your Taijutsu guard still drops on the left. I can help with that. You want to train together. I want to fix your guard so that when I beat you in the next sparring exam, it's because I'm better, not because you have a technical flaw." She paused. "That's the only reason." Harry looked at her. She looked straight ahead, jaw set, cheeks the tiniest bit flushed. "Okay," he said, "okay. Tomorrow morning, training ground 7, 6:30. 6:30 is insane. 6:30. Don't be late." She peeled off toward the Uchiha district without looking back. Harry watched her go for a moment, then shook his head and turned toward home. Harry didn't go straight home. He took the long way, through the market district, because the evening light was good and the streets were busy, and sometimes he just liked walking through the village, reminding himself that this was real. The food stalls, the lanterns coming on, the sound of people laughing and haggling and living their ordinary lives. All of it real. All of it his. He turned onto the main road that led toward the residential district, and that's when he felt it, someone watching him. Harry didn't stop walking. Didn't change his pace, didn't look around, but every sense he had, trained and honed over years in the academy, snapped to attention. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled. His breathing stayed steady, but his heart rate kicked up a notch. He used a shop window as a mirror, glancing casually at the reflection of the rooftops behind him. There. On the roof of the tea house 3 buildings back, a figure in standard Anbu dark gear crouched at the edge of the roof, completely still. White porcelain mask. The mask was shaped like a bird, a crow, Karasu. The crow, Anbu watched the HOKAGE family. Harry knew that. It was standard security. He'd seen them before, glimpses of masked figures on rooftops and in trees, keeping their distance, doing their job. He'd never thought much about it. But this one was different. This one had been there yesterday, and the day before, and 3 days before that, during his after-school training session in the East Field. Always the same mask. Always the same position, close enough to see Harry clearly, angled away enough to look like a standard patrol if anyone questioned it. Harry kept walking. His hand drifted to the kunai pouch on his thigh, a reflex, not a conscious choice. He turned the corner and the feeling faded. The figure on the rooftop didn't follow, or if it did, it was too good for Harry to track. He filed it away. Watched, noted, and didn't mention it to anyone, not yet. Across the village in the HOKAGE's office, the evening light had turned the stone walls amber. Naruto sat behind his desk, coat hung on the chair behind him, sleeves rolled up. The desk was covered in scrolls and mission reports, and the remnants of a takeaway dinner that Shikamaru had brought up 2 hours ago. The village hummed below the windows, and the stone faces of the past Hokages watched from the mountain in eternal silence. The man sitting across from him had arrived through the window. No knock, no announcement. Just a flicker of displaced air, and then he was there, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed and his mismatched eyes catching the lamplight. Sasuke Uchiha looked tired. He usually did these days. Years of solo missions across the continent and beyond had carved lines into his face that hadn't been there in his 20s. His dark hair fell over the Rinnegan, half concealing the purple, rippled eye that marked him as one of the most dangerous men alive. He wore a dark traveling cloak over his standard gear, road dust still visible on his shoulders. "You look terrible," Naruto said. "You look like you've been sleeping at your desk again." "I have been sleeping at my desk again. Hinata's going to kill me." Naruto leaned back in his chair. "How was the border?" "Quiet, too quiet." Sasuke shifted his weight and uncrossed his arms. "That's why I came back early." Naruto's expression changed. The warmth bled out, replaced by something sharper. The Hokage face, Harry called it privately. The face Naruto wore when he stopped being dad and became the man who ran a village of killers. "Talk to me," Naruto said. Sasuke moved to the chair across from the desk and sat. He pulled a small scroll from his cloak and set it on the desk between them. "I found this in an abandoned outpost near the Valley of the End. It was sealed with a cipher I haven't seen since the war, a root cipher." Naruto stared at the scroll. "Root's been disbanded for over a decade. Disbanded doesn't mean dead. Danzo's organization was designed to survive him. Sleeper cells, deep cover operatives embedded in the regular Anbu and civilian infrastructure. We purged what we could after the war, but," Sasuke met Naruto's eyes, "we both know we didn't get all of them." "What's in the scroll?" Communications log, fragments heavily encoded. "I've decrypted about 40%. What I could read references supply movements, a safe house network I didn't know existed, and repeated mention of something called Project Vessel." Naruto's jaw tightened. "Project Vessel? The fragments don't explain what it is." "But the log entries are recent, Naruto, within the last 6 months. Whoever's running this network, they're active, they're operational, and they're inside the village." The silence that followed was heavy. Naruto stood up and walked to the window. Below, the village lights spread out like a constellation, peaceful and ordinary. Families going home, shops closing for the night, kids playing in the streets. "Inside the village," Naruto repeated. "I've cross-referenced the cipher with known root operative profiles. Most are dead or accounted for, but there are gaps, personnel files that were destroyed or incomplete. Agents who were never formally identified because Danzo kept parallel records that we never found. How many gaps? At least 12. Naruto put his hand on the window frame. 12 potential root operatives embedded in my village, running some kind of operation under my nose. Potentially. Some of those gaps could be dead agents, clerical errors, or irrelevant, but some of them are real, and at least one of them is coordinating this network." Naruto turned around. "Harry's Anbu detail. I want the full personnel files of every operative assigned to my family's security rotation in the last 2 years." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "You think one of them?" "I'm not thinking anything yet. I'm being careful. My kids walk through this village every day, Sasuke. My sons and my daughter go to school and train in public fields and eat ramen at Ikaraku's, and if there are root ghosts moving in the shadows of my own Anbu core." He stopped. His voice had gone quiet in that way that people who knew Naruto found far more frightening than when he shouted. "I'll run the audit personally," Sasuke said. He stood and retrieved the scroll. "I'll also put Sarada on alert, subtly. She's sharp enough to notice irregularities that adult operatives might miss." Naruto looked at him. "Your daughter's 12. My daughter is an Uchiha. She's been reading people since she could walk." Sasuke paused at the window. "Naruto, the scroll mentioned something else, a phrase I didn't recognize. The anomaly's potential exceeds initial projections, no context, no clarification, but given the timing and the root connection." Naruto's face went hard. "Harry, I don't know that for certain, but a child who fell through dimensions with an energy signature unlike anything in recorded history, raised by the Hokage, trained in shinobi combat, but possessing abilities that don't conform to standard chakra theory." Sasuke's voice was flat, analytical. "If I were a root operative looking for a weapon to revive Danzo's vision of Konoha's dominance, that child would be at the top of my list." "Over my dead body," Naruto said. The words came out low and absolute and completely without theatrics. Sasuke nodded once. "That's why I came back." He left through the window the same way he'd arrived, silent. Gone, Naruto stood alone in his office. The village lights glittered below. Somewhere out there, Harry was probably walking home from the academy, tired from exams, thinking about taijutsu and test scores and whatever 12-year-old boys thought about, not knowing that something old and dark and patient was stirring in the bones of the village that had become his home. Naruto sat back down at his desk. He pulled the stack of Anbu personnel files from the locked drawer, set them in front of him, and began to read. It was going to be a long night. The campfire crackled and spat. Orange light danced across the small clearing, throwing long shadows into the tree line. The forest around them was thick and dark and alive with the sounds of night. Insects buzzing, something small rustling through the underbrush, the occasional distant call of a bird that Harry couldn't identify. The sky above the canopy was clear, scattered with more stars than you could ever see from inside the village walls. Harry sat cross-legged on his bedroll, turning a kunai between his fingers in a slow, absent rhythm. The firelight caught the blade with each rotation, flash, dark, flash, dark. His flak jacket was unzipped, and his dark hair, longer now than it had been at 12, fell into his eyes. 14 suited him. He'd grown into his frame, lean and quick, with the kind of wiry muscle that came from years of daily training, and a metabolism that burned through everything Hinata put in front of him. Across the fire, Mitsuki sat perfectly still, watching the flames with those pale, unblinking eyes that still unnerved people who didn't know him. His white hair caught the light and turned it silver. He had a small notebook open on his knee, and every few minutes he wrote something in it with a pencil so small it looked ridiculous in his long fingers. "What are you writing?" Harry asked. "Observations." "About what?" "The behavioral patterns of my teammates during extended field operations." Mitsuki didn't look up. "It's a personal project. You're taking notes on us." "Yes, that's weird, Mitsuki. I've been told." He turned a page. "For instance, you've rotated that kunai exactly 47 times in the last 6 minutes. You do this when you're thinking about something you don't want to discuss. The rotation speed decreases when the thought becomes more uncomfortable." Harry stopped spinning the kunai. "Okay, that's really weird. Sarada's been staring at you for approximately 90 seconds, Mitsuki added calmly. "She stopped when I began speaking." "I was not staring." Sarada's voice came from Harry's left, sharp and immediate. She was sitting on a fallen log near the fire, her glasses reflecting the flames, a field ration half-eaten in her hand. "I was monitoring the perimeter." "The perimeter is behind you," Mitsuki observed. "I was monitoring the interior perimeter." "That's not a thing," Harry said. "It is now. I just invented it." Mitsuki wrote something in his notebook. Sarada threw a pebble at him. It bounced off his shoulder and he didn't flinch. "Can we talk about literally anything else?" Sarada said. Harry leaned back on his hands and looked up at the sky through the gap in the canopy. The stars were absurdly bright out here. 2 days from the village, deep in the border forests near the edge of fire country, and the world felt bigger and quieter and more real than it ever did inside the walls. "How much longer on this mission?" he asked. 2 days to the border crossing, Sarada said. She'd memorized the mission brief, obviously. "We hand the merchant off to the sand escort team, confirm the transfer, and head back. 4 days total, maybe 5 if the weather turns." "Easiest C rank ever," Harry said. "Don't say that," Sarada and Mitsuki said simultaneously. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Every mission report I've studied that includes the phrase easy mission precedes a catastrophic outcome by an average of 4.2 hours, Mitsuki said. "He's not wrong," Sarada said. "You've basically just cursed us." "I didn't curse anything. It's a merchant escort through friendly territory. The guy sells pottery. We're guarding a man who sells bowls." "Nice bowls," Mitsuki said. "I looked at his inventory. The glazing technique on his Celadon pieces is quite sophisticated." Harry stared at him. "What? I have interests." The merchant himself, a round, cheerful man named Takeshi, was asleep in his tent 15 meters away, snoring with the force of a small engine. His cart, loaded with carefully wrapped pottery, sat beside the tent under a tarp. Harry had set proximity seals around the camp's perimeter 2 hours ago, little alarm triggers that would pulse if anything larger than a fox crossed the line, standard procedure. Thorough, probably overkill for a pottery escort. But Naruto had drilled it into him since he was 7. Preparation isn't paranoia, it's professionalism. "Your turn to get more wood," Sarada said, nodding at the fire. It was burning low, the logs collapsing into glowing embers. "I got wood an hour ago, and now we need more." "Mitsuki hasn't gone once. Mitsuki is writing his creepy notebook. Leave him alone." "Thank you, Sarada," Mitsuki said without looking up. Harry sighed and unfolded himself from the bedroll. He grabbed the small hand axe from the supply pack and headed for the tree line. The air was cooler under the canopy, and the fire's warmth faded quickly, replaced by the damp, earthy chill of the forest at night. He found a dead branch about 20 meters from camp and started breaking it into manageable pieces. The axe bit into dry wood with satisfying thunks, and he worked in the quiet, letting his mind drift. It drifted to Sarada. It had been doing that a lot recently. Drifting, specifically in her direction. 2 years of training together, running missions together, arguing and competing and pushing each other harder than anyone else could, and somewhere in the middle of all that, something had shifted. He didn't know when. Maybe it was gradual, or maybe there was a specific moment he'd missed, but the result was the same. He noticed things now. The way she pushed her glasses up when she was concentrating. The way her voice dropped half a register when she was serious about something. The way she smelled like clean soap and the faint iron tang of weapon oil. The way she'd started sitting closer to him during briefings, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and neither of them acknowledged it. He didn't know what to do with any of it. He was 14. He'd been trained to fight, to plan, to survive. Nobody had given him a manual for whatever this was. Harry gathered the wood and headed back to camp. Sarada was poking the embers with a stick, coaxing the last heat from the coals. She looked up when he returned, and the firelight caught her face in a way that made his stomach do something stupid. "Took you long enough," she said. "You're welcome." He stacked the wood beside the fire and fed a couple of pieces to the embers. They caught slowly, tongues of flame licking up the dry bark. Harry sat back down on his bedroll, closer to the fire this time, closer to Sarada. "Mitsuki's asleep," Sarada said quietly, nodding toward their teammate. True enough, Mitsuki had slumped sideways against his pack, notebook still open on his lap, pencil still in his hand. Asleep with his eyes slightly open, which was unsettling but normal for him. "His watch shift is in 2 hours," Harry said. "Let him rest." Yeah, they sat in quiet for a while. The fire settled and the forest breathed around them. Harry was acutely aware of the space between them, about a meter, maybe less. "Can I ask you something?" Sarada said. She was looking at the fire, not at him. "Depends on the question. Your energy, your chakra, or whatever it actually is. You've gotten better at controlling it in the last year. The SEAL work you did on this camp's perimeter, The precision on those alarm triggers, it's beyond anything I've seen from a genin. From most chunin, honestly, she paused, but you still can't do a basic fireball. Is there a question in here? Does it bother you? Harry was quiet for a moment. Sometimes, he said, less than it used to. I spent a lot of time being angry about it, feeling broken, like my body was built wrong and nobody could fix it. You're not broken, I know that now. Took a while, though. He picked up a twig and snapped it between his fingers. Dad helped. He told me once that he couldn't do genjutsu to save his life when he was my age, said his chakra control was so bad that Sakura used to yell at him about it daily. But he figured out what he was good at, and he pushed that so hard that the stuff he couldn't do stopped mattering. Sarada smiled slightly. Smart advice. Don't tell him I said that. His ego's big enough. Your dad's ego is exactly the right size for a man who punched a goddess in the face. Harry laughed. The sound carried through the quiet forest, and something about it, the ease of it, the naturalness, made Sarada's smile widen just a fraction. For what it's worth, she said, I think your abilities are more interesting than standard ninjutsu. Anyone can learn a fireball. What you do with seals and that yin energy of yours, it's something completely different, something nobody's seen before. Careful, Uchiha, that sounded dangerously close to admiration. Don't push your luck, Uzumaki. They looked at each other. The fire cracked and sent a shower of sparks into the air between them. Harry opened his mouth to say something. He wasn't sure what, something dumb probably, something he'd regret. His proximity seals pulsed. The warmth vanished from his body in an instant. His hand was on his kunai before the thought even formed. Beside him, Sarada went rigid, her eyes snapping to the tree line, playful warmth gone, replaced by the flat, focused intensity that meant she'd switched from teenager to shinobi in the space of a heartbeat. How many? She whispered. Harry closed his eyes, focused. The seals were his, tuned to his energy, and he could feel them like extensions of his own nervous system. The eastern trigger was screaming, then the northern one, then two more on the southern perimeter, almost simultaneous. Multiple, at least 6, moving fast. Coordinated approach, 3 entry points. His eyes opened. They're surrounding us. Mitsuki was already awake, no transition from sleep to alert, just awake on his feet, notebook gone, arms loose at his sides. Formation, triangle, back to back, Sarada center, eyes on all 3 approaches. Mitsuki, stretch and cover the widest gap. I'll take the eastern approach, that's where the first contact hit. Harry's voice was clipped, fast, operational, no hesitation. Merchant stays in the tent. If this goes bad, he's the priority extraction. They moved. 3 seconds from alarm to formation. Practiced, automatic, the forest had gone silent. No insects, no birds, no rustling, just the crackle of the fire and the sound of 3 teenagers breathing in the dark. Then the first attacker came out of the trees. He was fast. Chunin level fast, maybe higher. Dark clothes, no headband, face wrapped in cloth. He came at Harry from the left, a short blade in each hand, closing the distance in a blur. Harry met him. Kunai against blade, metal screaming. The impact jarred up Harry's arm, and he gritted his teeth and redirected, stepping offline, letting the attacker's momentum carry him past. Harry's free hand slapped an explosive tag on the man's back as he passed. Down, Harry shouted. Sarada and Mitsuki dropped flat. The tag detonated, and the attacker went flying, slamming into a tree trunk with a wet, heavy thud. He slid to the ground and didn't get up. 2 more came from the north. Mitsuki met them with an elastic stretch of his arms that caught the first one across the throat and sent him spinning. The second dodged, feinted low, and drove a knee toward Mitsuki's ribs. Mitsuki twisted like a snake and wrapped himself around the attack, using the man's own force to bring him down. A sharp crack echoed through the clearing. Sarada's Sharingan blazed to life. 2 Tamo in each eye, spinning, the red glow cutting through the dark like a pair of bloody moons. She saw the 4th attacker before he even cleared the tree line, read the trajectory of his approach, the angle of his weapon, the timing of his strike. She intercepted with a precision that was almost surgical. 1 step to the right, a palm strike to his extended wrist that shattered his grip on his sword, then a spinning heel kick to the temple that dropped him like a puppet with cut strings. 4 down, Mitsuki reported. My seals caught 6. Harry said. His heart was hammering. Adrenaline flooded his system, making everything sharp and bright and too fast. Where are the other 2? The answer came from above. A figure dropped from the canopy directly onto Mitsuki, knees into his back, driving him face first into the dirt. Mitsuki's arms stretched and coiled, trying to throw the attacker off, but the figure had anticipated it. A seal flared on the attacker's forearm, and Mitsuki's stretching ability locked, frozen, his body going stiff and rigid. Mitsuki, Sarada screamed. The 6th attacker appeared behind Sarada. Harry didn't think. His body moved before his brain caught up. He was across the clearing in 3 strides, and his kunai caught the blade that was arcing towards Sarada's exposed back with a clash that sent sparks flying. The attacker was bigger than him, stronger, and the force of the block nearly drove Harry to his knees. He pushed back, twisted, slashed. The attacker retreated 2 steps. Harry pressed the attack, fast, aggressive, driving the bigger man backward. But the attacker was skilled, parrying each strike with tight, efficient movements. No wasted energy, no openings, trained, Harry thought, not bandits, not freelance missing nin. These people were trained. The man on Mitsuki's back drove a needle into the side of his neck. Mitsuki went limp. Unconscious, the suppression seal kept his body locked, arms trapped at unnatural angles. Mitsuki's down, Harry shouted. Sarada spun toward the attacker on Mitsuki's back, sharing and blazing. The man rose to meet her, and they clashed in a blur of taijutsu that was almost too fast to track. Sarada was good. She was phenomenally good. But this man was bigger, older, more experienced, and he fought with a cold, mechanical precision that spoke of decades of conditioning. He caught her arm, twisted. Sarada cried out, a sharp, involuntary sound of pain, and the man used the leverage to throw her sideways into a tree. She hit the trunk hard, the impact driving the air from her lungs, and crumpled. Sarada, Harry's vision went white at the edges. Something inside him cracked, something old and deep and primal, and his hands moved through seal combinations he'd never been taught, muscle memory from a place that wasn't this world, and the air around him shuddered. A pulse of raw, blue-white energy exploded outward from his body. Not chakra. Not exactly. Something wilder, something that smelled like ozone and tasted like copper, and it hit both remaining attackers like a physical wall. The one fighting Harry flew backward and crashed through a thick branch. The one near Sarada skidded back 6 meters, boots carving furrows in the dirt. Harry stood in the center of the clearing, breathing hard, blue light flickering along his forearms like static. His ears were ringing. His vision was sharp, too sharp, every detail of the dark forest rendered in painful clarity. The 2 remaining attackers regrouped. They looked at each other. Then they looked at Harry. Then they looked past him. Someone began clapping, slow, deliberate. The sound came from the eastern tree line where the shadows were thickest. Harry spun, kunai raised, and watched as a figure stepped into the firelight, Anbu armor, dark gear, white porcelain mask. A crow, Harry's blood went cold. Karasu reached up and removed the mask. The face beneath was angular, pale, with sharp features and dark eyes that held absolutely no warmth. He was maybe 30, 35. His hair was dark and cropped short, military style. A thin scar ran from his left ear to the corner of his jaw. Impressive, Karasu said. His voice was calm, conversational, like they were discussing the weather. The energy output alone would have killed a civilian, and the instinctual seal combination, remarkable. The reports didn't do you justice. Harry's hand was steady, his heart was not. You've been watching me. For 2 years, Harry, since the HOKAGE assigned me to your family's protection detail. Karasu tilted his head slightly. You noticed, I suspected you would. You have good instincts for a child. Who are you? I told you, Karasu. That's a mask name, a code name. Who are you really? Karasu's lips curved. It wasn't a smile. It was the shape of one, hollow and calculated. I'm a servant of Konoha, the real Konoha. Not the soft, bloated, pacifist fantasy your adopted father has constructed. The Konoha that Danzo Shimura built, a village of strength, discipline, and purpose. Behind Harry, Sarada was pulling herself up against the tree. Blood trickled from a cut on her hairline. Her Sharingan was still active, both eyes spinning, locked on Karasu. "Root," Sarada said. Her voice was raw from the impact but steady. "Your root." Root was never truly disbanded, Uchiha. It was pruned, it went underground, it waited. Karasu looked at Harry again. "We've been waiting for the right moment, and the right asset." "I'm not an asset," Harry said through his teeth. "You are the most valuable asset this village has produced in a generation, an interdimensional anomaly with a unique energy matrix that defies conventional classification. Yin release potential that exceeds anything in recorded history. Fuinjutsu aptitude that, with proper cultivation, could rival the Uzumaki clan at their peak." Karasu's voice remained perfectly calm, perfectly reasonable. "The seventh Hokage is a kind man, a good man. But kindness does not protect a village, kindness does not deter enemies, power does. And you, Harry, represent a form of power that could ensure Konoha's dominance for the next century. You're out of your mind, I'm being pragmatic. Your father ended the Fourth War, admirable, historic. But the peace he built is fragile. It relies on diplomacy, on trust, on the assumption that other nations will honor agreements made under the threat of his personal power. What happens when Naruto Uzumaki ages, when his body slows, when the deterrent fades? Who protects the leaf then?" Harry's jaw was clenched so tight his teeth ached. "That's not your call to make." "It's exactly my call to make. It's what Root was created for. To make the decisions that leaders are too sentimental to make, to protect the village from the shadows by any means necessary." Karasu took a step forward. "Come with me willingly, Harry. Let us study your abilities properly. Let us help you reach your full potential. I don't want to hurt you. I want to make you into what this village needs you to be, a weapon, a guardian, a true guardian. Not a boy playing at being a shinobi in a classroom, wasting his gifts on academy exams and campfire chatter." The two remaining attackers had risen. They flanked Karasu now, battered but operational. Harry counted the odds, 3 enemies, all trained beyond standard shinobi levels. Mitsuki unconscious. Sarada injured, standing but visibly shaken. Himself running on adrenaline and whatever that blue energy burst had been, which had left his arms tingling and his vision swimming at the edges. "The Hokage will find out," Harry said. "The Hokage will find a disrupted campsite, signs of a missing nin ambush, and 3 genin who fought bravely but were overwhelmed. By the time he organizes a search, we'll be in a location his sensors can't reach. Root has been building infrastructure outside his surveillance network for years. We're very, very good at not being found. You're a traitor." Something flickered in Karasu's expression, just for a second. A crack in the mask. "I'm a patriot. There's a difference." "There's not. You took an oath to serve the Hokage. You stood guard over his family, over his children. And the whole time you were planning to steal his son, to save this village. Naruto Uzumaki is a hero, Harry. I've never denied that, but heroes make terrible strategists. They lead with their hearts. And one day, that heart is going to get this village burned to the ground." Karasu extended his hand, open, waiting. Harry looked at it, then he looked at Sarada. She was watching him with those red, spinning eyes, blood on her face, one arm pressed against her ribs where the impact had hit. She was scared, he could see it. Not the terror of someone who was about to die, but the controlled, focused fear of a shinobi who knew the situation was bad and was calculating her next move anyway. She gave him the smallest nod. "We fight." Harry turned back to Karasu. "My dad," Harry said, "is the strongest person I've ever met. And I'm not talking about his jutsu." He threw the kunai. It wasn't aimed at Karasu. It was aimed at the ground between them, and the explosive tag wrapped around the handle detonated on impact. Dirt and fire erupted upward. Karasu leaped back, his 2 operatives scattered. Harry grabbed Sarada's hand. Move, they ran, not away from the fight. There was nowhere to run with Mitsuki down. Harry pulled Sarada behind the overturned supply cart and slapped a barrier seal on the wood. Blue light flared along the surface, a temporary shield. "Mitsuki," Sarada gasped. "We have to get that suppression seal off him." I know, cover me. Harry vaulted over the cart. One of Karasu's operatives was already closing in, blade drawn. Sarada was there, intercepting, her Sharingan tracking every movement. She fought with one arm compromised, compensating with footwork and prediction, reading the attacker's intentions before they manifested. Harry slid to Mitsuki's side. The suppression seal on his arm was sophisticated, layered with redundancies. Most people would need 20 minutes to dismantle it. Harry needed 30 seconds. His fingers traced the seal pattern and his yin energy pulsed through it, finding the anchor points, the structural weaknesses, the lines of force that held the whole thing together. He pulled. The seal resisted, then collapsed. Mitsuki's body unlocked. Harry ripped the needle from his neck. Mitsuki, wake up, come on. No response. The sedative was still in his system. He was out. A blade slashed the air where Harry's head had been a second ago. He rolled sideways and came up on his feet. Karasu stood over him, a short sword in his hand, and the calm was gone from his face now. Replaced by something harder, colder, more honest. You're making this difficult, Karasu said. Good. Karasu moved, fast, faster than anyone Harry had ever fought. The sword came down in a diagonal slash, and Harry blocked with his kunai, and the force of it drove him to one knee. His arms shook. Karasu pressed down, using his height and weight advantage, and the blade inched closer to Harry's shoulder. Harry's left hand slapped a seal on Karasu's wrist. It was a disruption seal, crude but effective, designed to scramble motor control in the affected limb for 3 seconds. Karasu's grip faltered. Harry twisted free and kicked out, catching Karasu in the knee. The man buckled, caught himself, and came at Harry again. They exchanged blows in a rapid, desperate sequence, kunai against sword. Harry was faster, but Karasu was stronger and more experienced, and he fought with the terrifying efficiency of a man who had spent his entire adult life learning how to kill people. Harry took a cut across his left forearm. Not deep, but it burned, and blood started soaking into his sleeve immediately. He hissed through his teeth and adjusted his grip. Behind him, Sarada screamed. Harry spun. The second operative had gotten past her guard. He had her by the hair, pulling her head back, a kunai pressed against her throat. Sarada's hands were locked on his wrist, trying to create space between the blade and her skin, but her injured arm was failing, trembling, losing strength. Stop, Karasu said behind Harry. Now, or she dies. Harry stopped, his whole body was shaking. Blood dripped from his forearm onto the dirt. His vision pulsed, that blue energy crackling at the edges, wanting out, begging to be released. But the kunai was against Sarada's throat. One wrong move, 1 inch. Good, Karasu said. Put down the weapons. Come with us. The Uchiha girl and your other teammate will be left alive. You have my word. Your word means nothing. You just said you've been lying for 2 years. I've been patient for 2 years. There's a difference. Karasu's voice was steady. Last chance, Harry, her life or your freedom. Choose. Harry looked at Sarada. She was staring at him. The kunai was close enough to her skin that a thin line of red had appeared. Her Sharingan eyes were wide, not with fear, but with something else. She shook her head, barely perceptible. Don't do it. He was going to surrender. He was going to drop his weapons and go with them, because there was no version of this where he let Sarada die. No calculation, no tactical assessment, no strategic analysis that outweighed the sight of that blade against her skin. Then the operative holding Sarada made a mistake. He shifted his weight, left foot forward, adjusting his grip. A tiny movement, half a second of reduced pressure on the blade. Sarada felt it. Her Sharingan read it, and she moved. She drove her elbow backward into the man's solar plexus with every ounce of strength her damaged body could produce. He doubled over. The kunai pulled away from her neck by 2 inches. Sarada grabbed his wrist, twisted, and threw her entire body weight into a hip toss that sent him over her shoulder and onto his back. Harry was already moving. The operative hit the ground and tried to roll. Harry was on him. Kunai in hand. The man's blade came up to defend, and Harry knocked it aside with his forearm, taking another cut on his already bleeding arm, and he didn't feel it, didn't register it, because the kunai in his right hand was driving forward into the man's throat. The blade went in just below the jaw. There was resistance, then there wasn't. Hot blood sprayed across Harry's hand, his wrist, his forearm. The man's eyes went wide, shocked, and his mouth opened, but only a wet, gurgling sound came out. His hands grabbed at Harry's arm, fingers slipping on the blood, and then the grip weakened and the hands fell away and the light left his eyes and he was dead. Harry pulled the kunai out. Blood poured from the wound, pooling in the dirt. The body twitched once and went still. The clearing was silent. Harry stared at his hand. The kunai was slick and red, his fingers were red, his whole forearm was red, his own blood and the dead man's blood mixed together, warm and wet and copper-smelling. He'd killed someone, he'd killed a person. A human being. Someone who had been alive 30 seconds ago, breathing, thinking, existing, and now they were dead because Harry had shoved a blade through their throat. He was going to throw up. He did throw up, turned his head and vomited into the dirt, his whole body heaving. His eyes burned. His hands shook so badly the kunai fell from his grip and landed in the pool of blood with a soft splash. Karasu looked at the dead operative. Then at Harry, on his knees, covered in blood, retching. His expression was unreadable. Interesting, Karasu said softly. Then he was gone. A flicker of movement and the tree line swallowed him. The remaining operative followed, melting into the shadows like smoke. In seconds, there was no trace of them except the destruction they'd left behind. Harry stayed on his knees. The retching had stopped, but his body hadn't gotten the message, and he kept heaving, dry and painful. His hands were flat on the ground. Blood was drying on his skin, tightening, pulling. The dead man lay less than a meter away, eyes open, staring at nothing. Harry, Sarada's voice, close, quiet. Harry, we need to move. He couldn't move. He couldn't think. The dead man's face was burned into his vision, and every time he blinked it was there, the shock, the gurgle, the hands grabbing at his arm. Harry. Her hand touched his shoulder. Please, we need to get Mitsuki and move to cover. If they come back, that broke through, the tactical reality, the mission, his teammate unconscious and vulnerable. Sarada injured and bleeding, the merchant in the tent probably awake and terrified. Harry wiped his mouth with his clean hand. It didn't help, nothing felt clean. He stood up. His legs barely held him. Sarada steadied him with a hand on his arm and he flinched at the contact, then hated himself for flinching. They got Mitsuki up between them, his arms over their shoulders, dead weight. The merchant was indeed awake, cowering in his tent, and Harry told him in a voice he didn't recognize to stay close and stay quiet. They moved north, away from the campsite, away from the body, into the dark forest. Harry found the cave by feel. He'd mapped the terrain during their approach 2 days ago, noted potential fallback positions. The cave was small, shallow, barely more than an overhang of rock, but it was defensible. One entrance, solid stone behind them. He set proximity seals at the mouth and helped lower Mitsuki against the back wall. The merchant huddled beside him, wrapped in his blanket, not speaking. Sarada sat down heavily against the cave wall. She was holding her injured arm against her body, and the cut on her hairline had crusted over, but her face was streaked with dried blood. She looked exhausted. She looked scared. She looked 14 years old, which is what she was, and Harry was suddenly, violently angry at every single part of a world that put 14-year-olds in situations like this. He sat beside her, not touching. His bloody hands rested on his knees, and he stared at them and couldn't stop staring at them. The cave was quiet except for their breathing. Mitsuki's slow and steady. The merchant's fast and shallow. Sarada's controlled but uneven. Harry's ragged. I killed him, Harry said. His voice cracked on the word. He swallowed hard. Sarada didn't say anything for a moment. Then, very quietly, you saved my life. I killed him, Sarada. Yes, and if you hadn't, I'd be dead. He had a blade at my throat. You saw the cut. She touched the thin red line on her neck. Another second, and he'd have opened my jugular. I didn't even think about it. My body moved, and then my hand was. He stopped, breathed. There was so much blood, I didn't know there was that much blood in a person. Sarada was quiet, then she reached over and took his hand. His bloody, shaking, disgusting hand. She just took it, laced her fingers through his and held on. Her hand was smaller than his, warm, and her grip was firm and steady even though her own body was trembling. "The first time my father killed someone," Sarada said. "He didn't talk about it for 3 months. My mother told me that. She said he came home from a mission when he was 13 and he didn't speak, didn't eat, barely slept. She said it changed something in him that never fully changed back." Harry turned his head and looked at her. "I'm telling you this," she continued, "because I need you to hear that what you're feeling is normal. It's supposed to feel like this. The day it doesn't feel like this is the day you have a real problem." I keep seeing his face. I know. He was scared. Right at the end, he was scared. Sarada's grip tightened on his hand. "Harry, look at me." He did. Her Sharingan was deactivated. Her eyes were just dark, just brown, just human. Tired and scared and determined and looking right at him like he was the only thing in the world that mattered. "You are not a bad person for what happened tonight," she said. "You are a shinobi who protected his team. That is exactly what you were trained to do, and it is exactly what anyone in your position would have done. I know it hurts. I know it's going to hurt for a long time. But you are not alone in this. You will never be alone in this. Do you hear me?" Harry's eyes burned. His throat tightened. He blinked once, hard, and a single tear cut a path through the dried blood on his cheek. "Yeah," he whispered. "I hear you. Good." She didn't let go of his hand. He didn't pull away. They sat like that in the shallow cave, shoulders touching, fingers interlocked, covered in blood and dirt and exhaustion. Outside, the forest was dark and still. Inside, the merchant slept fitfully and Mitsuki's breathing was steady and the proximity seals hummed at the cave mouth. After a while, Sarada's head dropped against his shoulder. Not asleep, just resting, trusting him enough to close her eyes. Harry sat awake, staring at the darkness beyond the cave entrance, his teammate's blood drying on his hands, listening to her breathe. His heart rate slowly came down. The shaking subsided, not completely, but enough. The dead man's face was still there when he closed his eyes. It would be there for a long time, but Sarada's hand was warm in his, and they were alive. And somewhere in the distance, Konoha was waiting to bring them home. He tightened his grip on her fingers and kept watch until dawn. The hospital rooms smelled like antiseptic and clean linen. Harry hated hospitals. Hated the white walls, hated the fluorescent lights, hated the way everything felt too still and too quiet. But Sakura had told him in a voice that left zero room for negotiation that he was staying for 48 hours minimum. And when Sakura Haruno used that voice, you didn't argue. Even the HOKAGE didn't argue with that voice. The wound on his left forearm was stitched and bandaged. The cuts were shallow but long, running from his wrist to just below the elbow, and Sakura had healed the worst of the tissue damage but insisted the surface wounds close naturally. Something about muscle memory and letting the body process trauma the right way instead of erasing it. Harry hadn't really listened. He'd been staring at the ceiling, 3 days since the ambush, 3 days since the campfire and the cave and the blood, 3 days since he'd shoved a kunai through a man's throat and watched the life drain out of his eyes while hot blood covered his hands. He still saw it when he closed his eyes. Mitsuki was in the room next door. The sedative had worn off within hours, and the suppression seal hadn't caused any lasting damage to his unique physiology, but Sakura was keeping him for observation. Mitsuki had taken the whole experience with his usual unsettling calm, writing in his notebook about the chemical composition of root-era paralytic agents while eating hospital pudding. Harry wished he could be that detached. A knock at the door. Soft, familiar. "It's open," Harry said. Sarada walked in. Her arm was in a sling, the right one, bruised and strained from where the operative had twisted it during the fight. The cut on her hairline had been healed to a thin pink line that would fade completely in a week. She wore civilian clothes instead of her training gear, a dark red top and gray pants, and she looked tired. She also looked like she'd been crying recently. Her eyes were slightly red behind her glasses. She would never admit it, and Harry would never ask. "Hey," she said, "hey." She sat in the chair beside his bed, the same chair she'd been sitting in for most of the last 3 days, leaving only when her parents made her go home to eat and sleep. Sasuke had apparently said nothing about this arrangement. Sakura had smiled in a way that Harry found deeply unsettling. "Brought you something," Sarada said. She set a small paper bag on the bedside table. "Taiyaki from that stall you like near the market." Harry looked at the bag, red bean filling, his favorite. "Thanks. How's the arm?" He flexed his left hand, the stitches pulled. "Stiff. Sakura says another day and I can start light exercises." "Good." Silence. The comfortable kind, the kind they'd gotten used to over the last 3 days. Sarada pulled a book from her bag and opened it on her lap. Harry went back to staring at the ceiling. After a few minutes, he spoke. "I talked to Dad this morning." Sarada looked up from her book. "He came by early, before you got here." Harry kept his eyes on the ceiling. "He's got Sasuke running a full audit of the Anbu protection roster, every operative who's been on our family's rotation in the last 3 years. Cross-referencing with the root cipher files they found." "My father mentioned that," Sarada said carefully. "He didn't give me details. They're pulling people off active duty for interrogation, quietly. Dad doesn't want it public yet. If Karasu has allies embedded in the standard forces and they find out there's an investigation, they'll go to ground." "Makes sense." He looked scared, Sarada. Harry turned his head on the pillow and looked at her. "My dad, when he came in this morning. He tried to hide it and he's good at hiding things, but I know his face. He's scared, not of Karasu, of the fact that someone got that close to his kids without him knowing." Sarada closed her book. "He's the Hokage. He's going to take it personally. He shouldn't have to. This shouldn't have happened. But it did, and you're alive, and Mitsuki's alive, and I'm alive. That's what matters." Harry looked at her. She held his gaze steady, and there was something in her eyes that he'd been seeing more of since the cave. Something open and unguarded that she normally kept locked behind the glasses and the sharp tongue and the competitive exterior. It made his chest ache in a way that had nothing to do with his injuries. "You should eat your taiyaki," Sarada said. "It's getting cold." Harry reached for the bag. That's when the floor started glowing. It began as a flicker. A faint, blue-white shimmer that bled through the tile beneath Harry's bed like light seeping under a door. Sarada noticed it first. Her eyes dropped to the floor and her expression went from soft to sharp in less than a second. "Harry." He saw it. The glow was spreading, lines of light tracing themselves across the floor in an intricate geometric pattern. Circles within circles, connected by straight lines and angular symbols that Harry had never seen before. Not seals. Not any seal script he'd ever studied. The shapes were wrong, the logic was wrong. This wasn't chakra-based, this was something else entirely. The light intensified. The air in the room changed, going thick and heavy, pressing against Harry's eardrums like a sudden change in altitude. The antiseptic smell was overwhelmed by something sharp and electric, the same ozone scent that had accompanied his dimensional crossing 9 years ago. Harry threw the blanket off and swung his legs over the side of the bed. His bare feet hit the glowing floor and a jolt ran through his body, pins and needles multiplied by 1,000, shooting from his soles up through his spine. He stumbled. Sarada grabbed his good arm. "What is this?" Sarada's Sharingan activated, 2 Tamo spinning in each red eye. She was reading the pattern on the floor, trying to find structure, logic, anything her analytical mind could grab onto. "This isn't a seal. The energy flow is completely wrong. It's external. It's pulling from somewhere outside the room shook, the walls cracked. The window behind Harry's bed exploded inward, and wind tore through the room, hot and wrong and smelling of old stone and candle wax and something ancient. "We need to move." Harry pulled Sarada toward the door. His hand closed on the handle and a shock threw him backward. The door was sealed shut. Not with chakra, with whatever this was. The glowing pattern had crawled up the walls and across the ceiling, pulsing now, getting brighter, and the pulling sensation in Harry's gut was getting stronger by the second. It was pulling him. Specifically him. Sarada was standing in the same light, but her feet were planted, unaffected. The pattern wasn't reacting to her at all. It was locked onto Harry like a magnet, and it was getting stronger. The door blew off its hinges. Naruto came through first. Full Hokage coat, flaring behind him, eyes blazing with power. He'd felt the anomaly from across the village and crossed the distance in seconds. Sasuke was half a step behind, Rinnegan exposed, his hand already extended toward the glowing array on the floor. Harry. Naruto's voice cut through the chaos. He was beside the bed in 2 strides, his hands on Harry's shoulders. Hold on, don't let it pull you. I'm trying. Harry's feet were sliding on the floor. The pull was getting stronger, a physical force now, dragging him toward the center of the pattern. Like standing in a river current that was doubling in strength every second. Dad, I can't stop it. It's locked onto something inside me. Sasuke dropped to one knee, his Rinnegan focused on the array. His hand traced the air above the pattern, reading the energy flow with his dimensional perception. This is a summoning matrix, extra-dimensional. The energy signature matches the residual readings from Harry's original crossing. Can you shut it down? Naruto had both arms around Harry now, physically holding him in place against the pull. His own chakra flared, golden and warm, trying to form a barrier between Harry and the array. The anchor point isn't here, Sasuke said. His voice was strained, urgent. The array is being powered from the other side, from Harry's origin dimension. I can see the connection, but I can't sever it from this end. It's like trying to cut a rope when you can only reach one side of the knot. The light was blinding now. Harry's body was lifting off the floor. Naruto's grip tightened, and Harry could feel the raw, enormous power of the Hokage's chakra fighting the pull. 2 impossible forces straining against each other with Harry in the middle. Dad, Harry's voice cracked. Dad, let go, like hell. You're going to get pulled through too. If we both go, I said like hell, Harry. Sarada was behind them, hands pressed against Naruto's back, adding her own strength. Her Sharingan was locked on the array, recording every detail, every symbol, every line of energy. The array is accelerating, Sasuke shouted. He was on his feet now, both hands moving in rapid seal formations. His Rinnegan pulsed, and a counter-spatial distortion rippled outward from his palm, slamming into the array. The light flickered. The pull wavered for half a second, then it surged. Harry felt it like a hook behind his navel. Deep, absolute, undeniable. The array grabbed him at the molecular level, at a level deeper than chakra, deeper than his yin energy, deeper than anything Naruto's arms could hold. It grabbed the part of him that had always been from somewhere else, the part that had fallen through a tear in reality 9 years ago, the part that this world had never fully claimed, and it pulled. Naruto's fingers slipped. Harry saw his father's face in the last second, those blue eyes, wide and desperate and furious and terrified all at once, the expression of a man watching his child being torn away from him. Harry, Sarada's scream was the last sound he heard. Then the blue light swallowed everything, and Harry was gone. He hit stone, hard, face first. His chin cracked against cold, rough flagstone, and his teeth clacked together so hard he tasted blood. His already injured arm took the impact wrong, and pain screamed up to his shoulder. The world was spinning, his ears ringing, his vision swimming with blue afterimages, sounds filtered in. Voices, hundreds of voices. A massive, echoing space filled with the sound of people talking, gasping, the scraping of chairs and benches. Candles. The smell of candle wax and old wood, and something that tickled the back of his brain with a memory he couldn't place. Harry's training took over before his conscious mind caught up. Threat assessment. Unknown location. Unknown number of hostiles. Forcible displacement. Possible second route attack. Possible trap. He rolled sideways off the cold stone and came up in a crouch. His right hand went to his thigh pouch and came back with a kunai. His left hand, bandaged and bleeding through the stitches, grabbed a smoke bomb from the secondary pouch on his hip. He threw the smoke bomb. Gray-white smoke erupted across the floor, filling the immediate area in a thick, acrid cloud. People screamed, chairs toppled. Through the smoke, Harry caught fragmented impressions of the space around him. Massive, a hall, an enormous hall with a high, vaulted ceiling. Long tables. Hundreds of people in strange robes, black mostly, sitting in neat rows. Candles floating in midair, floating, without strings or supports, just hanging there in the air like someone had forgotten to tell them about gravity. Harry didn't stop to process. He jumped. His feet hit the stone wall and chakra surged to his soles, sticking him to the vertical surface. He ran up the wall fast and launched himself off a stone buttress to catch a wooden rafter. He pulled himself up, swung his legs over, and was crouching on the beam 40 feet above the floor in under 3 seconds. The smoke was dissipating below. Hundreds of upturned faces stared at the ceiling, and Harry stared back. His kunai was in his right hand, his breathing was controlled, and every muscle in his body was wound tight enough to snap. Below him, on a raised platform at the far end of the hall, a large stone goblet sat on a pedestal. Blue-white flames danced in its bowl, and a piece of parchment was drifting down from above it, fluttering in the rising heat. An old man stood beside the goblet. Very old. Long white beard, half-moon spectacles, robes that were an alarming shade of purple. He was holding the piece of parchment that had come from the fire, and he was looking up at Harry with an expression of absolute astonishment. His mouth opened, and in a voice that carried across the suddenly silent hall, he read the name on the parchment. Harry Potter. Every head in the room turned from the ceiling to the old man. Then back to the ceiling. Then back to the old man. Harry's grip tightened on the kunai. Potter. He hadn't heard that name in 9 years. Not since the records office in Konoha, when Naruto had officially filed the adoption papers, and the name on every document in the system had changed to Uzumaki. My name. Harry said from the rafters, his voice carrying down to the silent hall with the flat, hard edge that his teachers at the academy would have recognized as his combat voice, is not Potter. The old man, Dumbledore, though Harry didn't know that yet, set the parchment down and raised both hands. Open palms, universal gesture for no threat. Harry noted it. He also noted the thin wooden stick in the man's right hand partially concealed by his sleeve. Weapon. Unknown type. Not a blade, not a projectile launcher, something else, my dear boy, the old man said. His voice was warm and grandfatherly, the kind of voice designed to make people trust it. Harry didn't trust it. He didn't trust anything in this room. You're quite safe. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I am Professor Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster. You have been summoned by the Goblet of Fire as a champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry processed this. Hogwarts, witchcraft, wizardry, goblet, tournament, none of it meant anything to him. I don't know what any of that is, Harry said. I don't know where I am. I don't know who you are. And in about 10 seconds, I'm going to need a very good explanation for why I was just ripped out of a hospital bed in Konoha against my will, or this conversation is going to go very differently. Murmurs erupted below. The students, because that's clearly what they were, hundreds of teenagers in robes, were staring up at him with expressions ranging from terror to fascination. Several of the adults at the high table on the platform were on their feet, those wooden sticks drawn and pointed at the ceiling. A woman with a tight bun and a severe expression stepped forward. Mr. Potter, you will come down from there this instant. Lady, I don't know you, and you're pointing a weapon at me. Coming down is exactly the last thing I'm going to do. It's a wand, boy. Snapped a man in black robes with greasy hair and a hooked nose, standing at the edge of the platform. His lip was curled in a sneer that seemed permanently fixed to his face. Not a weapon, though I suppose someone who climbs walls like a common spider wouldn't know the difference. It's a focused implement for channeling an unknown energy type, Harry said, his eyes tracking the man's hand. Which means it's a weapon until someone proves otherwise, and the spider comment was cute, really endearing. Say something like that again, and I'll show you what a common spider can do with a kunai from 40 feet. The greasy-haired man's face went a shade paler. Several of the adults exchanged looks. Dumbledore raised a hand, and the room went quiet. The old man looked up at Harry, and his blue eyes, bright and piercing behind the half-moon spectacles, held something that Harry couldn't quite read. Surprise, calculation, and underneath both something that looked uncomfortably like hunger. Perhaps, Dumbledore said gently. We might continue this conversation somewhere more private. Mr. Forgive me, what would you prefer to be called? Uzumaki. Harry Uzumaki, genin of Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves under the command of the seventh Hokage. Silence. Absolute silence. The kind of silence that falls when an entire room collectively realizes it has no idea what's happening. A large man with a red face leaned toward a colleague and whispered, far too loudly, "What the bloody hell is a Hokage?" "I don't know, Hagrid," the colleague whispered back. "Sounds Japanese." Dumbledore's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. A recalculation. A rapid assessment of a situation that had deviated wildly from whatever he'd expected. "The antechamber," Dumbledore said. "If you'd be willing to come down and follow me, Mr. Uzumaki, I believe we have much to discuss. I give you my word that no harm will come to you." Harry looked down at the hall full of robed strangers, the floating candles, the enchanted ceiling that seemed to show the night sky, the hundreds of faces staring up at him. He looked at the wooden sticks pointed in his direction. He looked at Dumbledore's outstretched hand. He thought about Naruto's face in the last second before the light took him. "Lower the weapons first," Harry said. "All of them. Every single one of those sticks goes on the table. Then we talk." Dumbledore glanced at his staff. He nodded once. Slowly, reluctantly, wands were lowered and placed on the high table. The woman with the bun looked furious. The greasy-haired man looked like he'd swallowed something rotten. Harry dropped from the rafters, not climbed down, dropped. 40 feet of free fall, controlled, his body rotating to absorb the impact, and he landed on the stone floor in a crouch that barely made a sound. The students nearest to him flinched backward. A red-haired boy at one of the long tables whispered, "Bloody hell," loud enough for Harry to hear. Harry straightened up. He was in hospital clothes. Bare feet, bandaged arm, a kunai in one hand and 3 more in his thigh pouch. He was 14 years old, underfed by the standards of this room full of clearly well-fed teenagers, and he was covered in the kind of lean, hard muscle that came from years of physical training that none of these kids had ever experienced. He looked at Dumbledore. "Lead the way." The antechamber was a small stone room off the main hall, warmed by a fireplace and furnished with old armchairs and portraits that, Harry noticed with a jolt, were moving. The people in the paintings were watching him with undisguised curiosity. One of them, a fat man in a ruffled collar, was openly pointing. Harry ignored them. He stood with his back to the wall, kunai still in hand, and watched as the room filled with people. Dumbledore entered first. Then the severe woman, who had been introduced as Professor McGonagall. Then the greasy-haired man, Snape. Then 2 more people Harry didn't recognize. A large, bearded man in furs with a thick accent, and a tall, thin woman with a sharp face and an air of barely contained hostility. And then a man from the Ministry of Magic. Harry didn't know what the Ministry of Magic was, but the man practically radiated bureaucrat. Round, sweaty, wearing a bowler hat indoors, with the nervous energy of someone who knew he was out of his depth but was determined not to show it. "Now then," Dumbledore said, settling into a chair by the fire, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with that unsettling mix of warmth and calculation. "Perhaps you might tell us how you came to be in our hall tonight, Mr. Uzumaki." "You already know how," Harry said. "That goblet thing dragged me here. I felt the summoning array activate beneath my hospital bed. I couldn't stop it. My father couldn't stop it. The most powerful spatial manipulation specialist in my village couldn't stop it. The Goblet of Fire is an ancient magical artifact," Dumbledore said. "It selects champions for the Triwizard Tournament, a competition between 3 schools of magic. Your name was entered into the goblet, and when it selected you, the binding contract was activated." "I didn't enter anything." "No, I don't believe you did." Dumbledore's eyes were very steady. "Which presents us with a considerable mystery." The ministry man Crouch, Harry heard someone call him, cleared his throat. "Mystery or not, the rules are clear. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. Mr. Potter must compete." "Uzumaki," Harry said. "Pardon, my name is Uzumaki." "Not Potter." "You were born Harry James Potter," Snape said from the corner. He'd been watching Harry since they entered the room, and his dark eyes held something that Harry couldn't identify. Not hostility exactly, though there was plenty of that, something older. Something that looked almost like recognition. Son of James Potter and Lily Evans Potter, your name on the goblet confirms it. I was born a lot of things, Harry said. I was born in a country I've never seen, to parents I don't remember, and the people who were supposed to take care of me after they died beat me and starved me and locked me in a cupboard for 5 years. So you'll forgive me if I don't get sentimental about the family name. The room went silent. McGonagall's hand had gone to her mouth. Snape's expression had cracked just for a second, something raw and wounded flickering across his features before the sneer rebuilt itself. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. Harry, he said softly, I am deeply sorry for what happened to you. I bear responsibility for placing you with the Dursleys. I believed the Blood Wards would protect. You, Harry's voice went flat, cold. You put me there, I did. You put a baby in a house with people who hated him, on purpose. There were protections in place. Ancient magic tied to your mother's sacrifice, designed to keep you safe from a very dangerous wizard who wished you dead. Safe. Harry tasted the word, and it was bitter. I had broken ribs 3 times before I was 5. I hadn't had a full meal in weeks when I fell through that dimensional tier. That's your definition of safe. Dumbledore's face was very pale. The twinkle in his eyes was gone, replaced by something that looked a lot like shame. I did not know the extent of their treatment. I should have. I failed you. Yeah, Harry said. You did. Silence again, thick and uncomfortable. The portraits on the walls had stopped moving, frozen in place, eavesdropping. None of this changes the current situation, Crouch said, mopping his forehead with a handkerchief. The goblet's contract is binding. If Mr. Uzumaki, if you prefer, does not compete, the magic will claim his life force. This is not a rule we can simply set aside. Harry's eyes narrowed. You're telling me that goblet thing signed me up for a competition I never agreed to, ripped me out of my village, out of my dimension, and if I don't play along, it kills me. That is a somewhat reductive summary, but essentially, yes, Crouch said, and nobody in this room thinks that's insane. McGonagall spoke for the first time. For what it's worth, Mr. Uzumaki, many of us find this situation deeply concerning. The goblet was supposed to be restricted to students of age from the 3 competing schools. Your name should not have been in it. The fact that it was suggests tampering of a very sophisticated nature. Someone did this on purpose, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Dumbledore inclined his head. That is my suspicion, yes. Who? That is what we must determine. Harry was quiet for several seconds. His mind was running through scenarios, tactics, threat assessments. This was an unfamiliar environment with unknown hostiles operating in the shadows. The goblet's binding contract was effectively a dead man's switch, and he was cut off from Konoha, from his team, from his father. How do I get home? Harry asked. Dimensional travel is not a well-understood branch of magic, Dumbledore said carefully. There are references in the Department of Mysteries to extra-dimensional theory, but practical applications are. I didn't ask for a lecture. I asked how I get home. Dumbledore paused. I don't know, not yet, but I will commit every resource at my disposal to finding a way. Your resources. Harry almost laughed. My father has a man with a Rinnegan who can tear holes in the fabric of space. He's probably doing it right now. He'll find me. The question is whether he finds me before whoever put my name in that goblet makes their next move. Snape leaned forward. You keep referring to a father, the HOKAGE you called him, a military leader of some kind, the leader of my village, the strongest shinobi alive, and yes, he's my father. He adopted me when I was 5, raised me, trained me, gave me a home and a family and a name. His name, Snape's lip curled. How touching. And this village of yours, it trains child soldiers, it trains shinobi. We learn to protect ourselves and our people. Which is more than this place did for me, apparently. Harry looked directly at Snape. You seem to have a problem with me, specifically. You've been staring at me since the Great Hall. Want to tell me why, or should I guess? Something ugly flashed across Snape's face. You look like your father. I look like Naruto Uzumaki, James Potter. You look exactly like James Potter. The name came out of Snape's mouth like poison. Except the eyes, you have Lily's eyes. Harry filed that information away. This man had known his biological parents, hated his father. Felt something complicated about his mother. Useful intel, not relevant right now. I don't know James Potter, Harry said. I don't know Lily Potter. They died when I was a baby, and nobody in this world cared enough to make sure I was safe afterward. That chapter of my life is closed. Dumbledore stood up slowly. He looked tired, Harry noticed. Old and tired and carrying something heavy behind those half-moon spectacles. Mr. Uzumaki, Dumbledore said, I understand your anger. It is justified. I understand your desire to return home. We will work toward that goal. But in the interim, the goblet's contract cannot be undone. You must remain at Hogwarts, at least until we find a way to safely resolve the binding. I offer you the full protection of this school, access to our resources, and my personal assurance that Dumbledore met Harry's eyes and pushed. Harry felt it immediately, a pressure against the inside of his skull, not physical, mental. Something trying to slide past his thoughts, past his surface awareness, reaching for the memories and emotions underneath. It was subtle, almost gentle, like a hand slowly opening a door. Harry's training kicked in. Hard, his mental defenses, honed through years of shinobi conditioning, reinforced by the natural yin alignment of his energy, slammed shut like a vault door, but he didn't just block the intrusion. He pushed back, violently. Instinctively. The way you'd shove someone who tried to pickpocket you in a crowd, the mental shove hit Dumbledore like a physical blow. The old man staggered backward, his hand going to his temple, his blue eyes going wide. His spectacles slid down his nose. For 1 second, his expression showed something Harry hadn't seen from him before, genuine shock. Harry was across the room in 2 steps, kunai at Dumbledore's throat. Don't, Harry said. His voice was barely above a whisper and colder than anything that had come out of his mouth tonight. Ever. Do that again. The room exploded into motion. McGonagall's wand was in her hand. Snape had his drawn and pointed at Harry's back. The bearded foreign man was shouting something in his thick accent. Crouch had fallen out of his chair. Nobody moved. Because the tip of Harry's kunai was pressing a dimple into the loose skin of Albus Dumbledore's throat, and the boy's hand was rock steady, and his green eyes held the flat, empty calm of someone who had already killed once this week, and would do it again without hesitation. Dumbledore looked down at the blade, then up at Harry. My sincerest apologies, Dumbledore said quietly. Legilimency is a reflex for me. I should not have attempted it without your knowledge or consent. That was a profound violation, and I am sorry. You tried to read my mind. I did. Where I come from, that's an act of war. I can see why. Dumbledore's voice was very calm. I will not attempt it again. You have my word. Harry held the blade for 3 more seconds, then he stepped back. The kunai disappeared into his pouch with a flick of his wrist. You people. Harry said, looking around the room at the drawn wands, the pale faces, the barely concealed terror, have no idea what you're dealing with. I'm not some lost little boy you can stick in a dormitory and feed into your tournament. I'm a trained shinobi. I've been training since I was 6 years old. I can kill everyone in this room in under 10 seconds, and I would sleep fine tonight. He let that land, watched the color drain from faces, watched Snape's wand hand tighten, watched Crouch's Adam's apple bob as he swallowed. But I'm not going to, Harry continued. Because my father taught me that killing is a last resort, not a first option. Because I have people at home who I need to get back to, and burning bridges here doesn't help me do that. He looked at Dumbledore. You want me to compete in your tournament? Fine, I'll compete, but on my terms. I don't sleep in your dormitories, I don't attend your classes, I don't answer to your teachers. I am not a student here. I am a prisoner of circumstance, and the second my father finds a way to reach me, I'm gone. Are we clear? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. We are clear, Mr. Uzumaki. Good. Harry moved toward the door. He paused with his hand on the frame and looked back. One more thing. Whoever put my name in that goblet wanted me here for a reason. They went to enormous effort to summon someone from another dimension. That means they're powerful, they're motivated, and they're inside your school. You might want to think about that tonight. He walked out of the antechamber, into the corridor beyond, barefoot and bandaged and alone in a castle full of strangers who practiced a magic he'd never seen. The stone was cold under his feet. The corridors were dim, lit by torches that flickered in brackets on the walls. The air was different here. Heavy, old, saturated with an ambient energy that pressed against Harry's senses like a low, constant hum. Magic, that's what they called it. He could feel it in the walls, in the floor, in the air itself, a pervasive, alien force that was nothing like chakra and yet resonated with something deep in his own energy system. His chest ached, not from the injuries, from the absence. 3 hours ago, he'd been in a hospital bed in Konoha, with Sarada reading beside him, and the smell of teiyaki and antiseptic in the air, and the knowledge that his family was a short walk away. Now he was in a stone castle in another dimension, surrounded by people who called him by a dead man's name and pointed sticks at him, and tried to crawl into his head without asking. Harry found an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. He checked the room, cleared it, then wedged the door shut with a chair and jumped to the ceiling. Chakra held him flat against the stone, inverted, invisible to anyone who entered and looked at floor level. He lay there in the dark, on the cold ceiling, staring down at the empty classroom. He thought about Naruto's face, the desperation, the fear. He thought about Sarada's scream. He thought about the HOKAGE monument at sunset, the stone faces watching over a village that was an entire reality away from this cold, alien place. "I'm coming home," Harry whispered to the empty room. "I promise." He pressed his back against the ceiling, closed his eyes, and didn't sleep. The Hokage's office had never been this quiet. Naruto stood at the window with his back to the room, both hands flat on the glass. The village lights spread out below him the same way they always did, warm and familiar and completely irrelevant. He hadn't moved in 20 minutes, hadn't spoken, hadn't turned around. Shikamaru sat in the corner chair with a stack of reports on his lap he hadn't touched. Sakura stood near the door with her arms crossed, her jaw tight, her green eyes locked on Naruto's back. Hinata sat on the couch, her hands folded in her lap, her Byakugan active, the veins around her pale eyes pulsing as she scanned the village in slow, methodical sweeps for a chakra signature she already knew she wouldn't find. Sasuke leaned against the far wall. Rinnegan uncovered, watching Naruto. The silence was the dangerous kind, not the kind that comes from having nothing to say. The kind that comes from someone holding back so much force that even their voice might break something. "The residual energy from the summoning array is degrading," Sasuke said finally. His voice was flat, clinical, the voice he used when he needed to deliver facts that nobody wanted to hear. "I've analyzed what's left on the hospital room floor. The dimensional coordinates embedded in the matrix are complex, layered, and partially encrypted by a method I haven't encountered before. It's not chakra-based encryption, it's something else." "Magic," Sakura said quietly. "That's what Harry's energy has always been, or at least partially. The yin-heavy system, the unusual conversion patterns. Whatever world he came from, they have their own energy framework, and whoever summoned him used that framework to build the array." "Can you trace it?" Naruto's voice came from the window, low, controlled. The kind of controlled that was 1 degree away from breaking. Sasuke paused. "I can partially reconstruct the dimensional pathway. The array left a scar in the fabric of space here, like a trail, but following it blind would be reckless. I'd be jumping into an unknown dimension with unknown hostiles and no intelligence on the ground situation. If this was a targeted extraction, which it clearly was, they'll have countermeasures in place." "I didn't ask if it was reckless, I asked if you can trace it." "Yes, I can trace it. I need 48 hours to calibrate the Rinnegan to the specific dimensional frequency. The scar is fading. If I wait longer than that, the trail goes cold." Naruto turned around. Shikamaru, who had known Naruto for over 20 years, who had seen him fight gods and Jinchurikian armies, felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Because Naruto's face wasn't angry. It was empty. Completely, absolutely empty. The blue eyes that usually held warmth and light and an almost annoying amount of optimism were flat, calm, dead still. That was worse than anger. That was the face Naruto wore when he'd moved past every human emotion and arrived at something mechanical and absolute. 48 hours. Naruto said, "Fine, use every resource you need. Pull any specialist, requisition any equipment. Shikamaru handles logistics. Already on it," Shikamaru said. "Sakura, I need you to compile everything we know about Harry's energy system. Every medical scan, every anomaly report, every note you've ever made about his unique biology. If Sasuke's going to open a pathway to that dimension, he needs to understand exactly what kind of energy he'll be dealing with on the other side." "I'll have it ready in 12 hours, Sakura said. Naruto looked at Hinata. Something shifted in his expression. The emptiness cracked, just for a second, and underneath it was something raw and desperate that he wouldn't show to anyone but her. She met his eyes across the room. Her Byakugan deactivated. Her face was calm and steady, the way it always was when things fell apart, because Hinata Uzumaki had learned decades ago that being the stillness in the center of Naruto's storms was the most important thing she could do for him. "He's alive," Hinata said softly. "I know he's alive. I know." Naruto said, his voice cracked on the second word. He cleared his throat. "I know." Sasuke pushed off the wall. "There's something else." I cross-referenced the dimensional energy signature from the summoning array with the data I pulled from the root communications log. The one that mentioned Project Vessel. Everyone in the room went still. "There's a match," Sasuke said. "Partial, but significant. Whoever built that summoning array had access to information about the dimensional rift that brought Harry here 9 years ago. Specific technical data about the energy frequencies involved. Data that should only exist in 2 places, Konoha's classified research archives and the Root Intelligence Network." Naruto's hands curled into fists at his sides. Karasu had 2 years embedded in your security detail. 2 years of proximity to Harry. 2 years to study his energy signature, catalog it, and share the data with whoever built that array on the other side. The other side. Someone in Harry's birth dimension worked with Root to build the summoning. That's my assessment. This wasn't a random accident. This was a coordinated extraction, planned across dimensional boundaries, executed with a level of precision that required intelligence from both sides of the rift. The room absorbed that. The implications were enormous and ugly. A cross-dimensional conspiracy. Root operatives working with unknown agents in Harry's world of origin. A plan that had been in motion for years, maybe since the day Harry arrived in Konoha. Naruto walked to his desk. He picked up his coat from the back of the chair and put it on. The white fabric settled on his shoulders and the shift was visible, not a father anymore. "The HOKAGE, 48 hours, he said to Sasuke, "and then we're going to get my son." Sasuke nodded once and vanished through the window. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. "I want Karasu's complete file. Every mission, every contact, every known associate. If he has allies inside the village, I want them identified and detained before sunrise." "Naruto," Shikamaru hesitated. "If Karasu has crossed into the other dimension, and we have reason to believe he has, then the threat here is his support network, the people who fed him information. We pull that thread too hard, too fast, and the remaining Root sympathizers go underground. We lose them permanently." "Then don't pull the thread, cut it." Naruto's voice was quiet and final. "Every single one of them, I don't care how deep they're buried, I don't care how long they've been embedded, find them, remove them, by any means necessary." Shikamaru looked at him for a long moment. Then he stood, tucked the reports under his arm, and headed for the door. He paused at the threshold. "We'll bring him home." "I know we will," Naruto said, "because the alternative doesn't exist." Harry spent his first morning at Hogwarts mapping the castle, not the official way. Not with a guide or a map or a friendly prefect showing him where the classrooms were. Harry mapped Hogwarts the way he'd been trained to map hostile territory, methodically, silently, and from the shadows. He started before dawn, when the corridors were empty, and the only sounds were the occasional groan of old stone and the snoring of portraits. He moved through the castle in a systematic grid pattern, memorizing routes, identifying choke points, counting exits. He noted which staircases moved and which didn't, how long the rotations took, and which routes remained stable. He cataloged the locations of the ghosts, determining their patrol patterns, noting that most of them were too self-absorbed to notice a teenager moving through the shadows at 4 in the morning. He found the forbidden forest by the second hour. Walked the tree line, assessed the terrain, and identified 3 viable fallback positions within the first 200 meters of the forest edge. He set wire traps at 2 of them, not practice wires. Live ones. Razor-thin steel that would take a leg off at the knee if someone hit the tripline at speed. He felt a brief twist of guilt about it, then remembered that someone in this school had engineered his abduction from another dimension. The guilt faded. By breakfast time, Harry had a working mental map of approximately 60% of the castle's accessible areas, a detailed knowledge of 3 separate emergency extraction routes to the forest, and a splitting headache from the constant low hum of ambient magic that pressed against his senses like tinnitus. He did not go to breakfast. He ate a field ration from his pouch in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor where he'd spent the night, chewing the tasteless compressed bar while sitting cross-legged on the ceiling and staring at the door. He missed Hinata's cooking with a physical ache. Mid-morning, he was crouched on a windowsill on the 7th floor, watching the grounds below when he heard footsteps. 2 sets, one confident and brisk, one heavier, slightly uneven, accompanied by the sound of nervous breathing. He's got to be around here somewhere. Dumbledore said he refused a dormitory. Hermione, maybe we should just leave him alone. Did you see what he did last night? He climbed the wall, like straight up the wall, and that knife thing, it's called a kunai, Ronald. I looked it up. You looked it up, between last night and now. When did you sleep? Sleep is overrated when there's a mystery. Harry didn't move from the windowsill. The 2 students rounded the corner and spotted him. The girl was first. Bushy brown hair, alert brown eyes, carrying 3 books under one arm despite clearly not being on her way to class. The boy was taller, red-haired, with a face full of freckles and an expression that suggested he'd rather be literally anywhere else. Mr. Uzumaki, the girl said, stopping a respectful distance away. I'm Hermione Granger. This is Ron Weasley. We're 4th years here. I know who you are. Harry said. He didn't explain how. He'd been eavesdropping on student conversations since 5 in the morning, cataloging names, relationships, house affiliations, and social hierarchies. Intelligence gathering, standard practice. Right, well, Hermione straightened her shoulders. We wanted to welcome you and offer any assistance you might need navigating the school. I imagine this must be quite overwhelming. Harry looked at her, then at Ron, then back at her. You're here because Dumbledore sent you. Hermione's cheeks went pink. He suggested we might be helpful, but we came on our own initiative as well. I have questions about your dimension and the energy manipulation you demonstrated last night, and Ron is. She glanced at Ron. Moral support, Ron said, and she dragged me out of bed. I did not drag you. You pulled my blanket off and said, get up, Ronald, we're making first contact, like I'm in a sci-fi film. Can I ask you something? Harry interrupted. He hadn't moved from the windowsill. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes were doing what they always did, reading, cataloging. Assessing, of course, Hermione said. Last night in the Great Hall, when the smoke cleared and I was on the rafters, how many of the adults in that room had their wands pointed at me? Hermione blinked. I don't know exactly. Several of the professors, certainly. 11. Harry held up his hands and spread his fingers, then added 1. 11 adults in that room drew weapons on a 14-year-old boy who'd just been forcibly teleported against his will into an unfamiliar environment. Nobody asked if I was hurt. Nobody asked if I was scared. The first instinct of the adults responsible for the safety of a school full of children was to point weapons at a frightened kid on a ceiling. Ron's face shifted. The nervous discomfort faded, replaced by something more thoughtful. When you put it like that. What does that tell you about this place? Harry asked. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's not entirely fair. You did throw a smoke bomb and scale the walls. The professors were reacting to a perceived threat. A perceived threat. A barefoot kid in hospital clothes with a bandaged arm. That's what passes for a threat here. Harry tilted his head. Or is it that the people running this school are so conditioned to respond with force that they don't stop to think about what they're actually pointing their wands at? Silence in the corridor. How old are you two? Harry asked. 14, Hermione said. Both of us. Same as me. Let me ask you something else. In 3 years at this school, have you ever been in a situation where your life was genuinely in danger? Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. A long one. Full of shared history that Harry could read on their faces but didn't know the details of. Yeah, Ron said quietly. A few times, actually. And the adults, the professors, they protected you. Another look, this one more complicated. Sometimes, Hermione said carefully. There have been incidents where the school's security was compromised. Our first year, there was a situation with a dangerous artifact hidden inside the school. We were 11. We ended up dealing with it ourselves because, she trailed off, her brow furrowed. Because the adults either didn't believe us or weren't available. You were 11, Harry repeated, and you had to deal with a threat inside your school by yourselves. It's not like that's normal, Ron said quickly. Most of the time it's just, classes and homework and Quidditch and. But it happened, more than once, from the look on your faces. Hermione was staring at him with an expression Harry recognized. It was the expression of someone who'd always assumed certain truths about their world and was being forced to look at them from a different angle for the first time. What are you getting at? Hermione asked. I'm getting at the fact that the adults in your world have a pattern of putting children in danger and then acting surprised when things go wrong. They put me with abusive relatives when I was a baby. They hid a dangerous artifact in a school full of children. They designed a tournament so dangerous that it requires a binding magical contract to prevent participants from fleeing, and then they let a 14-year-old get summoned into it from another dimension. Harry leaned forward slightly. And everyone here just accepts this, because it's tradition, because that's how it's always been done. Ron was quiet for a long time, then he said, when you lay it all out like that, it does sound pretty mental. Ron, what? He's not wrong, Hermione. My mum's been saying for years that Hogwarts safety standards are rubbish. Remember the basilisk, the what? Harry said. Second year, giant snake loose in the school, petrified a bunch of students. 2 12-year-olds had to sort it out because the teachers were useless. Harry stared at him. A giant snake in a school, massive, like 60 feet, lived in the plumbing, apparently, and nobody thought to evacuate the building. They canceled Quidditch practice, Ron offered. That was about it. Harry sat with that for a moment, then he exhaled through his nose. Right, okay. So the security infrastructure of this school is essentially non-existent. Good to know. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue but couldn't find the ammunition. Her fingers tightened on her books. It's more complicated than you're making it sound. Hogwarts has powerful protective enchantments. The wards around the castle are some of the strongest in the wizarding world. Wards that didn't prevent a giant snake from living in the basement. Wards that didn't prevent a dangerous artifact from being stored near children. Wards that didn't prevent someone from entering my name into a magical goblet from across dimensional boundaries. Harry shook his head. Where I come from, if a village security failed that many times, the person in charge would be removed, immediately. Dumbledore is a great wizard. Hermione said, there was heat in her voice now, loyalty. He's done more for the magical world than almost anyone. He defeated Grindelwald. He's the only person who ever feared. Who? Hermione blinked. You know who? The Dark Lord, Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name, hard. His whole body jerked. Hermione. Oh, honestly, Ronald, it's just a name. Harry watched Ron's reaction with interest. A name that provoked a physical fear response in a 14-year-old. That was significant intelligence. Voldemort, tell me about him. The next 20 minutes were the most productive intelligence-gathering session Harry had conducted since arriving. Hermione, once she got started, was a fire hose of information. She told him about the First Wizarding War, about Voldemort's rise to power, about the night Harry's parents were killed, about the scar on his forehead and what it supposedly meant. Ron filled in the cultural context that Hermione's bookish recitation missed, the fear that still lingered in wizarding families, the Death Eaters, the way people still wouldn't say Voldemort's name 11 years after his fall. Harry listened. Absorbed, filed. Cross-referenced with what he already knew. "So let me make sure I understand," Harry said when they finished. 13 years ago, this Voldemort killed my biological parents. He tried to kill me, failed, and lost his body in the process. He's been missing or disembodied ever since. But nobody actually confirmed he's dead. No body was ever found, and now my name comes out of an ancient magical artifact that shouldn't have been able to reach me across dimensional boundaries. "When you say it like that," Ron said, "it sounds like someone's trying to get you killed." "Or get me close enough to use for something," Harry said quietly. "A ritual, a resurrection, a weapon." Hermione's face went pale. "You think Voldemort is behind this?" "I think someone with enormous power, deep knowledge of magical artifacts, and a specific interest in me went to extraordinary lengths to bring me here. Your Dark Lord is the obvious candidate, but he can't be working alone, not if he's disembodied. He'd need agents, people inside this school." The color drained from Hermione's face further. Ron's hand drifted unconsciously toward his pocket, where Harry assumed he kept his wand. "Thank you," Harry said. "Both of you, this has been useful." "Useful," Hermione repeated. "You weren't trying to make friends, were you? You were interrogating us." Harry met her eyes. He didn't flinch from the accusation. Yes, he expected anger. Instead, Hermione looked at him with something closer to respect, a grudging, slightly wounded respect, but respect nonetheless. "You're very different from what I expected," she said. "What did you expect? Someone who needed help, someone lost and confused. I am lost. I'm just not confused about what I need to do while I'm lost." Harry slid off the windowsill and landed silently on the stone floor. "I'm going to give you something in return for the information. Free advice." "The defense teacher, Moody, stay away from him." Ron frowned. "Mad Eye, he's brilliant, bit intense, but—" "Stay away from him," Harry repeated. "I can't explain why yet, just trust me." He walked past them down the corridor, leaving them standing in the 7th-floor hallway with matching expressions of confusion and concern. Harry found a high point on the castle's north tower after lunch. The wind was cold up here, biting through his thin hospital clothes. He needed proper gear. He needed his pack. He needed a dozen things he didn't have, but those could wait. Right now, he needed to do something he'd been putting off since he arrived. He sat cross-legged on the tower parapet, closed his eyes, and opened his senses. It was a technique he'd developed himself over the years, a hybrid of standard chakra sensing and whatever his unique yin energy allowed him to do. He called it the web. He'd push his awareness outward in a sphere, letting his energy filter through the environment, and anything that didn't match the ambient baseline would light up in his mind like a spark in darkness. At the academy, his range had been about 50 meters. Over the last 2 years, it had grown. Now, on a good day, with focus and no interference, he could push to 300 meters. The problem was that Hogwarts was not a no-interference environment. The ambient magic was everywhere. It saturated the castle like water saturating a sponge, and it made Harry's sensing ability feel like trying to hear a whisper in a crowded room. Every enchanted suit of armor, every moving portrait, every magical ward and protective charm added noise to the field. Harry pushed through it. Slowly, carefully, filtering out the background noise layer by layer. The castle's magical signature was consistent, a low, ancient hum. The students were easy to identify, clusters of warm energy moving through corridors in predictable patterns. The professors were brighter, denser, their magical cores more developed. He pushed further. Past the castle walls, into the grounds, the forest edge, the lake, and he found it. His eyes snapped open. Cold, dark. A signature he'd felt before, pressed against the perimeter of his seal barriers 3 weeks ago in a forest near the Fire Country border. A signature that had watched him from rooftops in Konoha, that had stepped out of the shadows to offer him a hand and call him an asset. Karasu was here. The signature was faint, muffled, like it was being deliberately suppressed. It was somewhere in the lower levels of the castle, deep underground, beyond where Harry's web could get a clear read, but it was unmistakable. That specific flavor of root-trained chakra, cold and controlled and sharp-edged, overlaid with something new. Something dark and oily that Harry had never felt before, but that made his stomach turn. Karasu was in Hogwarts. He'd crossed the dimensional rift. And the dark energy layered over his signature meant he'd made contact with something on this side. Something magical. Something wrong. Harry sat on the tower parapet and stared out at the Scottish landscape, rolling hills and gray sky and the distant shimmer of the lake, and he felt the full, crushing weight of his situation settle onto his shoulders. He was alone in an alien world. His enemy had followed him here. And whatever game was being played, whatever plan Karasu and his allies had set in motion, Harry was standing in the middle of it with no backup, no communications, and no way home. He thought about Naruto. About Sasuke's Rinnegan, tracing the dimensional scar. 48 hours, maybe less, before they could open a pathway. All Harry had to do was survive until then. Gather intelligence. Map the threat. Don't engage unless necessary. Standard operating procedure for a shinobi trapped behind enemy lines. Harry unfolded himself from the parapet and headed back inside. The encounter with Moody happened that evening. Harry was on the second floor, moving through an empty corridor near the defense against the dark arts classroom. He'd been tracking the movement patterns of staff members throughout the day, building a schedule of who went where and when. And this wing of the castle was supposed to be deserted at this hour. It wasn't. The wooden leg gave it away first. A rhythmic thunk, thunk, thunk on the stone floor, echoing from around the corner. Then the man himself appeared, stumping along the corridor with a walking stick in one hand and that electric blue magical eye spinning independently in its socket. Alastair Mad Eye Moody. Defense against the dark arts professor. Harry had heard the students talk about him all day. Legendary Auror, dark wizard catcher, paranoid to the point of clinical diagnosis. Drank only from his own flask because he trusted nothing anyone else prepared. The man stopped when he saw Harry. The normal eye fixed on him. The magical blue one spun and locked on separately, and Harry felt it sweep over him like a searchlight, penetrating, invasive. Uzumaki, Moody growled. His voice was rough, like gravel being chewed. Shouldn't you be in the Great Hall? Dinner's on, not hungry. Everyone's hungry. You just don't want to eat in a room full of people who might stick a wand in your back. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a grin. Smart lad. Harry didn't respond. He was doing something he'd been doing automatically since the moment he'd laid eyes on this man during the brief glimpse in the Great Hall the night before. He was reading. Shinobi training included extensive modules on reading people. Micro-expressions, body language, posture, breathing patterns, pupil dilation. Naruto had supplemented the academy curriculum with additional training from Ino Yamanaka and Sai, two people who understood human psychology from very different but equally useful perspectives. And something about Moody was wrong. It wasn't obvious. The man moved correctly, his body language consistent with someone who'd lived with injuries and prosthetics for years. The paranoia was real, the gruffness was real. The magical eye did exactly what everyone said it did, but there were tells. Tiny ones, the kind that most people would never notice in a lifetime. The man's left hand occasionally moved to his hip in a specific pattern, a quick, nervous touch to a spot just above his belt. Not a weapon check, not a habitual fidget. It was the movement of someone making sure something was still there, a concealed item, something small. His speech patterns were slightly inconsistent. Most of the time, the gruff, clipped delivery was perfect, but occasionally, maybe once every few minutes, there was a micro-hesitation. Not a stutter, more like a slight delay while the brain translated a thought into the right voice, the right phrasing, the right vocabulary for the character being played, and his eyes, not the magical one, the normal one. When Moody thought nobody was watching, when he let the performance drop for a fraction of a second, his normal eye moved in a way that didn't match the rest of his face. Scanning, calculating. Not with the paranoia of a man who expected an attack from every shadow, but with the careful attention of someone cataloging information for a later report. This wasn't Moody. Harry didn't know who it was. But this man was wearing someone else's face. In Konoha, it would be a transformation jutsu. Here, it was probably something equivalent. That polyjuice potion Hermione had mentioned during their conversation, the one that could turn you into someone else for an hour, the hip touch. Checking that the supply was still there, Harry filed all of this away and kept his face neutral. "Professor Moody," Harry said, "I've heard a lot about you today. All good, I hope." Moody stumped closer. The blue eye never stopped moving, but the normal one was locked on Harry with that too attentive focus. "I saw your entrance last night. Impressive stuff. The speed, the reflexes, the wall climbing, never seen anything like it. Where I come from, it's basic training." "Basic," he says. Moody laughed. It was a harsh, barking sound. "I've spent 40 years hunting dark wizards and I couldn't climb a wall like that on my best day." "Whatever training you've had, boy, it's produced something remarkable. Flattery's nice." "What do you actually want?" Moody's grin widened, and there, for just a second, Harry saw it. The real person underneath, not Moody, someone younger. Someone with a specific kind of hunger in their eyes that had nothing to do with teaching defense class. Direct, I like that. Moody leaned on his walking stick. "I want to help you, Uzumaki. This tournament is dangerous. People have died in it. And you've been thrown in without preparation, without knowledge of the tasks, without a wand." "I don't need a wand. Maybe not. But you need information. You need to understand what you're up against. The other champions have been preparing for months. They know the scoring system, the rules, the kinds of challenges they might face. You know nothing. And you're offering to educate me out of the goodness of your heart." "I'm offering because you remind me of someone." Moody's normal eye softened. It was a good performance, almost convincing. "Someone who was thrown into a fight they didn't ask for and had to survive on instinct and grit. I know what that looks like. I've been there." Harry studied him. Whoever was wearing Moody's face was skilled. The emotional appeal was well crafted, targeting exactly the kind of vulnerability a displaced teenager might have. It was the approach of someone who'd studied psychological manipulation. "That's kind of you," Harry said. He let a small amount of warmth into his voice. Gratitude, relief. The subtle performance of a boy who is lonely and scared and desperate for an ally. "I could use help. This place is a lot. Course it is. Tell you what, come by my office tomorrow morning. Before classes start for the rest of them, I'll walk you through what I know about the tournament." "No strings." "I'd appreciate that. Thank you, Professor." Moody nodded, patted Harry's shoulder with a heavy hand. "Good lad, get some rest." He stumped away down the corridor, the wooden leg echoing on stone. Harry watched him go, counted to 30 after the sound faded, made sure. Then the warmth dropped from his face like a mask being removed, his jaw tightened. His eyes went hard. He turned and walked the opposite direction, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. Someone in this castle was impersonating a professor. That someone had access to the real Moody, since they needed a continuous supply of biological material for the transformation. The real Moody was being held somewhere, alive but captive, within reach of his impersonator. The impersonator was interested in Harry, wanted to get close. Wanted to establish trust, which meant the impersonator had a specific role to play in whatever plan had brought Harry to this dimension. Harry added it to the growing list. Karasu in the lower levels, a fake professor fishing for access. A binding magical contract that chained him to a tournament designed by people he didn't trust. He returned to his classroom on the 3rd floor, checked the seals on the door, checked the ceiling. Jumped up, stuck himself to the stone, and lay flat in the dark, 3 intelligence targets. 1 known enemy, 1 impersonator. 1 unknown architect behind the goblet's tampering, possibly the same person, possibly not. Harry closed his eyes. His father was coming. Sasuke was coming. 48 hours, maybe less. He just had to be smart, be careful, and stay alive. Below him, Through the stone floors and the ancient magic, somewhere in the depths of the castle, Karasu's cold signature pulsed like a heartbeat. Harry opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling 2 inches from his face. He didn't sleep. They came for him at 2 in the morning. Harry was on the ceiling of his 3rd-floor classroom, not sleeping, when his perimeter seals triggered. 3 of them. Eastern corridor, stairwell access, and the hallway junction 30 meters from his door, all within 4 seconds of each other, not students. Students didn't move through the castle at 2 in the morning in a coordinated 3-point formation. Students didn't suppress their magical signatures to near 0. Students didn't know how to bypass the monitoring wards Harry had noticed the castle maintained on general foot traffic. These were professionals. Harry peeled himself off the ceiling and dropped to the floor in silence. He was dressed now, at least. Hermione had arranged for a set of Hogwarts robes to be left outside his classroom door the previous morning, and Harry had ignored the robes entirely, but kept the dark trousers and plain black shirt that came underneath. He'd also spent 12 hours converting his remaining explosive tags into variants tuned to the ambient magical energy of the castle. A risky bit of improvised seal work that had given him a nosebleed and a migraine, but had produced 6 tags that would function properly in a magic-saturated environment. His kunai pouch was strapped to his thigh. 3 kunai left, 6 modified tags, a spool of razor wire. Not a lot, it would have to be enough. Harry pressed his palm flat against the stone wall and pushed his senses outward. 3 signatures, approaching from the east, spacing themselves at 10-meter intervals. Trained, disciplined. Their magical cores were bright and dense, adult wizards with significant power, and their movement pattern was textbook breach formation. They weren't trying to talk to him. Nobody sends a 3-person tactical team at 2 in the morning for a conversation. Harry pulled the chair away from the door. He set a trip seal on the threshold, tuned to detonate a flashbang tag the moment someone crossed it. Then he crossed to the window, opened it, and climbed out onto the exterior wall. The night air hit him like cold water. November in Scotland. His breath misted in front of his face. The castle wall was rough stone, easy to grip, and his chakra held him flat against the vertical surface as he moved laterally along the building's exterior, passing windows, counting rooms. He heard the classroom door blast inward. A sharp crack, followed by the immediate detonation of his flashbang. A burst of white light and concussive sound erupted from the window he'd just exited. Someone inside shouted a word Harry didn't catch, probably a shielding spell. Harry kept moving. He rounded the corner of the building and dropped to a ledge 2 floors down. From here, he could see the grounds, dark and silver under a half-moon. The forbidden forest was a black wall along the western edge. The lake glimmered. A spell hit the wall 6 inches from his head. Stone exploded outward. Fragments peppered his face, and Harry threw himself sideways, rolling along the ledge, coming up in a crouch. 2 figures stood on the lawn below, wands raised, firing upward. The spells came fast, red and blue and white, streaking through the air with audible cracks. Harry ran along the ledge. The spells tracked him, blowing chunks out of the castle wall behind him, missing by inches, by centimeters. These people were accurate, not school teacher accurate, combat accurate. He reached a gargoyle at the corner of the building and launched off it, arcing through open air. For 2 seconds, he was a silhouette against the moon, completely exposed, and a spell grazed his shoulder with a burning sting that made his whole arm go numb. He hit the grass in a roll and came up running. The 2 ground-level attackers adjusted, pivoting toward him. Harry changed direction hard, cutting left. A spell tore a furrow in the grass where he'd been standing a half-second earlier. The smell of scorched earth filled his nose. They were hurting him. The 2 on the ground pushing him west, away from the castle, toward the open lawn where there was no cover and no obstacles. And the 3rd member of the team was coming down the wall behind him, not as fast as Harry, but using some kind of levitation spell to descend in a controlled glide, 3-on-1. Open ground. Limited weapons, unknown spell types, bad odds. Harry stopped running. He turned to face the two ground-level attackers. They were 30 meters away and closing, wands extended, spells ready. They wore dark robes with no identifying marks, but there was a faint shimmer on their left sleeves, an emblem that Harry's enhanced night vision could just barely make out. A geometric pattern, an eye or an arch, ministry operatives, Harry said, loud enough to carry. They didn't answer. The one on the left fired a binding spell. Harry sidestepped it, reading the wand trajectory and moving before the incantation finished. The spell sailed past him and hit the grass. Unspeakables then, Harry said, Department of Mysteries. A flicker of reaction from the one on the right, not surprise, confirmation. They hadn't expected him to know, but they weren't bothered that he did. Which meant they were operating under authority they considered absolute. Beyond the school, beyond Dumbledore, the third attacker landed behind Harry, completing the triangle. Harry Potter, the one on the right, said, female voice, calm, professional, detached. By authority of the Department of Mysteries, Magical Research Division, you are to submit to detainment and examination. Your unique magical signature represents a Class 1 anomaly requiring immediate assessment. Resistance will be met with appropriate force. My name is Uzumaki. Your compliance is noted as mandatory. That wasn't compliance, that was a correction. The woman raised her wand. Final warning. Harry took a breath, let it out, felt the adrenaline settle into his blood, not spiking, not fading, just sitting there ready. His hands hung loose at his sides. His feet were shoulder-width apart, weight balanced, knees slightly bent. 3 adult wizards, combat-trained. Ranged weapons with high damage potential but relatively slow projectile speed compared to what he was used to. Effective range, whatever line of sight allowed. Weakness, close quarters. Everything he'd observed about magical combat suggested that wizards relied almost entirely on their wands and that their physical reflexes were baseline human. No enhanced speed, no enhanced strength, no combat conditioning beyond what the wand allowed. You people, Harry said, have no idea how fast I am. He moved. The gap between Harry and the nearest unspeakable was 30 meters. He closed it in under 2 seconds. The woman had time to start her incantation, got 3 syllables into it, and then Harry was inside her guard and his elbow was driving into her solar plexus. She folded. The air left her lungs in a choked gasp and her wand arm dropped. Harry grabbed the wrist, twisted, stripped the wand from her fingers, and threw her sideways into the path of the second unspeakable spell. The spell hit her instead, a body bind that locked her rigid in midair, and she toppled to the grass like a statue. 2 seconds. 1 down, the second unspeakable reacted fast for a wizard. He shifted his aim and fired 3 spells in rapid succession, red, white, red. Harry ducked the first, sidestepped the second, and closed the distance during the third. The red spell caught the edge of his shirt and left a burning line across his ribs. Harry ignored it. He was inside the man's reach now. Too close for wand work. The unspeakable tried to backpedal, tried to create distance, but Harry didn't let him. A palm strike to the chin snapped the man's head back. A knee to the gut doubled him over. Harry grabbed the back of his head and drove it down into his rising knee. Something crunched. The man dropped, conscious but stunned, blood pouring from a broken nose. 4 seconds. 2 down. The third came at Harry from behind. Smart. Used the time to close the distance while Harry was engaged with the second. A spell hit Harry square between the shoulder blades and the world tilted. His body went rigid, muscles locking. A paralysis spell. Full body bind. Harry fell forward, stiff as a board, and hit the grass face first. No. The paralysis was absolute. Every voluntary muscle locked. He couldn't move his fingers, couldn't turn his head, couldn't blink. The only things still working were his heart, his lungs, and his mind, all 3 hammering at full speed. The third unspeakable walked around to stand in front of him. Male, older. His wand stayed pointed at Harry's immobile body. Remarkable, the man said. His voice carried the academic detachment of a researcher examining a specimen. The physical capabilities alone are extraordinary. Subject neutralized 2 trained operatives in 4 seconds without a wand. The The kinetic potential of the anomaly exceeds all projections. He crouched down and looked at Harry's frozen face. "We're going to learn a great deal from you, Mr. Potter." Harry felt something inside him surge, not chakra, not magic. Something deeper, something primal, the same wild blue energy that had exploded from him in the forest during the root ambush. It rose from his core like a tidal wave, and the paralysis spell was a wall in its path, and the wall was not strong enough. The spell shattered. The unspeakable rocked backward as Harry's body unlocked all at once. Harry surged to his feet, and his left hand slapped an explosive tag onto the man's chest before he could raise his wand. "Move and it detonates," Harry said. His breathing was ragged. The burn on his ribs was screaming. His muscles ached from the forced paralysis. "Drop the wand." The man's eyes went to the seal on his chest, foreign characters glowing faint blue against the dark fabric of his robes. He had no way of knowing what it did. His hand opened and the wand fell to the grass. "On your knees." The man knelt. Harry picked up the wand and snapped it in half. He did the same with the other two, collecting them from the grass where they'd fallen. 3 wands, all broken. The pieces scattered. The woman was still locked in the body bind her own colleague had accidentally hit her with. The man with the broken nose was on his hands and knees, spitting blood. The third knelt in the grass with a seal on his chest and the look of a man who was rapidly reassessing every assumption he'd ever made about the world. "You tell whoever sent you," Harry said, "that the next team comes for me. I won't be this nice. You've assaulted ministry operatives." The kneeling man said. His voice was strained but controlled. "The department will not take this lightly. The department sent a snatch squad to a school full of children in the middle of the night to kidnap a 14-year-old for experimentation. I don't think you want to have a conversation about who's in the wrong here. You don't understand the significance of what you are, the energy you possess, the dimensional displacement, the implications for our understanding of. I'm not a research project, I'm a person. You're both." Harry looked at him for a long moment. The anger was fading. Not disappearing, just settling, compacting itself into something cold and useful, a sound from the castle. The main doors banging open, torchlight and voices, Dumbledore swept across the lawn like a force of nature. His purple robes billowed behind him, and his face was a thunderstorm. McGonagall was half a step behind, wand drawn, her expression murderous. Behind them, several other staff members were pouring out of the castle, drawn by the noise. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore's voice carried across the grounds with a power that had nothing to do with volume. He took in the scene in one sweep. 3 downed unspeakables, Harry standing over them, bruised and burned and breathing hard. His blue eyes went very, very cold. "Mr. Urquhart," Dumbledore said, and his voice dropped to a register that made the kneeling, unspeakable flinch. "I believe I was very clear in my communication to the department that Mr. Uzumaki was under the protection of Hogwarts. The department's authority supersedes. Nothing supersedes my authority within these walls. Nothing." Dumbledore took a step closer. The ambient magic in the air shifted. Harry felt it, a sudden pressure change, like the drop before a thunderstorm, and for the first time since arriving in this world, he got a real sense of how powerful the old man actually was. "You entered my school without permission. You attempted to abduct a child in my care. You used combat spells on my grounds. The subject represents. The subject is a 14-year-old boy who was dragged here against his will and is now being hunted by the very government that should be protecting him." Dumbledore's wand appeared in his hand. Harry hadn't seen him draw it. It was just there, the way a kunai appeared in a shinobi's hand. "You will leave. Now, and you will convey to the department that any further attempts to remove Mr. Uzumaki from Hogwarts will be treated as an act of hostility against this institution. Am I clear?" The unspeakable swallowed. He looked at his colleagues, one still paralyzed, one bleeding. He looked at the broken wands on the grass. He looked at Harry. "Perfectly clear, Headmaster. They left. It took 10 minutes. McGonagall had to reverse the body bind on the woman, and the man with the broken nose needed a moment to collect himself. They limped off toward the main gate. 3 professionals thoroughly defeated by a teenager and thoroughly humiliated by a headmaster. Dumbledore watched them go. Then he turned to Harry. Are you injured? Burns on my ribs, spell graze on my shoulder, minor. Harry paused. They wanted to dissect me, the one on the ground, Urquhart. He called me a Class 1 anomaly. He talked about me like I was a lab sample. Something in Dumbledore's expression cracked. Not the political mask, something deeper. I am sorry, Harry. The Department of Mysteries operates with a degree of autonomy that I have long considered dangerous. I should have anticipated this. You should have, but you didn't. And if I'd been a normal kid, if I'd been what they expected, they'd have had me in a box before you even woke up. Dumbledore absorbed that without flinching. He nodded slowly. You are correct, and I will ensure it does not happen again. Harry opened his mouth to respond. The air behind Dumbledore split open, not a door, not a portal, a tear, a violent, jagged rip in the fabric of reality itself, 8 feet tall, crackling with purple energy that smelled like ozone and tasted like lightning. The edges of the tear writhed and sparked, and through the gap, Harry could see something impossible, the interior of an office. A wooden desk, a window showing a night sky over a village built against a mountain. Konoha, 2 figures stepped through the tear and onto the Hogwarts lawn. The first was tall, dark-haired, with a traveling cloak over dark armor and one eye that burned purple with concentric rings. Sasuke Uchiha held the dimensional tear open with one extended hand, the Rinnegan blazing, his face set in the cold, focused expression of a man exercising power that could reshape reality. The second was shorter. A girl, 14, dark hair in a ponytail, red-framed glasses. Her left arm was still in a sling, but her right hand held a kunai, and her Sharingan was active, 2 Tomo in each red eye, spinning, scanning, threat assessing. Sarada. Harry couldn't breathe. She saw him. Across the lawn, in the torchlight, surrounded by Hogwarts staff and scattered unspeakable debris, she saw him. And her face, the controlled, combat-ready mask of a shinobi entering unknown territory, broke completely. Harry, she was running. Across the grass, past Dumbledore, past the stunned professors, straight at him. Harry's body moved before his brain caught up, and he was running too, and they collided in the middle of the lawn with enough force to stagger them both. Sarada's good arm locked around his neck. Harry's arms wrapped around her waist and pulled her in tight, and he buried his face in her hair, and he was shaking. He was actually shaking, and he couldn't stop. You're here, he said. His voice cracked. He didn't care. You're here, you're here, you're here. Of course I'm here, you idiot. Sarada's voice was muffled against his shoulder. Wet, she was crying. She was going to deny it later, and he was going to let her. Did you think I'd just sit in Konoha and wait? Your arm, you're still injured. My arm is fine. It's in a sling. It's in a sling because Sakura is overcautious. I'm fine, Harry. He pulled back just enough to look at her. She was crying, definitely crying, tears cutting lines through the road dust on her cheeks. Her Sharingan was still active, still spinning, recording his face like she needed proof he was real. I thought I'd lost you, Sarada whispered. When the light took you, I thought, I know, I'm sorry, don't apologize, just don't disappear again. I'll do my best. They stood there on the lawn, arms around each other, and the rest of the world, the stunned professors, the dimensional tier, the medieval castle looming above them, didn't exist. For 10 seconds, nothing existed except the two of them and the relief of finding each other alive. Sasuke's voice cut through the moment, cold, clear, directed at Dumbledore with the precision of a thrown blade. You must be the one in charge of this place. Dumbledore turned to face the man who had just torn a hole in reality on his front lawn. To his credit, the headmaster maintained his composure. His blue eyes assessed Sasuke with the rapid calculation of someone who recognized overwhelming power when he saw it. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you are Sasuke Uchiha. Shinobi of Konohagakure, advisor to the 7th Hokage. Sasuke let the dimensional tear close behind him. The purple energy faded, leaving only a faint shimmer in the air where reality was still settling. I'm here to retrieve a citizen of my village who was forcibly abducted by your magical artifact. Mr. Uzumaki's situation is complicated. The Goblet of Fire has created a binding magical contract that, I'm aware. The HOKAGE's intelligence team has been monitoring the dimensional boundary since the summoning. We intercepted enough of the magical resonance to understand the basics. Sasuke took a step forward. A binding contract was imposed on a 14-year-old boy without his knowledge or consent, ripping him from his home, his family, and his dimension. In our legal framework, that constitutes kidnapping, coercion, and an act of aggression against a sovereign nation. I assure you the goblet's activation was not sanctioned by. I don't care who sanctioned it. I care that it happened, and I care that in the time since it happened, your government has already sent operatives to physically seize him for experimentation. Sasuke's Rinnegan eye fixed on Dumbledore. The purple rings pulsed once. The Hokage's message is very simple, Headmaster. Harry Uzumaki is a protected citizen of the village hidden in the leaves. Any attempt to harm, detain, experiment on, or otherwise interfere with him will be considered an act of war. And when the Hokage says war, he means it personally. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Around them, the Hogwarts staff stood frozen. McGonagall's wand was in her hand but not raised. Snape had emerged from the castle at some point, standing at the edge of the torchlight, his dark eyes moving between Sasuke and Harry with an unreadable expression. I understand, Dumbledore said finally, and I accept the Hokage's terms. Harry will not be harmed while he is at Hogwarts. You have my word, your word. Sasuke's voice held the faintest trace of contempt, the word of a man who placed a baby with abusive guardians and let him suffer for 5 years, the word of a man whose school has already failed to protect him from government agents. He gestured at the lawn without breaking eye contact. 3 ministry operatives breached your wards, entered your grounds, and attacked a child under your protection tonight. Harry stopped them himself, not your wards, not your staff. A 14-year-old boy alone defended himself because your security infrastructure did absolutely nothing. McGonagall's face was white, not with anger, with shame. She looked at the scorch marks on the grass, the cratered stone on the castle wall, and her wand hand trembled at her side. Your ministry views Harry as a specimen, Sasuke continued. They sent a tactical team to harvest him like raw material, and from what I've gathered, this is consistent with a pattern in your society. Your government does not protect its people. It classifies them, controls them. Experiments on the inconvenient ones when it suits their agenda. His voice dropped half a register. In our world, we had an organization with that exact philosophy. It was called Root. Its leader experimented on children, turned them into weapons, stripped away their identities and their humanity. We destroyed it. We tore it out by the roots and burned it down. It appears your world has its own version, and you haven't had the stomach to do the same. Dumbledore stood perfectly still through all of this. The words landed on him one by one, each one heavier than the last, and he absorbed them without deflection or excuse. The man had the decency, at least, to not pretend it didn't hurt. Dumbledore did not flinch, but something behind his eyes dimmed, an old wound reopened. I have made mistakes. Grave ones, I cannot undo them. I can only commit to doing better. Sasuke studied him. The Rinnegan processed information on levels that no normal eye could comprehend. Magical energy fields, emotional resonance, the micro tremors of deception or truth in a person's posture and voice. You're telling the truth, Sasuke said. At least you believe you are. Whether your competence matches your intentions remains to be seen. He turned away from Dumbledore. Sarada, report. Sarada straightened. She'd released Harry but stayed close, her shoulder against his arm. She wiped her eyes quickly, and her voice steadied into the crisp, professional tone of a shinobi giving a field report. Harry is physically stable. Multiple minor injuries, burn marks, lacerations, consistent with recent combat, mentally alert. He's been operating in solo surveillance mode since arrival, mapping the environment and identifying threats. She paused. Then, quieter, "He's okay, Father." Sasuke's expression didn't change, but something in his posture softened by a fraction. "Harry, what's your assessment?" Harry took a breath. Stepped into the role, Shinobi reporting to a superior. 3 confirmed threats. First, the goblet's binding contract. If I don't compete in the tournament, the magic kills me. Second, Karasu has crossed the dimensional rift. He's somewhere in the lower levels of this castle. I detected his chakra signature yesterday, suppressed but present, overlaid with a dark magical energy that suggests he's allied with a local hostile. He paused. Third, the defense professor Moody. He's an impersonator. Someone is using a magical transformation to wear his face. The real Moody is being held somewhere, alive, as a source of biological material for the disguise. Sasuke processed this without visible reaction. You identified all 3 threats in less than 48 hours, alone, in an unknown dimension with minimal equipment. Training pays off. The ghost of something crossed Sasuke's face, not a smile. Sasuke didn't smile, but the faintest acknowledgement that maybe the boy his best friend had adopted wasn't entirely useless. We have a secure space, Sasuke asked. I've been using a classroom on the 3rd floor, sealed perimeter. Single entry point, show me. Harry led them inside, past the gaping staff members, past the ruined lawn. Sarada walked beside him, close enough that their hands brushed with every step. Neither of them moved away. The classroom on the 3rd floor was exactly as Harry had described. Small. Defensible. The door seal glowed faint blue as they entered, recognizing Harry's energy signature and allowing passage. Sasuke did a sweep of the room. It took him 4 seconds. His Rinnegan analyzed the structural integrity, the ambient magical fields, the seal work Harry had placed on the walls and floor and ceiling. Adequate, he said. From Sasuke, that was high praise. Harry sat on the desk. Sarada took the chair beside it, pulling it close. Sasuke remained standing, arms crossed, leaning against the wall near the door. The HOKAGE will arrive within 72 hours, Sasuke said. The dimensional pathway is stable enough for a second crossing, but Naruto's energy signature is significantly larger than mine. Opening a tier wide enough for him requires more precise calibration. I came first to establish a beachhead and assess the situation. And because you couldn't stop Sarada from coming, Harry said. Sasuke's eye twitched. Sarada looked at the ceiling. She made a compelling tactical argument. Sasuke said flatly, I told him I was going whether he approved or not, and he could either bring me safely or watch me try to force the tier open myself, Sarada said. Like I said, compelling. Harry looked at Sarada. She looked at him, the corner of his mouth pulled up. You would have actually tried to force the tier open, Harry said, without hesitation. That would have killed you, possibly. It was a calculated risk. Calculated by who? By me. And the calculation was, Harry is on the other side, therefore I'm going. Harry stared at her. The warmth in his chest was so intense it actually hurt. That's not a calculation, that's insanity. It's both, Sarada said. They're not mutually exclusive. Sasuke watched this exchange with the detached patience of a man who had seen it coming for approximately 3 years and had already accepted the inevitable. Moving on, Sasuke said. The immediate priorities are secure Harry's safety during the tournament, identify and neutralize Karasu, unmask the moody impersonator, and gather sufficient intelligence to dismantle whatever cross-dimensional operation brought Harry here. Sarada will remain at Hogwarts as Harry's partner. I'll operate externally, investigating the connections between Root and whatever organization in this dimension facilitated the summoning. What about the tournament? Harry asked. Compete. Win if possible. The binding contract gives us no choice, but the tournament itself is secondary to the real threat. Use the tasks as cover. While the school focuses on the competition, we investigate. Harry nodded. It was clean, efficient, exactly the kind of strategy he'd expect from Sasuke. One more thing. Sasuke said. He reached into his cloak and produced a small scroll sealed with the HOKAGE's personal mark. He held it out to Harry. From your father. Harry took the scroll. The seal was warm under his fingers. He recognized the handwriting on the wax mark, Naruto's messy, distinctive scrawl. He broke the seal and unrolled it. The message was short. 5 words in Naruto's handwriting, I'm coming. Stay alive, kid. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard, rolled the scroll back up, and tucked it inside his shirt against his chest. "Tell him I'm not going anywhere," Harry said. Sasuke nodded. He pushed off the wall and moved to the door. "I'll establish a perimeter around the castle and begin tracking Karasu's movements from the outside. Sarada, you're on Harry's detail. Where he goes, you go." "Understood," Sarada said. Sasuke paused at the door. He looked at Harry for a moment, then, very quietly, "Naruto hasn't slept since you disappeared." Hinata said he stands at the window every night and stares at the sky. He wanted to be the one to come first. I had to physically argue him out of it. Harry swallowed. "I know what he's like." "He's worse than you know. When this is over, tell him you're proud of him. He won't ask for it, but he needs to hear it." Then Sasuke was gone, dissolving into the shadows of the corridor like he'd never been there. The classroom was quiet. Harry sat on the desk, the scroll warm against his chest. Sarada sat in the chair beside him, close enough to touch. "So," Sarada said after a moment, "this is Hogwarts." "This is Hogwarts." She looked around the small, bare room, the sealed door, the empty desks pushed against the walls, the window showing a dark Scottish sky. "It's cold," she said. "Yeah, the magic feels strange, like static in the air. You get used to it, sort of." Sarada was quiet, then she reached over and took his hand. The same way she'd taken it in the cave after the root ambush, steady, certain, her fingers laced through his and held on. "I was so scared." She said softly, "When you disappeared, the light just swallowed you and there was nothing there, just the hospital bed and the smell of the summoning array, and I was screaming your name and you were gone." Harry tightened his grip on her hand. "I heard you, right at the end." "Your voice was the last thing I heard." "Good, I want to always be the last thing you hear." She paused, blinked. "That came out more morbid than I intended." Harry laughed. The sound was rough and wet and a little broken, but it was real, and Sarada smiled at him, and the cold stone room in the alien castle felt, for one moment, almost like home. "We're going to figure this out," Sarada said. "We're going to stop whatever Karasu is planning, survive this stupid tournament, and go home. Together. Together." They sat in the dark classroom, hand in hand, the sealed door humming behind them and the ancient magic of Hogwarts pressing against the walls. Somewhere in the castle, an impersonator wore a stolen face. Somewhere below them, Karasu's dark signature pulsed. Somewhere across dimensions, Naruto Uzumaki stood at a window and waited, but in the room there was just this. Two 14-year-olds who had found each other across the gap between worlds, holding on tight, preparing for whatever came next. Sarada's head dropped against his shoulder. Harry leaned his cheek against her hair. Neither of them let go. The dragon was enormous. Harry crouched behind a boulder at the edge of the arena and stared at 40 feet of armored, fire-breathing, deeply irritated Hungarian horntail. The beast was chained to the rocky ground by its hind leg, and it had already incinerated 2 of the smaller rocks near its nest in the time it took Harry to take 3 breaths. Its scales were black and ridged, its eyes were yellow and slitted and burning with a predatory intelligence that was far too sharp for comfort. And when it opened its jaws, the heat that rolled out was enough to make the air shimmer from 50 meters away. The crowd was packed into stands that towered around the arena like a coliseum. Hundreds of students, staff, and spectators, all staring down at the 14-year-old boy in dark clothes, who was supposed to somehow get past this thing and retrieve a golden egg from the nest behind it. Sarada was in the stands. Harry could feel her sharing and tracking him from the 3rd row, steady and watchful. She'd wanted to be down here with him, had argued it viciously with Sasuke the night before, and Sasuke had shut it down with a single sentence. "The contract binds Harry, not you. If you enter that arena, the protections don't apply." She'd hated it. She was probably still hating it right now, sitting up there with her fists clenched and her jaw tight, watching him face a dragon alone. The commentator, some kid named Bagman who sounded far too excited about the prospect of someone getting eaten, was shouting something about champions and courage. Harry tuned him out. He studied the dragon, big, slow to turn due to its mass. The chain on its hind leg limited its range of movement to approximately a 30-meter radius from the anchor point. The nest was behind and to the left of the dragon, about 8 meters from its body. The dragon's primary threat was fire, wide cone, high temperature, but it had to inhale before each blast, a 2-second window where its head was stationary and its chest expanded. The other champions had fought their dragons with magic. Harry had watched from the staging tent through a gap in the canvas. The French girl had used some kind of enchantment to put her dragon to sleep. The Durmstrang boy had gone for brute force, hurling spells at the dragon's eyes. The Hogwarts champion, Cedric, had transfigured a rock into a dog to create a distraction. All of them had taken 10 to 15 minutes. All of them had taken damage. Harry intended to take about 30 seconds. He closed his eyes. Focused. Drew on his yin energy, the deep, quiet well of spiritual power that sat at the center of his chakra system. It rose smoothly, familiar as breathing. He shaped it with his mind, not with hand signs, and pushed it outward in a targeted wave, Jinjutsu. Specifically, a sensory disruption technique. Not the complex, layered illusions that high-level shinobi used to trap opponents in false realities. Just a simple, elegant distortion of the target's spatial awareness. The dragon's sense of where Harry was would shift about 4 meters to the left. The beast would still see him, hear him, smell him. It would just perceive him as being somewhere he wasn't. Harry opened his eyes and moved. He came out from behind the boulder at a dead sprint. The dragon's head swiveled toward him and fire erupted from its jaws, a roaring torrent of orange and white that turned the air into a furnace. The flames hit the spot 4 meters to Harry's left, exactly where the Jinjutsu told the dragon he was. Rock melted. The ground turned to glass. Harry felt the heat wash over him, close enough to singe the hair on his arms, but the fire itself missed by a comfortable margin. The crowd screamed. Harry didn't slow down. He angled his approach, using the dragon's own body as cover, running along the edge of its effective fire range. The dragon inhaled for a second blast, and Harry used those 2 seconds to cross the gap. He was past the beast's shoulder now, inside its guard, too close for it to bring its head around fast enough. The tail was the danger now, thick and spiked, and it came whipping around like a battering ram. Harry jumped, straight up, 5 meters, more than any human should be able to. The tail swept through the space he'd occupied and smashed a boulder into gravel. Harry landed on the tail as it passed beneath him, ran along the ridge of spikes like a balance beam, and launched himself off the end toward the nest. He hit the ground in a roll, came up beside the golden egg and grabbed it. 12 seconds, the arena was silent. Completely, absolutely silent. 500 people staring at a boy who had just walked past a Hungarian horntail like it was a mildly inconvenient fence. Then the noise hit. Not cheers, not exactly. More like confused, bewildered shouting. People turning to their neighbors with expressions that said, "What just happened?" And getting nothing useful back. The judges at the scoring table were in heated discussion. Bagman's commentary had devolved into sputtering. Harry walked back toward the entrance of the arena, golden egg tucked under his arm. The dragon was thrashing against its chain, blasting fire at the spot where it still perceived him to be, 4 meters to the left of where he actually stood. He passed through the champion's exit and found Sarada waiting on the other side. 12 seconds, she said. Her arms were crossed. Her Sharingan was still active. I wasn't counting. I was. You also had a 2-meter margin on that fire blast. I clocked it with my Sharingan. You cut it closer than you needed to. The Genjutsu held. The margin was fine. The margin was reckless. If the dragon had any resistance to sensory disruption, dragons don't have chakra systems. They can't resist Genjutsu. They have no framework to detect. Sarada opened her mouth, closed it, adjusted her glasses with her good hand, the sling finally gone as of 3 days ago. Fine. You were efficient. The crowd looked like they'd seen a ghost. They expected flashy spells. I gave them efficiency. You gave them a heart attack. Harry grinned. It was the first real grin he'd worn since arriving at Hogwarts, and Sarada stared at it for a second before looking away, a faint pink rising on her cheeks. "Come on," she said. "The medical tent is this way. You have burns on your arm. I do not." I have the Sharingan, Harry. I can see the heat damage on your skin from here. Medical tent. Now, he followed her. He was always going to follow her. The scores came in later that afternoon. Harry received the highest marks, though the judges seemed confused about how to categorize what he'd done. One of them, the Durmstrang headmaster, a thin man with a pointed beard and cold eyes, gave him a suspiciously low score. Harry didn't care. The golden egg sat in his classroom on the 3rd floor, and whatever clue it contained could wait. He'd passed the task, 1 down, 2 to go. That night he sat with Sarada on the edge of the castle roof, legs dangling over the parapet, watching the sun set behind the Scottish hills. The sky turned orange, then pink, then a deep purple that reminded Harry of the Konoha skyline in autumn. "You know what bothers me," Harry said. "Your hair, probably." The crowd, their faces when I finished the task, they weren't impressed, they were confused, like they couldn't process what they saw because it didn't fit their framework. You didn't use magic, you didn't wave a wand or shout an incantation. To them, you basically cheated. I used a genjutsu and basic physical ability. Exactly, no wand, no spectacle, just efficiency. Sarada leaned back on her hands. They don't understand what we are, Harry. They see magic as the only form of power. Everything else is lesser, muggle they call it, non-magical. And that word carries a weight they don't even recognize. An entire society built on the assumption that one kind of power is superior to all others. Sounds familiar. It sounds like every clan's superiority complex in Konoha's history, yes, except weaponized into an entire civilization. She was quiet for a moment. I've been reading their history books. Did you know they have a statute of secrecy? An entire legal framework designed to hide magical people from non-magical people. They've built walls between themselves and the rest of their world because they genuinely believe they're a separate, higher category of human. And then they wonder why people like Voldemort happen. Exactly. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The last light faded and the stars came out, and somewhere below them, the Hogwarts grounds settled into the quiet hum of evening. The weeks between the first task and Christmas passed in a strange, uneven rhythm. Harry's days developed a pattern. Mornings were spent training with Sarada on the castle grounds, far from the student population, running through taijutsu combinations and seal work that drew bewildered stares from any Hogwarts student who happened to wander too close. Afternoons were spent gathering intelligence, tracking the fake Moody's movements, mapping the lower levels of the castle where Karasu's signature lurked, and exchanging coded messages with Sasuke through a seal-linked scroll system Harry had rigged on his 3rd day. In between, against all expectation, he began to know people. Hermione sought him out almost daily. Her hunger for information about the elemental nations was relentless, and Harry found himself exchanging knowledge with her in a way that was almost enjoyable. She taught him the fundamentals of magical theory, wand movements, incantation structure, the basics of transfiguration and charms. He taught her about chakra theory, seal construction, and the military history of the shinobi nations. She was easily the most intelligent person he'd met in this world, and her mind worked in patterns that reminded him of Sarada. Analytical, structured, relentless. Ron tagged along. At first, Harry assumed it was just loyalty to Hermione, but the red-haired boy grew on him in a way Harry hadn't expected. Ron's knowledge of the wizarding world was instinctive and cultural in a way that Hermione's book learning couldn't replicate. He understood the social dynamics, the prejudices, the unspoken rules. And under the nervous jokes and the constant eating, Ron was sharp, sharper than people gave him credit for. But the person who occupied Harry's thoughts more than anyone, more than the fake Moody, more than Karasu, more than the tournament itself, was the girl who slept in the classroom next door and met him on the training grounds every morning at 6:30. Which is why, 2 weeks before Christmas, Harry found himself standing in the courtyard with his hands in his pockets, staring at the snow, trying to figure out how to ask Sarada Uchiha to the Yule Ball. It should have been simple. They were partners. They were, for lack of a better word, something. Something neither of them had named, because naming it would make it real, and real was terrifying in ways that dragons and assassins weren't. But the Yule Ball was a formal event. Champions were required to have partners, and Harry wanted to go with Sarada, not because of the requirement. Because of her, he found her in the library. She'd claimed a table near the restricted section, surrounded by books on magical theory and dimensional displacement, her glasses perched on her nose, a quill moving rapidly across a notebook. She looked up when he approached. "You're hovering." She said, "I'm standing." "You're standing in a hovering manner. What do you want?" Harry sat down across from her. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. Sarada put down her quill and raised an eyebrow. "Are you having a medical event?" "No, shut up, I'm trying to." He rubbed the back of his neck. "There's a ball, a Yule Ball, Christmas thing. Champions have to go and we need partners, and I was. Are you asking me to the Yule Ball? I'm getting there. Give me a second." "You've been standing in this library for 45 seconds without producing a complete sentence. I'm accelerating the process." Harry looked at her. She looked at him. Her expression was neutral, but her eyes weren't. Behind the glasses, behind the Uchiha composure, there was something warm and expectant and maybe a little bit scared. "Sarada, will you go to the Yule Ball with me?" "Yes," he blinked. "Just, yes. Were you expecting negotiations?" "I was expecting at least a comment about how this is purely tactical and doesn't mean anything." Sarada picked up her quill and went back to her notes. "It's not purely tactical and it does mean something. Don't make me say that twice." Harry sat there. A grin was spreading across his face that he couldn't have stopped with both hands. Sarada's cheeks were pink and she was writing in her notebook with aggressive focus, and the tip of the quill was shaking slightly. "Stop smiling at me," she said without looking up. "I'm not. You are." "I have peripheral vision. Must be someone else smiling." "There's no one else here, Harry." "Then I guess it's me." She looked up. The blush had spread to her ears. "You're unbearable. You said yes. I'm reconsidering." "No, you're not." The corner of her mouth twitched. She fought it. She lost. A small, helpless smile broke through, and she looked back down at her notes and said nothing, and the smile stayed. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling of the Hogwarts library and felt, for the first time since arriving in this world, something that wasn't dread or anger or tactical calculation. He felt happy. Christmas Day arrived with snow and a silence that made the castle feel like a different place. Most students had gone home for the holidays. The ones who remained were either Yule Ball attendees, tournament obsessives, or people like Hermione and Ron who had their own complicated reasons for staying. The Great Hall had been transformed into a winter wonderland of ice sculptures, floating candles, and enchanted snow that drifted from the ceiling without ever actually landing on anything. Harry stood in front of the mirror in his borrowed classroom and tried to make his hair behave. It refused. It always refused. His hair had been ignoring gravity and grooming products since he was 5 years old, and tonight was no exception. He wore dark formal robes that Hinata had somehow managed to send through Sasuke's dimensional scroll system, packed flat in a storage seal. They were Konoha formal wear, not wizarding robes. Dark blue, almost black, with the Uzumaki spiral stitched in red thread on the left chest. They fit him properly, tailored to his frame, and when he looked in the mirror, he didn't see a lost boy in borrowed clothes. He saw a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, dressed by his mother, attending a dance in enemy territory. He checked his thigh pouch. 2 kunai strapped to his leg under the robes, paranoid maybe. But Karasu was still in the castle, and a formal event with reduced security and a concentrated target population was exactly the kind of opportunity an infiltrator would exploit. A knock at the door. 3 quick taps. Sarada's pattern. Harry opened the door and his brain stopped working. Sarada stood in the corridor in a dark red dress. Not wizarding formal. Something she'd brought from Konoha, simple and elegant, high collar, sleeveless, fitted through the waist and flowing below the knee. Her hair was down, out of its usual ponytail, falling past her shoulders in straight, dark sheets. Her glasses were the same, red-framed, practical, but the face behind them was different tonight. not the focused, analytical expression of a shinobi on mission. Something softer. Something careful and hopeful and scared in a way that had nothing to do with combat. Harry stood in the doorway and said absolutely nothing for 4 full seconds. "Well," Sarada said, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Say something, you look." He searched for the word. Every word he knew felt wrong, inadequate. "You look incredible." The uncertainty vanished. She smiled, and it was the real one, the rare one, the one that reached her eyes and made them crinkle at the corners. "You clean up pretty well yourself, Uzumaki. Hinata sent the clothes, I know." "She sent mine too." Sarada smoothed the front of her dress with both hands, a nervous gesture that made Harry's chest ache. She included a note. It said, "Take care of each other and have fun." She drew a little heart at the bottom. "That sounds like Mum." It made me cry a little bit. "Don't tell anyone." Who would I tell? They stood in the corridor, looking at each other, and the castle was quiet around them, stone and snow and torchlight. Harry held out his arm. Sarada took it, her hand settling into the crook of his elbow, and they walked together toward the great hall. The Yule Ball was loud and bright and overwhelming. The enchanted orchestra played waltzes that echoed off the vaulted ceiling. Students in dress robes filled the dance floor, laughing and stumbling through formal steps that most of them had clearly learned that morning. The ice sculptures glittered, the candles floated, the snow drifted, champions opened the dance. Harry led Sarada onto the floor, and for one horrible second he realized he had no idea how to waltz. "Follow my lead," Sarada murmured. "I spent 3 hours this afternoon learning this from a library book." "You learned to waltz from a book." The diagrams were very clear. She placed his hand on her waist. Her other hand clasped his, raised to shoulder height. Harry's palm pressed against the fabric of her dress, and he could feel the warmth of her skin underneath, and his heart was doing something completely unhelpful. They danced. Badly at first. Harry stepped on her foot twice in the first 30 seconds, and Sarada compensated with the reflexes of a trained fighter, redirecting his momentum each time so that the stumbles looked almost intentional. By the end of the first song, they'd found a rhythm. Not graceful, not polished, but theirs. Their own strange, imperfect version of a waltz that was half formal dance and half taijutsu footwork. "You're leading now," Sarada said. "You told me to follow." "You stopped following about 40 seconds ago. You're improvising. Is that bad?" "No." Her hand tightened on his shoulder. "It's good." The second song was slower. Sarada moved closer. The gap between them shrank to inches, and Harry could smell her shampoo, could feel the slight tremble in her fingers where they gripped his hand, could see the candlelight reflected in her glasses. "Harry," she said quietly. "Yeah. I'm glad I came, to this world, to this ridiculous castle, to this stupid ball." She looked up at him. "I'm glad I'm here with you. I'm glad you're here too." "When we get home," Sarada said, and her voice dropped even lower, barely audible over the music. "Things are going to be different, aren't they, between us?" "They've been different for a while, Sarada. I know, She bit her lip. "I've never done this before, any of this. I don't know the rules." "There are no rules." "There are always rules. Not for this, not for us." Harry looked at her, and the great hall with its floating candles and enchanted snow fell away, and there was just her face, close and warm and real. "We make it up as we go, same way we do everything else." Sarada smiled, the real one again. The one that made her look her age, made her look like a 14-year-old girl at a dance with a boy she cared about, instead of a shinobi carrying the weight of 2 worlds on her shoulders. "Same way we do everything else," she repeated. They danced. The music played. For 5 minutes, maybe 10. The war and the conspiracy and the tournament and the assassin hiding in the basement of the castle didn't exist. There was just the dance, and the music, and the warmth of her hand in his, and the soft sound of her breathing, and the way she leaned into him when the slow song hit its final notes. Then 3 students collapsed. It happened fast. A girl at one of the side tables jerked upright, clutched her throat, and fell sideways off her chair. A boy near the punch table staggered, his face going gray, and dropped to his knees. A third student, halfway across the dance floor, made a choking sound and crumpled, screams, chairs toppling. The music stopped mid-note. Professors were on their feet, rushing toward the fallen students, shouting instructions. Harry and Sarada separated in one clean motion. The soft warmth in their eyes vanished. What replaced it was cold, sharp, and operational. Poison, Sarada said. She was scanning the room with her Sharingan, reading the victims' bodies from across the hall. Respiratory paralysis, all three at the same time. It's in the drinks. The punch table, Harry said. Someone dosed the punch. This is a distraction. Harry's head snapped toward her. She was right. Of course she was right. 3 students poisoned at a formal event. Maximum panic. Maximum chaos. Every professor in the building converging on the Great Hall to treat the victims and manage the crowd. Which meant somewhere else in the castle, right now, while every authority figure was occupied, someone was doing something they didn't want anyone to see. The restricted section, Harry said. His gut spoke before his brain finished the calculation. Karasu's been circling the library for days. He's after something in the restricted section. This is his window. Sarada was already moving toward the door. Harry was half a step behind. They slipped out of the Great Hall while the chaos consumed the room. 2 teenagers in formal clothes moving with the silent, lethal efficiency of trained killers. The corridors were empty. Every student was at the ball. Every professor was in the Great Hall treating the poisoned students. The castle's usual ambient noise had been replaced by a ringing silence broken only by distant shouts and the sound of their own breathing. Harry extended his senses, pushed the web outward, filtering through the magical noise, and there it was. Karasu's signature, cold and sharp and no longer suppressed, moving through the 4th floor, heading toward the library. 4th floor, Harry said, moving fast. They ran. Formal robes were not ideal for sprinting through a medieval castle, but they managed. Sarada kicked off her shoes at the first staircase and went barefoot on the stone, her dress hiked above her knees, and Harry would have found the image funny under literally any other circumstance. They reached the library corridor in 90 seconds. The doors were open. The lights were off. Harry held up a fist. Stop. He pressed his back against the wall beside the door frame and listened. Inside, movement, soft footsteps, the rustle of pages. A faint, rhythmic clicking that Harry recognized as a lockpicking tool working on a sealed cabinet. He signaled to Sarada. 2 fingers. Entry points. She nodded and peeled off, circling to the library's secondary entrance on the opposite side of the hall. Her bare feet made no sound on the stone. She moved like a shadow, low and fast, and vanished around the corner. Harry counted to 10, controlled his breathing. Drew a kunai from beneath his robes. The metal was cold against his palm, and the familiarity of the grip settled his nerves. This was what he knew. This was what he was trained for, not waltzes, not dances. Then he moved. He came through the main entrance low and fast, rolling behind a bookshelf, and the library spread out before him in the dim moonlight from the tall windows. Rows of shelves, study tables. The rope barrier marking the restricted section at the far end. The rope was cut. The locked gate beyond it was open. And inside the restricted section, crouched in front of a sealed cabinet with a tool in one hand and a scroll in the other, was a figure in dark clothes. Karasu straightened up when he heard Harry enter. He didn't run, didn't panic. He turned slowly, and in the moonlight his face was calm, composed, utterly in control. He'd found what he was looking for. The scroll in his hand was old, dark leather, sealed with a wax mark that Harry didn't recognize. "Harry," Karasu said, the conversational tone. Like they were meeting in a tea house. "You got here faster than I expected. The poison was supposed to buy me 20 minutes. You poisoned children to create a distraction. They'll live. The compound causes respiratory distress, but isn't lethal in the administered dose. They'll be uncomfortable for a few hours and fully recovered by morning." He tucked the scroll into his vest. "I'm not a monster, Harry. I'm a strategist. You're a traitor who just poisoned teenagers at a dance. I'm a patriot who used a non-lethal method to achieve an objective without casualties. In the shinobi world, that's considered elegant." Sarada appeared behind Karasu. She came through the secondary entrance without a sound, and she was 3 meters from his back when he spoke without turning around. "Hello, Sarada. Your approach angle was textbook, but your foot displacement on the fourth step was slightly heavy. Uchiha footwork is distinctive." Sarada stopped, her Sharingan blazed in the dark. "I'm leaving now," Karasu said, "with this scroll. You can try to stop me, and I'll be forced to hurt you, both of you, in a way that interferes with the tournament and draws attention we neither want. Or you can let me go, report what happened, and focus on the tasks ahead while I continue my work." "What's on the scroll?" Harry demanded. "Research, specifically detailed notes on the nature and manipulation of soul anchors, Horcruxes, the wizards call them. Objects that bind a fragment of a person's soul to the physical world, preventing death." Karasu's eyes held Harry's. "You know what I'm building toward, Harry. You've known since the lake, but you don't understand the scale of it yet. When Voldemort returns, and he will return, he won't be the diminished spirit your wizarding friends remember. He'll be something new, something that bridges both our worlds. And you think you can control that?" "I think I can direct it. Voldemort wants immortality and power. I want leverage to reshape Konoha's future. Our goals align for now. When they stop aligning, I'll deal with him." "You're insane. I'm patient. There's a difference." Karasu took a step toward the window. "One more thing." The man wearing Moody's face. "His name is Bartemius Crouch Jr. He's a Death Eater, one of Voldemort's most fanatical followers, and he's been orchestrating your involvement in this tournament from the beginning. I didn't tell you this out of kindness. I told you because when you eventually expose him, and you will, the chaos that follows will provide cover for the next phase of my operation." He smiled, that hollow, calculated shape that wasn't really a smile. "See you at the lake, Harry." He went through the window. Clean, fast, using chakra to adhere to the outer wall and descend in a controlled drop that no human in this world could replicate. By the time Harry crossed the restricted section and reached the opening, the grounds below were empty. Snow fell on undisturbed grass. No footprints, no trail. Karasu had landed, moved, and vanished in under 5 seconds, route training. The best of the worst. Harry gripped the window frame and forced himself to breathe. The cold air burned his lungs. His hands were shaking, not with fear but with the adrenaline crash that always came after a confrontation that didn't end in violence. His body had been ready for a fight. The absence of one left his nervous system jangling, confused, unspent energy buzzing through his muscles with nowhere to go. Sarada came up beside him. She was breathing hard too, barefoot, dress torn at the hem from the sprint through the castle. A smudge of dust marked her cheekbone from where she'd pressed against the wall during approach. "He gave us intelligence," Sarada said. "Willingly. The name of the moody impersonator. Because it serves his plan. That doesn't make it less useful." "No, it doesn't." Harry stared at the snow. "Horcruxes, soul anchors. He's researching how to make Voldemort unkillable. Or how to make himself unkillable, or both." Sarada was quiet for a moment. Then she reached over and straightened the collar of his formal robes, a small, absurd, human gesture in the middle of everything. "We should check on the students," she said, "and tell your father's scroll everything we just learned. The name, Bartemius Crouch Jr. The Horcrux research, all of it. Yeah, Sasuke needs to know about the soul anchor theory too. If Karasu is building a bridge between Voldemort's magic and Root's sealing techniques, that changes the threat assessment completely. I'll draft the report. You check on the poisoned students. See if Hermione and Ron are all right." Harry nodded, practical, efficient, back to work. The dance was over and the mission was all that remained. They left the library. The castle corridors were cold and dark around them. Distantly, from the great hall, they could hear voices and the sounds of recovery. The ball was over. Harry reached down and took Sarada's hand. She let him. They walked back toward the noise, 2 shinobi in formal wear, barefoot and bruised and carrying intelligence that changed everything, and neither of them let go. The argument started before breakfast. Harry heard it from 3 corridors away. 2 voices, one cold and controlled, one warm and authoritative, colliding in the kind of quiet, vicious disagreement that was more dangerous than shouting. By the time he rounded the corner into the antechamber off the Great Hall, Sasuke Uchiha and Albus Dumbledore were standing 2 meters apart with the kind of stillness that suggested the next wrong word would end in violence. Sarada was between them, not physically. She stood off to the side with her arms crossed and her Sharingan active, tracking both men with the expression of someone watching a bomb she couldn't defuse. "Absolutely not," Sasuke said. "It is a requirement of the task," Dumbledore said. His voice was patient, but his eyes weren't. "Each champion must have something precious taken from them and placed at the bottom of the Black Lake. The champions must then retrieve it within the time limit. It is tradition." "You want to take my daughter?" Sasuke's voice didn't rise, it dropped. "You want to drug her, render her unconscious, and place her at the bottom of a lake as bait. The hostages are placed under an enchantment. They are in no danger. The merpeople have agreed to protect them, and the enchantment ensures they cannot drown or suffer harm. It is entirely safe." Safe. The word came out of Sasuke like a blade. "You want to incapacitate a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf without her consent, drag her unconscious body into a body of water and chain her to the bottom of a lake, and you're calling that safe?" Dumbledore's jaw tightened. "The enchantment is." "I don't care about your enchantment. I care that you walked into this room and casually suggested putting my 14-year-old daughter to sleep against her will as part of a game." "It is not a game. The Triwizard Tournament is a centuries old. It's a game. Dress it up in whatever tradition you want. It's a game where children risk their lives for entertainment, and you've just asked to use my daughter as a prop." Sasuke took one step closer to Dumbledore. His Rinnegan pulsed, the concentric purple rings expanding and contracting. "You don't seem to understand what you're proposing. In our village, consciousness is sacred. A shinobi's awareness is their primary defense mechanism. To forcibly remove that awareness, to render someone helpless and place them in a vulnerable position, is considered one of the gravest violations possible. It's what our enemies do to prisoners of war." Dumbledore's expression shifted slightly. The patient, professorial calm gave way to something more complex. He was beginning to understand that this wasn't a simple disagreement about rules. This was a cultural collision, two worldviews with fundamentally different definitions of what constituted harm. "In our village, there was a man who used children as tools," Sasuke continued, his voice dropping further. "He put them to sleep. He took them against their will. He used them for his own purposes and called it service. His name was Danzo Shimura. We killed him for it." The room went cold. Not metaphorically. The temperature actually dropped. Harry felt it on his skin, the ambient magical energy in the castle reacting to Sasuke's killing intent, the primal, instinctual pressure that high-level shinobi could exert on their environment through sheer force of will. Dumbledore felt it too. The old man's hand moved toward his wand. Not drawing, not yet, but the reflex was there. "Nobody is putting Sarada to sleep," Harry said from the doorway. Every head turned. Harry walked into the room. He'd been training since 5 in the morning, and he was still in his dark field clothes, kunai pouch strapped to his thigh, hair damp with sweat. He looked at Dumbledore. "I'll do the task my own way. I don't need a hostage down there to motivate me. Give me the location, give me the time limit, and I'll retrieve whatever you put at the bottom of that lake." Dumbledore studied him. "The task is designed to test the champion's attachment to." "I know what it's designed to test. And I'm telling you, you don't need to kidnap someone I care about to prove I care about them. I'll do the task. Sarada stays on dry land." He looked at Sasuke. "Both of you stand down." Sasuke's killing intent faded, slowly, like a vice unclenching. He looked at Harry for a long moment, and something passed between them that didn't need words. An acknowledgement. A respect. The boy had walked into a room where two of the most dangerous men in either world were about to tear each other apart, and he'd shut it down in 4 sentences. Dumbledore exhaled. "Very well, a substitute hostage will be arranged, a valued object rather than a person. Fine. The task is in 3 days. The champions will be informed of the specifics tomorrow." "I already know the specifics. Bottom of the lake, 1-hour time limit. Merpeople guarding the hostages." Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. Hermione told me everything she could find about the previous tournaments. I've been prepared for this since December. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Miss Granger has been thorough. Miss Granger is the most useful person in this castle. Present company included. Harry turned and walked out. Sarada fell into step beside him. Behind them, Sasuk and Dumbledore remained in the antechamber, and Harry could feel the tension still crackling in the air between them like static. "That was well handled," Sarada said once they were out of earshot. "Your dad was about to draw his sword." "My dad draws his sword at least twice a week. It's practically a greeting." Dumbledore was reaching for his wand. Dumbledore has terrible instincts for someone who claims to value peace. Sarada was quiet for a moment. "Thank you for not letting them use me. Nobody uses you, ever, not while I'm breathing." Sarada glanced at him. The Sheringan faded back to dark brown. Her expression was unreadable, but her hand brushed against his as they walked, and she didn't pull away. The Black Lake stretched out under a gray February sky, flat and dark and cold. Harry stood at the water's edge with the other champions. Cedric Diggory, tall, earnest, his wand gripped in a white-knuckled hand. Fleur de Lacquer, her silver blonde hair whipping in the wind, her expression taut with concentration. Victor Crumb, solid and silent, his dark eyes fixed on the lake with the blunt focus of someone who intended to bulldoze through whatever was down there. The stands were packed. The entire school, plus spectators, ministry officials, and journalists. Bagman's amplified voice boomed across the water, explaining the rules with the enthusiasm of a man who genuinely didn't understand that children were about to dive into a freezing lake full of hostile creatures. Harry tuned it out. He was studying the lake. His sensory web reached across the water's surface, pushing downward, reading the energy signatures beneath. The lake was deep, deeper than it looked. The magical energy at the bottom was dense and old, layered with enchantments and natural magical fauna. He could feel the merpeople, a cluster of cold, sharp signatures gathered around a central point about 400 meters from shore, roughly 60 meters down, and there was something else. Something wrong, deeper than the merpeople, below them. A dark, oily energy that pulsed in a slow, rhythmic pattern, familiar, sickening. Karasu. Harry's jaw tightened. Whatever Karasu was planning, whatever he'd done to the bottom of that lake, Harry was about to walk right into it. The cannon fired. Cedric, Fleur, and Crumb dove into the water, each using their own method to survive the cold and breathe beneath the surface. Bubblehead charms, partial transfiguration, gillyweed. They hit the water and vanished beneath the gray surface. Harry didn't dive. He walked forward, stepped onto the water's surface, and stood on it. Chakra held him. His feet dimpled the surface like he was standing on a membrane, each step sending small ripples outward. The crowd went silent. 500 people watching a boy walk across the surface of a lake like it was a paved road. Bagman's voice broke the silence, stammering and high-pitched. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth champion appears to be walking on the water. Is that possible?" Ron, somewhere in the stands, could be heard saying "bloody hell" so loudly that it reached Harry across the water. Harry ran. His feet hit the water's surface in rapid, light impacts, each one sustained by a precise pulse of chakra. Spray kicked up behind him. The lake's surface blurred beneath his feet, dark gray water stretching in every direction, the sky low and heavy above. He crossed 400 meters in under a minute, stopped above the spot where the merpeople's signatures clustered, and looked down. The water was black, opaque. He could feel the signatures below him, the cluster of cold merpeople energy, and deeper, the sick pulse of Karasu's work. He pulled his kunai from his pouch, clamped the handle between his teeth, and dove. The cold hit him like a wall. Brutal, crushing, immediate. His lungs seized. His muscles contracted. He forced himself to adapt, channeling chakra through his body to maintain core temperature, a technique Hinata had taught him years ago. It wasn't comfortable, but it kept him functional, down, deeper. The light faded from gray to green to black. Harry's senses compensated, pushing his awareness outward, mapping the underwater terrain by energy signature rather than sight. Rocky formations, long strands of kelp that swayed in unseen currents. The merpeople were close now, their cold signatures forming a loose perimeter around a clearing on the lake floor. He reached the bottom. The pressure was immense, squeezing his chest, pressing against his eardrums. The water was black down here, completely lightless, and the only illumination came from bioluminescent plants clinging to the rocks and the faint glow of the merpeople's tridents. 4 figures were tied to a stone pillar in the center of the clearing. 3 of them were people, the hostages for the other champions, suspended in the enchanted sleep Dumbledore had described. The 4th was a sealed scroll case bearing the Uzumaki spiral, Harry's hostage, his valued object. The merpeople watched him approach. There were maybe 20 of them, gray-skinned, yellow-eyed, holding tridents and stone knives. They weren't hostile. Their body language was guarded but not aggressive. They were guards, not attackers. Harry reached the pillar and pulled a kunai. He cut the binding on his scroll case in one clean motion. It came free and he tucked it into his vest, easy. Too easy. He turned to leave and the water shifted, not the current. The water itself changed. It went colder, thicker, and a vibration ran through it that Harry felt in his bones. The bioluminescent plants flickered and died. The merpeople reacted instantly, pulling back from the clearing, their tridents raised, their yellow eyes wide with something Harry recognized. Fear, something moved in the deep below the clearing. Rising, fast. The first creature broke through the rock floor of the lake bed like it had been hiding beneath a thin crust. It was the size of a large dog, gray-green, with too many limbs and a mouth full of needle teeth. A Grindylow. Harry had read about them in Hermione's textbook. But this wasn't a normal Grindylow. The thing's skin was covered in dark, branching patterns that pulsed with a sick purple light. Harry recognized them immediately. Curse marks, not wizarding curse marks. The twisted, invasive seal work pioneered by Orochimaru, refined by Root, designed to forcibly enhance a living creature's abilities at the cost of its sanity and eventually its life. Karasu had done this. He'd been down here. He'd taken the creatures in the lake and marked them with Root-era curse mark variants, turning them from nuisances into something far more dangerous. More of them came. Dozens. Boiling up from beneath the rocks, from the dark water beyond the clearing, from every direction. Their movements were wrong. Too fast, too coordinated. The curse marks had enhanced their physical capabilities and linked them into something like a hive, moving in unison, surrounding Harry in a tightening ring of teeth and claws. Harry drew his second kunai, one in each hand. His lungs were burning. He had maybe 3 minutes of air left before he'd need to surface. The first wave hit him. Underwater combat was its own kind of nightmare. Harry's speed was cut in half. His strikes carried less force. The water absorbed impact and slowed his movements, turning every punch into a push. But the Grindylows were in their element. They were fast, slippery, and the curse marks had tripled their aggression. Harry fought. There was no elegance to it. It was survival, pure and messy. He slashed at anything that came within reach, driving kunai into gray-green bodies, ripping free, stabbing again. Blood clouded the water, dark and viscous, and the Grindylows kept coming. They grabbed at his arms, his legs, his clothes, their curse-enhanced strength making every grip feel like iron clamps. 2 of them hit him simultaneously from opposite sides. One grabbed his right forearm and bit down, teeth punching through fabric into skin. The other wrapped itself around his left leg and started pulling him down, deeper, away from the clearing. Harry twisted, wrenched his arm free with a spray of blood, and drove a heel kick into the one on his leg. It released, but another one took its place immediately. One of them latched onto his calf. Needle teeth punched through his trousers and into the muscle deep, and Harry bit down on a scream, the sound coming out as a burst of bubbles, and drove his kunai into the creature's skull. It released. Blood poured from the wounds in his leg, trailing upward in the water like red smoke. His air was getting critical. Each movement burned more oxygen. The cold was eating into his chakra reserves, draining them faster than he could compensate. His body was slowing down, the gap between thought and action widening with every second. He needed a different approach. Taijutsu wasn't enough down here. The water neutralized his biggest advantage, speed, Fuinjutsu. Harry sheathed one kunai and pressed his palm flat against the nearest rock. He pushed his yin energy into the stone, imprinting a concussive seal, the same design he'd used for flashbang tags but modified for underwater use. The seal activated with a pulse that turned the water around him into a shockwave. The effect was devastating. Underwater, concussive force had nowhere to dissipate. It traveled through the water in every direction, hitting every Grindylow within a 15-meter radius. The creatures were thrown backward, stunned, their bodies going rigid. Several of them floated motionless, killed outright by the shockwave's pressure differential. Harry didn't stop. He pressed both palms against the lake floor and pushed out a chain of concussive seals, one after another, sending shockwaves rippling through the water in expanding rings. The remaining Grindylows scattered. The curse marks on their bodies flickered and died as the creatures fled into the darkness beyond the clearing. 30 seconds. The entire engagement, 30 seconds, but it had cost him. His leg was bleeding badly, the calf muscle torn where the Grindylow had bitten him. His air was running out. His chakra reserves were dropping fast from the cold and the sustained output he needed to surface. Now, but something caught his eye. Beyond the clearing, in the deep water where the Grindylows had emerged, there was a structure. Not natural rock, cut stone, straight lines and right angles that didn't belong on a lake bed. The remains of a building or a chamber hidden beneath centuries of silt and growth. And on the wall of that structure, glowing faint purple in the dark water, was a seal, not a small seal. A massive one, covering the entire visible surface of the stone wall. Geometric patterns within patterns, circles and lines and symbols that blended root cipher script with something else. Something Harry had never seen before but recognized from Karasu's stolen scroll, wizarding runes. Dark ones, the seal was incomplete, maybe 60% finished. The lines trailed off at the edges, unfinished, waiting for more work. But the parts that were complete pulsed with a dark, heavy energy that made Harry's skin crawl. He was looking at Karasu's blood seal, the one built to use Hogwarts ley lines, the one designed to resurrect Voldemort not as a standard wizard, but as something enhanced by chakra. Something that bridged both worlds. Harry stared at it. His lungs were screaming. His leg was bleeding. His vision was starting to tunnel from oxygen deprivation. He pressed his palm against the seal and his yin energy flooded into it, reading the structure the way he'd read 1,000 seals before. The data came in fragments, impressions, like reading a book in a language he half understood. Blood magic, soul binding, dimensional resonance. A framework designed to pull something, someone, from the space between life and death and rebuild them with materials drawn from both magical and chakra-based sources. A resurrection. But not just a resurrection. An upgrade. The seal was designed to create a new Voldemort. One with a chakra system grafted onto his magical core. One with the physical capabilities of a shinobi and the magical power of a dark lord. One who could operate in both worlds. Karasu wasn't just bringing Voldemort back, he was rebuilding him as a weapon. Harry memorized what he could. Then he kicked upward, hard, pushing chakra to his legs, ignoring the pain in his calf, ascending through the dark water toward the light above. He broke the surface, gasping. Air flooded his lungs, and his vision exploded with color after the darkness below. The crowd was cheering, distant and fuzzy, and Harry barely registered it. He walked across the surface of the lake on shaking legs, each step less stable than the last. His chakra control was failing, his feet breaking through the surface every few steps, cold water splashing up to his knees. He was running on fumes. 10 meters from shore, his control gave out completely. His feet punched through the water surface and he plunged in up to his waist. The cold slammed into his wounds and he gasped, staggered forward through the shallow water, and collapsed onto the muddy bank. The ground was solid beneath him, cold and wet and filthy, and the most beautiful thing he'd ever felt. Sarada was there in seconds. She dropped to her knees beside him, hands already moving to his bleeding leg, pulling away the shredded fabric of his trousers to get at the bite wounds underneath. Her fingers were quick and clinical, applying pressure, assessing damage. Shinobi first aid, efficient, no wasted motion. How bad? Grindelows, curse-marked. Karasu's been busy. He grabbed her arm. The seal, I found it, the blood seal. It's on the lake bed. It's enormous, Sarada. Bigger than anything I've ever seen. He's building a resurrection matrix that combines root seal work with dark wizarding magic. When it activates, Voldemort comes back with a chakra system. He comes back as both. Sarada's face went pale, her hands stilled on his leg. Both. A wizard with shinobi capabilities. That's the end game. That's what Project Vessel is. Sarada stared at him. Then she pulled the bandage tight on his leg, hard enough to make him wince, and her expression locked into the cold, focused determination that meant she'd processed the information and was already planning countermeasures. "We need to tell my father," she said. "And yours." "I know." "Can you walk?" Yeah, he couldn't, really. But he stood up anyway, Sarada's arm around his waist, his arm over her shoulders, and they moved away from the lake, away from the cheering crowd, away from the judges and the cameras and the spectacle. The scores didn't matter. The task didn't matter. What mattered was 70 meters below the surface of a Scottish lake, glowing purple in the dark, waiting to be finished. They found Sirius Black in the passageway behind the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor. Harry hadn't expected the meeting. Sasuke had arranged it through channels Harry didn't fully understand, something about a wanted fugitive with information about the Potter family history and the first war against Voldemort. Sasuke's exact words had been, "He's your biological godfather. He's unstable, sentimental, and obsessed with your dead parents, but he has intelligence we need about Voldemort's inner circle and the original Horcrux hunters. Talk to him." Sirius was thin, gaunt really. His dark hair was long and tangled, his clothes were ragged, and his eyes had the hollow, too bright quality of someone who'd spent too long in the dark. He smelled like a wet dog, which Sarada had noted and Harry had chosen not to investigate. But when he saw Harry, those hollow eyes filled with something so raw and desperate that Harry had to look away. "Harry," Sirius's voice cracked on the name. "God, you look just like him, just like James, except the eyes, Lily's eyes. So I've been told." They stood in the narrow passageway, torchlight flickering on the stone walls. Sarada leaned against the passage entrance, keeping watch, her sharing an active, giving them privacy while maintaining a perimeter. Professional as always, Sirius took a step forward. His hand reached out, then stopped, hovering in the air between them like he didn't know if he was allowed to touch. "I've been looking for you for years. When you disappeared from the Dursleys, I thought the worst. I thought Death Eaters had gotten to you. I spent 12 years in Azkaban, and when I got out, the first thing I did was try to find you, and you were just gone. I was in another dimension. I know that now, Dumbledore told me. Another world, raised by the military leader, my father." Sirius flinched, small but visible. "Your father, right. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. He adopted me when I was 5. He gave me a home, a family, and a name. He's the strongest and kindest person I've ever known, and everything good in my life exists because of him." The words weren't cruel. Harry didn't say them to be cruel. But they landed on Sirius like physical blows, each one driving home a reality the man clearly hadn't fully processed. "I was supposed to be your godfather," Sirius said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "James and Lily, they named me. I was supposed to protect you, and I failed. I went after Pettigrew instead of coming for you, and I ended up in prison, and you ended up with the Dursleys, and then you ended up in another world entirely, and I wasn't there for any of it." "No," Harry said, "you weren't. I'm sorry. I know you are." Sirius looked at him with eyes that begged for something. Forgiveness. Connection. A piece of the boy who should have been his godson, who should have grown up hearing stories about James and Lily, who should have lived in a world of magic and broomsticks and chocolate frogs. Harry looked back and he felt it. The pull, the tug of what could have been, what should have been, a different life, a different world, a godfather who loved him, who had suffered for years with the guilt of failing him, but the life he had was the life he'd built. The family he had was the family he'd chosen, and no amount of grief or regret or well-meaning desperation could rewrite that. "Sirius," Harry said, "I'm going to be honest with you because you deserve honesty and I think you've had too many people lie to you." Sirius's jaw tightened. He nodded. "You're not my godfather, not in any way that matters. You might have been in a different world, a different timeline, but I grew up in Konoha. I grew up with Naruto and Hinata and Boruto and Himawari. They're my family, my real family. The one that held me when I was scared and fed me when I was hungry and stayed up all night when I was sick. That's what a family is. It's not blood, it's not obligation, it's presence, it's showing up, and you couldn't show up. That's not your fault, but it is the reality." Sirius's eyes were wet. He blinked hard twice, and his jaw worked like he was chewing on something he couldn't swallow. "I used to dream about you in Azkaban," Sirius said. His voice was rough, stripped raw. "In between the Dementors and the cold and the screaming, I'd dream about getting out, finding you. Taking you to James and Lily's cottage in Godric's Hollow, the one that's still standing, showing you your room. They decorated it before you were born, broomsticks on the wallpaper. Lily picked it out. She said you were going to be a seeker like your dad." Harry's chest tightened. Not because the image meant nothing, because it meant something, and that was worse. A life he'd never lived, a nursery he'd never slept in. Parents who'd loved him and died for him, and a godfather who'd spent 12 years in hell holding onto the ghost of a promise he could never keep. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and he meant it. "I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry about James and Lily. I'm sorry about all of it, but I can't be the boy you dreamed about in that prison, Sirius. That boy doesn't exist. He never got the chance to." "Naruto Uzumaki is my father," Harry said, "not James Potter." "Not you, Naruto. He earned that title every single day for 9 years, and nothing anyone in this world says or does will change that." The passageway was quiet. The torch flame wavered. Somewhere above them, the castle groaned in its sleep. Sirius exhaled. Long, shaky. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, rough and quick, the gesture of a man who'd learned in prison that tears were a vulnerability he couldn't afford. "He must be something special," Sirius said. "Your father, he is. Then I'm glad. I'm glad someone was there for you, Harry. Even if it wasn't me." Something in Harry's chest loosened. Not forgiveness exactly, not yet, but the beginning of something that might eventually grow into it. "I need information," Harry said. "About Voldemort, about Horcruxes. About anything you know from the First War that might help us understand what he's planning." Sirius straightened. The grief didn't leave his face, but something else joined it. Purpose. "I know a lot, more than most. James and Lily were part of the Order of the Phoenix, and before they went into hiding, they were investigating Voldemort's methods of immortality. Dumbledore believes there are multiple Horcruxes, soul fragments hidden in objects, anchoring Voldemort to the living world. How many? Unknown. Dumbledore suspects at least 4, possibly more. He's been searching for decades. And nobody's destroyed one." Sirius hesitated. Then he looked at Harry with an expression that was equal parts wonder and horror. "Actually, yes, you did, when you were a baby, the diary. Second year at Hogwarts, a student found one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, a diary, and it nearly killed her before it was destroyed. But before that, there was you. The night Voldemort tried to kill you, his curse rebounded. Dumbledore believes the rebounding curse may have destroyed the Horcrux that Voldemort accidentally created when he murdered your parents." Harry went very still. "A Horcrux, in me, possibly. Dumbledore's never been certain. A fragment of Voldemort's soul was potentially attached to me." For 15 years, Sirius's face was gray. "Harry, and Dumbledore knew this, or suspected it, and never told me, never told my father, never told anyone who could have helped me. He said he needed more information before. He always needs more information. He always has a reason to wait. And in the meantime, I've been walking around with a piece of a dark wizard's soul stuck to me like a parasite, and nobody thought that was worth mentioning." Harry's hands were shaking, not with fear, with a cold, focused fury that he controlled by sheer force of will. He breathed in, breathed out, filed the information away, added it to the picture that was forming in his mind, the picture of Karasu's plan, of the blood seal at the bottom of the lake, of a resurrection designed to create something that spanned both worlds. If there was a fragment of Voldemort's soul connected to Harry, then Harry himself was a component. A piece of the puzzle that Karasu needed to complete the resurrection matrix. That's why they'd summoned him. Not just for the tournament, for the soul fragment, for the anchor. Thank you. Harry said to Sirius. His voice was flat, controlled. This changes things. He turned and walked back toward the passage entrance where Sarada waited with her Sharingan eyes and her steady presence. Harry, Sirius called after him, I know you don't owe me anything. But if you ever need me for anything, I'm here. I've always been here. Harry paused. He didn't turn around. I'll remember that, he said. He walked away with Sarada back into the castle's cold corridors, carrying the weight of a revelation that reframed everything. The Horcrux. The soul fragment. The reason Karasu and Voldemort needed him alive, needed him close, needed him at Hogwarts where the ley lines ran deep and the blood seal waited at the bottom of a lake. He wasn't just a champion. He wasn't just a target. He was the last ingredient. The maze was alive. Not metaphorically. The hedges moved. They breathed. They shifted in the dark, rearranging themselves with the wet, grinding sound of roots being torn from earth and replanted. The corridors changed behind you. Dead ends appeared where open paths had been 30 seconds earlier. The whole thing was designed to disorient, to terrify, to grind down your sense of direction, until panic set in, and you made a mistake. Harry and Sarada stood at the maze entrance side by side. The other 3 champions were spaced along the hedge wall to their left, each facing their own entry point. Cedric was pale but steady. Crumb's face was blank and focused. Fleur was whispering something under her breath that might have been a prayer. The crowd roared behind them. Bagman's amplified voice echoed across the grounds, but Harry had stopped listening to Bagman weeks ago. The words were noise. The maze was the mission. Sarada's Sharingan activated, 3 Tomo in each eye now, spinning, the red glow barely visible in the twilight. She'd awakened the 3rd Tomo during a training session 2 weeks ago, triggered by a near miss with one of Sasuke's test attacks. The jump in perceptual clarity had been immediate and significant. I can see through the first 3 layers of hedge, she said quietly. The path curves right, then branches. Left branch dead ends after 40 meters. Right branch leads to an open space. Something's moving in that space. Large, magical signature. Creature, probably. We go right and deal with it. The cannon fired. The champions entered the maze. Harry and Sarada moved fast. Not running blind, but fast with the efficient, ground-eating pace of shinobi who'd been trained to cover rough terrain at speed. Harry's sensory web pushed outward, mapping the corridors by energy signature, detecting the maze traps before they came into view. Sarada's Sharingan cut through the visual obstructions, reading the layout through solid hedge matter. They worked as a unit. No wasted communication, hand signals. Nods, the language of 2 people who'd trained together for years and could read each other's intentions from a shift in posture. The creature in the first clearing was a blast-ended scroot, a nightmarish hybrid of scorpion and crab the size of a small car. It saw them and charged, its stinger arcing overhead, the armored body clattering across the packed earth with a sound like a boulder rolling downhill. Harry sidestepped the charge, slapped an immobilization seal on its armored flank as it passed, and the creature locked mid-stride, legs frozen, stinger suspended in the air. They moved on before it hit the ground. The second obstacle was a sphinx. It sat in the corridor blocking their path, a massive lion body with a woman's face, and it asked them a riddle in a voice like honey over gravel. Sarada answered it in 4 seconds. The Sphinx looked mildly offended but stepped aside. How did you know that? Harry asked as they ran past. Hermione lent me a book on magical creatures. I read the chapter on sphinxes over breakfast. You read a textbook over breakfast for fun. Information is a weapon, Harry. I collect weapons. He couldn't argue with that. Deeper, the maze got darker. The hedges grew taller, blocking out the sky entirely. The ground shifted beneath their feet, becoming uneven, muddy. Something hissed from behind a hedge wall, low and predatory, but moved away when Harry flared his chakra in a brief, aggressive pulse. Whatever it was, it decided they weren't worth the trouble. Harry's sensory web picked up the other champions, scattered through the maze at various distances. Cedric was making steady progress. Crumb was moving erratically, his signature fluctuating in a way that suggested he was under some kind of external influence. Fleur's signature had stopped moving entirely, which was concerning. Crumb's compromised, Harry said. His energy is wrong, someone's controlling him. The imperious curse. Moody, or whoever's wearing his face, could have cast it before the task. Crouch Jr., right, Crouch, he wants you to reach the cup, he needs you to reach it. Sarada's eyes narrowed behind her Sharingan. This whole maze is designed to funnel you to the center. I know. And you're walking straight into it. I know that too, Harry. We can't break the goblet's contract without reaching the cup. And if we don't go to Karasu, Karasu comes to us, except on his terms instead of ours. I'd rather walk into a trap knowing it's a trap than wait for the trap to close on me blind. Sarada was quiet for 3 steps. Then she said, when we get home, I'm going to kill your father for raising you to be this reckless. He'd probably agree with you. They pushed through the maze's inner layers. A boggart tried to manifest in their path, and Sarada's Sharingan saw through the illusion before it fully formed. A patch of golden mist that reversed gravity nearly caught Harry, but his chakra anchored his feet to the ground and he pulled Sarada through the anomaly before it could affect her. 20 minutes in, they reached the center. The Triwizard Cup sat on a stone pedestal in a circular clearing. It glowed faint blue, pulsing with magical energy. The hedge walls around the clearing were twice as tall as the outer corridors, forming a perfect circle, and the air was different here. Heavier, charged. The ley line energy that ran beneath Hogwarts was concentrated in this spot, and Harry could feel it pressing against his senses like standing next to a power station. They stood at the edge of the clearing and looked at the cup. It's a portkey, Harry said. He could feel it. The spatial displacement energy wrapped around the cup like an invisible shell. Touch it and it takes you somewhere. The graveyard, Sarada said, not a question, almost certainly. Karasu's been building toward this since the beginning. The goblet brought me here. The tournament kept me here. And the cup takes me to wherever the resurrection is happening. Then we go together, Sarada. Don't. Her voice was hard, final. Don't ask me to stay behind. Don't try to protect me by going alone. We discussed this. My father authorized it. Where you go, I go. That was the deal. Harry looked at her. In the dim blue light of the cup, her Sharingan eyes burned like twin coals. She was scared. He could see it in the tension of her jaw, the set of her shoulders, but she was there, standing beside him, ready to walk into the worst of it, because that's who she was. Together. Harry said, together. They walked to the pedestal. Harry reached out and gripped one handle of the cup. Sarada gripped the other. Their free hands found each other between the handles, fingers interlocking. The world lurched. The sensation was violent and immediate. A hook behind the navel, a scream of displaced air, and the maze and the clearing and Hogwarts dissolved into a blur of color and sound. Harry's grip on Sarada's hand tightened to the point of pain, and he held on, because losing her in transit was not an option. They hit the ground hard. Both of them. Rolling on wet grass, the cup clattering away across stone. Harry was on his feet in under a second, kunai drawn, body low. Sarada was beside him, same posture, same speed, her Sharingan scanning the environment in rapid sweeps, a graveyard, old, neglected. Headstones jutted from the earth at uneven angles, gray and weathered, covered in moss and lichen. A low iron fence surrounded the plot, rusted and sagging. Beyond the fence, the silhouette of a small church and a dark hillside dotted with the lights of a distant village. The air was cold and damp, and it smelled like wet earth and decay. An owl called from somewhere in the darkness. The sound was lonely and wrong. Harry's senses mapped the space in 2 seconds. 30 headstones. One large monument near the center, an angel with broken wings. 3 exits, north gate, south gap in the fence, west through the churchyard. 2 active energy signatures. 1 weak, trembling, human. 1 cold, controlled, familiar. Sarada's Sharingan swept the perimeter. Two hostiles, center of the graveyard, one is barely registering as a threat, the other, her jaw tightened. Karasu, I know. There's something else in the center, a container. Massive chakra concentration around it, mixed with dark, magical energy. Whatever ritual they're performing, it's already in progress. Harry's grip on his kunai tightened until his knuckles went white. His forearm was still bleeding from the cut in the lake task 3 weeks ago, reopened by the rough landing. The scar tissue hadn't fully healed, it never seemed to fully heal, and in the center of the graveyard, illuminated by torchlight, was a stone cauldron the size of a bathtub. Two figures stood beside it. The first was small, hunched, trembling, a rat-faced man wrapped in a dirty cloak. Peter Pettigrew. Harry recognized the description from Sirius's briefing. Watery eyes, a missing finger, the posture of a man whose entire life was built on cowardice and self-preservation. The second figure was Karasu. He stood tall and still beside the cauldron, his root armor visible beneath a dark traveling cloak. No mask tonight. His angular face was calm, his dark eyes reflecting the torchlight with the flat, empty quality of polished stone. The thin scar on his jaw caught the light. "Welcome, Harry," Karasu said. "Right on time." "Let me guess," Harry said. His voice was steady. The kunai in his hand was steady. Everything else in his body was screaming. The cup was always going to bring me here. The cup, the maze, the tournament, the goblet itself, all of it, one long path leading to this exact spot on this exact night. Karasu gestured to the cauldron. The liquid inside was bubbling, thick and dark, emitting a steam that smelled like burnt metal and something else, something organic and wrong. Crouch played his part beautifully. The man's a fanatic, but fanatics are useful when properly directed. You used a Death Eater to manipulate a magical artifact from inside a school full of children, just to get me standing in a graveyard. I used every tool available to achieve the objective. That's what Root taught me. Karasu looked at Sarada. I didn't expect you to bring the Uchiha girl. Brave. Stupid but brave. Touch her and I'll kill you, Harry said. You already killed one of my operatives in that forest with a kunai through the throat, I remember. Karasu tilted his head slightly. How did that feel, Harry? Your first kill, did it change you? Harry didn't answer. It changed you, Karasu said softly. I can see it in your eyes. The boy I watched at the academy, the one who smiled at his little sister and trained on the East Field every afternoon, that boy is still in there. But there's someone else now too, someone harder. Someone who knows what it feels like to push a blade into another person's body and feel them stop living. Shut up. That's the version of you I need, not the soft boy the HOKAGE raised, the weapon underneath, the one that emerges when the people you love are threatened. Pettigrew was moving. His trembling hands held a bundle of dark cloth, and inside the cloth something moved, something small and pale and not entirely human. Harry's senses recoiled from it. The energy signature was fractured, broken, a soul held together by sheer malice and dark magic. Voldemort. Or what was left of him. Begin, Karasu said. Pettigrew lowered the bundle into the cauldron. The liquid surged. Pettigrew raised his wand with shaking hands and began chanting. The words were old, guttural, in a language Harry didn't recognize, but that made his skin crawl. Bone of the father, unknowingly given. The ground beneath a nearby headstone cracked. Dust rose from the earth and drifted into the cauldron. Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed. Pettigrew raised a silver knife. His face was gray with terror. He brought the blade down on his own hand and screamed, and the severed hand dropped into the cauldron with a wet, heavy splash. Blood sprayed the stone. Pettigrew collapsed to his knees, sobbing, clutching the stump of his wrist. Harry moved through the kunai. It streaked toward Karasu with killing velocity, aimed at his throat. Karasu caught it, bare-handed. The blade stopped 6 inches from his neck, clamped between his index and middle fingers. He looked at Harry over the weapon. You're too late, Karasu said. You were always too late. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Something invisible slammed into Harry from behind. A spell cast by someone he hadn't detected. The impact drove him to his knees, and before he could recover, a second spell hit his arm and a cut opened on his forearm, deep enough to bleed freely. Blood arced through the air, drawn by an invisible force, curving in a perfect arc over the headstones and into the cauldron. Sarada screamed his name and moved. She was fast, faster than she'd ever been, the third Tomo sharing and pushing her reflexes beyond anything she'd achieved before. But Karasu was there, intercepting her mid-charge, and his speed was devastating. He blocked her opening strike with one arm, redirected her follow-up kick, and drove a palm into her solar plexus that sent her skidding backward across the wet grass. The cauldron erupted. The liquid boiled over, white and blinding. Steam billowed outward in a massive cloud. The torches blew out. For 3 seconds, the graveyard was blind, white, filled with the roar of something being born. Then the light faded, and a figure stood where the cauldron had been, tall, pale, hairless. Red eyes that burned like coals in a white face. But not the skeletal, serpentine creature that wizarding legend described. This was something else, something new. The body was lean and muscled, the posture balanced and scented, the movements fluid. When he raised his hand and flexed his fingers, the air around him shimmered with two kinds of energy. Magical power, vast and dark, and beneath it, threaded through every cell like a second nervous system, chakra. Voldemort opened his eyes. Red met green across the graveyard. Harry Potter. Voldemort said. His voice was smooth and cold and wrong in a way that went beyond sound. It resonated on a frequency that Harry felt in his teeth, in his bones. We meet at last. Uzumaki, Harry said through gritted teeth. Blood dripped from his forearm onto the grass. My name is Uzumaki. Voldemort smiled. It was terrible. Names are irrelevant. You are what you carry. A fragment of my soul placed in you the night I killed your parents, and now that fragment has served its final purpose. He looked down at his own hands, turning them over, studying them with the fascination of a man examining a new tool. Remarkable, I can feel it, both systems, magic and this, other energy, chakra, Karasu calls it, running together, complementary. The enhancement worked, Karasu said. He'd moved to stand beside Voldemort, and for the first time, Harry saw something in his expression that wasn't calculated control. It was satisfaction. Genuine, deep satisfaction. Your magical core is intact. The grafted chakra pathways are functional. You have access to both systems simultaneously. Can you deliver what you promised? Voldemort asked. The shinobi world, the hidden villages. With your magical power and chakra capability combined, no single cage could match you in direct combat. Konoha falls, then the other villages follow. The elemental nations reorganized under Root's philosophy, with me as the administrative authority. You get the wizarding world, I get mine. Harry listened to them divide up two worlds like they were splitting a dinner bill, and the anger that rose in him was so pure and so hot that it burned clean through his fear. You're delusional, Harry said. Both of you. Voldemort looked at him with those burning red eyes. The child speaks. The child just watched you crawl out of a cauldron after spending 13 years as a parasite. You needed a dead man's bone, a coward's hand, and a stolen drop of blood from a teenager to get a body. And now you think you're going to conquer two worlds. Harry spat blood onto the grass. My father would break you in half. Voldemort's smile disappeared. The sky above the graveyard cracked, not lightning, something else. Dark marks burning through the clouds, skull and serpent, and figures began appearing on the edges of the graveyard. Popping into existence one by one, two by two, materializing from thin air with sharp cracks of displaced air, Death Eaters, dozens of them, masked, robed, wands drawn. They formed a loose circle around the graveyard, surrounding Harry and Sarada on all sides. The air filled with the sharp, electric tang of prepared spells. My followers, Voldemort said, returned, faithful after so long. Some of them didn't look faithful. Some of them looked terrified. But they were here, and they had wands, and they were pointing them at two teenagers standing in the middle of a graveyard covered in blood. Harry looked at Sarada. She'd gotten back to her feet after Karasu's hit. Her hand pressed against her ribs where the palm strike had landed, and her breathing was uneven. but her Sharingan was blazing and her stance was ready. She looked back at him. A nod, almost imperceptible. Let's go. The first Death Eater fired. A green bolt of killing light streaked across the graveyard. Harry was already gone, sidestepping the curse with a speed that turned him into a blur. He closed the distance to the caster in 2 steps and drove his fist into the man's face. The mask shattered. The Death Eater dropped. Sarada moved at the same time, going in the opposite direction, tearing into the left flank of the circle. Her Sharingan read the spells before they were cast, predicted the trajectories, and placed her body where the curses weren't. She was untouchable. A ghost in red glasses, weaving through killing curses and binding spells and sickly yellow hexes, closing to melee range where the wizards were helpless. She hit the first one with a rising knee that folded him in half. The second one got his wand up in time to cast, and Sarada grabbed his wrist, broke it with a sharp twist, and drove her elbow into his temple. He went down. The third tried to run. She caught him in 3 strides and put him on the ground with a sweep kick that took his legs out from under him. Harry worked through the right flank. A Death Eater screamed an incantation, and a jet of purple fire erupted from his wand. Harry rolled under it, came up inside the man's guard, and slammed an explosive tag onto his chest. The detonation was controlled, concussive, not lethal. The Death Eater flew backward and hit a headstone with a crack that might have been stone or might have been bone. Another one. Another incantation. Harry threw a kunai that took the wand out of the man's hand along with 2 fingers. The Death Eater screamed, high and shrill, and stumbled backward, clutching his ruined hand. Harry was past him already, onto the next. 2 more came at him together, trying to coordinate, one casting while the other shielded. Smart. The kind of tactic that would work against another wizard. Harry ran straight at the shield, planted a hand on the ground, and vaulted over both of them. He landed behind the shielder and drove a knee into the back of his head. The man dropped. The caster tried to turn to adjust, and Harry grabbed his wand arm, twisted it until the elbow hyperextended with a sickening pop, and shoved the man face first into the mud. The speed differential was obscene. These wizards had never fought anything like this. They were trained to duel at range, to stand in place and trade spells, to rely on shields and counter curses. They had no answer for 2 shinobi who moved faster than their eyes could track, who appeared inside their defensive perimeter before the first syllable of an incantation left their mouths, who fought with hands and feet and blades in a way that no magical shield could stop because the attacks came from too close for magic to react. 12 Death Eaters went down in under 30 seconds, but there were more. And the inner circle, the veterans, were better. They apparated away from close combat, blinking out of existence and reappearing at range, casting from positions the shinobi couldn't close on fast enough. One of them caught Harry with a cutting curse across his back, a hot line of pain that split his shirt and drew blood. Another hit Sarada with a concussive hex that threw her sideways into an iron fence post, and then Voldemort entered the fight. It was like the air itself changed. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in a second. The ambient magical energy in the graveyard surged, drawn toward Voldemort like water into a drain, and the dark wizard raised his wand and moved. He was fast. Not shinobi fast, not yet, but far faster than any wizard Harry had faced. The grafted chakra system had enhanced his physical capabilities, boosted his reflexes, given him a speed and fluidity that no baseline wizard could match. His spells came out rapid fire, no incantations needed, just pure focused intent that hurled killing curses and dark magic like a machine gun. Harry dodged the first 3. The 4th clipped his shoulder and his arm went dead from the elbow down, a numbing curse that paralyzed the nerves. He gritted his teeth and switched his kunai to his left hand. Karasu came from the right, sword drawn. Fast, precise, root-trained lethality in every movement. He drove Harry backward with a flurry of strikes that forced him to defend one-handed, the paralyzed arm hanging useless at his side, 2-on-1. Voldemort at range, Karasu in melee, Harry in the middle. "This is what I tried to save you from," Karasu said, His sword clanged against Harry's kunai, sparks flying. If you'd come with me in that forest 2 years ago, none of this would be happening. You'd be in a root facility, your abilities cultivated, your potential realized. Instead, you're bleeding in a graveyard, fighting a war that isn't yours. Every war is mine when someone threatens my family. Your family. Karasu pressed the attack, a lateral slash that Harry barely ducked, the blade singing over his head. The HOKAGE and his soft little household. His wife who presses flowers. His son who complains about his father's job. His daughter who draws pictures of sunflowers. That's what you're willing to die for. Yes. Then you're a fool, the same kind of fool as the third HOKAGE. The same kind as Hiruzen Sarutobi, who preached the will of fire while sending 12-year-olds to die in border wars. Danzo understood what Hiruzen never could. That love is a liability. That sentiment is the crack in the wall where the enemy gets in. Danzo is dead. His ideology is dead. Root is dead. You're fighting for a ghost. Ghosts don't die, Harry. Ideas don't die. Konoha's peace is a fairy tale written by the victors of the Fourth War. It will end. It always ends. And when it does, the people who prepared for the darkness will be the ones who survive. My father prepared for the darkness. He did it by building something worth protecting. That's the difference between him and you. He fights to keep the light on. You fight because you're afraid of the dark. The word came out clean and absolute, without hesitation, without doubt. Karasu's rhythm faltered. Half a beat. A fraction of a second where something, surprise or recognition or something older and more painful, cracked the mask. Harry struck. His kunai drove forward, finding the gap in Karasu's guard, and the blade sliced a deep gash across the man's ribs. Karasu staggered. Blood soaked through his armor. A killing curse from Voldemort streaked between them, and Harry threw himself sideways to avoid it. The green light hit a headstone, and the stone exploded into dust. Harry hit the ground and rolled, and Karasu was on him again, bleeding but relentless, the sword coming down in an overhead strike. Sarada intercepted. She appeared between them like a ghost, her Sharingan blazing, and her kunai met Karasu's sword in a shower of sparks. The impact drove her backward, but she held, feet digging furrows in the wet grass. Go, she shouted at Harry. Voldemort, I'll handle Karasu, you can't take him alone. I'm an Uchiha, watch me. Harry had no time to argue. Voldemort was advancing, wand raised, and the energy rolling off him was massive. A dark star of magical and chakra power that distorted the air around him. Harry faced him with one working arm, a single kunai, and the kind of stubborn, furious refusal to die that Naruto Uzumaki had spent 9 years cultivating. They clashed. Voldemort cast. Harry dodged. The spells tore up the graveyard, shattering headstones, cratering the earth, turning the ancient burial ground into a war zone. Harry closed the distance, got inside the spell range, and his kunai slashed at Voldemort's chest. The Dark Lord blocked, not with a shield spell, with his forearm. The chakra enhancement had given him physical durability that no wizard should have, and the blade skidded across his skin, drawing a thin line of blood but not biting deep. Voldemort's counter was instant, a backhand strike enhanced with both magic and chakra that caught Harry across the jaw and sent him spinning. Harry tasted blood. Stars exploded across his vision. He staggered, caught his balance, and Voldemort was on him again. A spell struck the ground at Harry's feet and the earth erupted upward, knocking him off balance. A second spell hit his ribs and something cracked, a sharp, hot pain that stole his breath. He tried to close the distance again. Voldemort apparated. Vanished and reappeared 10 meters away, already casting. Harry threw himself behind a headstone and the killing curse blew it apart, stone fragments peppering his back, cutting through his shirt. This wasn't a fight he could win. Not alone. Not with one working arm and cracked ribs and a paralyzed shoulder. Voldemort was too powerful. The combination of dark magic and chakra had created something that defied everything Harry knew about combat. A wizard with shinobi speed, a dark lord with physical durability. The worst of both worlds fused into one nightmare. Voldemort's hand closed around Harry's throat. He lifted Harry off the ground. one-handed. The grip was crushingly strong, enhanced by both magic and chakra, and Harry's vision started to blur immediately. His feet kicked in the air. His one working hand clawed at Voldemort's fingers. "You are a remarkable specimen," Voldemort said. He studied Harry's face with the clinical interest of a collector examining a rare find. "The soul fragment in you served its purpose. But you, the body, the training, the spirit. You would have made an excellent servant. Go," Harry choked. His vision was tunneling, dark at the edges. "Go to hell." Behind them, Sarada screamed. Harry couldn't see her, couldn't turn his head, but he heard it, a sharp, pained cry that meant Karasu had landed a hit. Harry's hand moved to his chest, to the spot where Naruto's scroll was still tucked against his skin. His fingers found the paper, and underneath it, sewn into the fabric of his shirt 3 days ago, a seal, a dimensional tracking seal, designed by Sasuke, calibrated to Harry's energy signature. Connected by a thread of spatial energy that crossed the gap between worlds, all it needed was a pulse of chakra to activate. Harry pushed everything he had left into the seal. His yin energy, his chakra reserves, the wild, untamed magical power that lived in his bones. All of it. One massive, desperate pulse that burned through the seal matrix and screamed across dimensional boundaries like a flare in the dark. The seal ignited. Blue-white light erupted from Harry's chest, blinding, and Voldemort recoiled, dropping him. Harry hit the ground and gasped, air flooding his crushed throat, and the blue light spread outward from the seal in expanding rings that rippled through the graveyard like a shockwave. Somewhere in another world, in an office overlooking a village built against a mountain, the corresponding seal activated. And Naruto Uzumaki felt his son calling. Harry lay on the ground of the graveyard, bleeding, half paralyzed, his throat bruised, his vision swimming. Sarada was down somewhere to his left, fighting to get back to her feet. He could hear her, could hear the scrape of her hands on wet grass, the sharp intake of breath that meant she was hurt but moving. Alive. Still alive, Voldemort stood over him, red eyes blazing, wand raised for the kill. The graveyard was silent except for the groans of fallen Death Eaters and the distant sound of the owl. The Dark Lord's face held no rage, no hatred, just the cold, clinical certainty of a man about to erase something inconvenient. The air above the graveyard began to tear. Harry felt it before he saw it, a warmth. Distant at first, then growing, swelling, a heat that had nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with something he recognized in his bones. A chakra signature he'd known since he was 5 years old, warm like sunlight, bright like fire. Enormous beyond anything in this world's comprehension. Dad, the rift widened. Gold and blue light poured through the crack in reality like sunrise through a broken wall. The Death Eater still standing stumbled backward. Voldemort's red eyes lifted from Harry to the sky, and for the first time, something other than arrogance crossed his pale face, uncertainty. "You should run," Harry said to Voldemort. His voice was a destroyed rasp, blood on his teeth, a grin on his wrecked face. "You really, really should run." The rift widened, and something on the other side burned with the light of a star. The rift tore open, and the sky caught fire, not with flame, with light. Pure, blinding, golden light that poured through the dimensional tier like liquid sunrise, flooding the graveyard in a radiance so intense that every shadow in Little Hangleton vanished at once. The Death Eater still standing stumbled backward, arms raised against the glare. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed to slits. Even Karasu, unshakable, calculating Karasu, took a step back. A figure descended through the rift. He didn't fall, didn't jump. He came down slowly, deliberately, wreathed in energy so dense it warped the air around him. Golden cloak of chakra, patterned with black markings, flowing over his body like living flame. 6 black spheres orbited behind him in a slow, hypnotic rotation. His eyes were cross-shaped, gold and orange, the pupils of a sage who had transcended every known limit of human power. The truth-seeking orbs hummed with a low vibration that Harry felt in his teeth. Naruto Uzumaki, 7th Hokage in full 6-path sage mode, touched down on the graveyard grass. The ground cracked beneath his feet, not from force, from sheer pressure. The ambient magical energy of the graveyard buckled under the weight of his presence, the wards and enchantments and residual dark magic bending like grass in a hurricane. The headstones nearest to him vibrated. A Death Eater 20 meters away dropped to his knees, not from any attack but from the instinctual, animal recognition of something so far above him on the food chain that his body chose surrender before his brain could process the sight. Naruto's eyes swept the graveyard. He saw everything. The fallen Death Eaters, the shattered headstones, the overturned cauldron and the dark residue of the resurrection ritual. Sarada on the ground, bleeding, pushing herself up on shaking arms, and Harry, his son, lying in the mud, blood on his face, his throat, his arms, one arm hanging dead. Ribs cracked, a dark wizard standing over him with a wand pointed at his chest. Naruto's expression didn't change. That was the terrifying part. There was no rage on his face, no snarl, no scream, just a stillness so absolute it felt like the moment before the world ended. The golden chakra cloak burned steady and silent, and his cross-shaped eyes locked on Voldemort with a focus that could have cut steel. Voldemort looked at Naruto. The Dark Lord's enhanced senses, magical and chakra-based, were both screaming the same thing. Danger. Not the manageable danger of a powerful opponent, the existential danger of standing in front of something that could unmake you at the molecular level. "What?" Voldemort said slowly. "Are you?" Naruto didn't answer him. He looked down at Harry. "Hey, kid," Naruto said. His voice was quiet, gentle, completely at odds with the divine destruction wrapped around his body. "Sorry I'm late." Harry's vision was blurred, blood and tears and exhaustion and the overwhelming, chest-cracking relief of hearing that voice. "You're always late," he managed. "It's a thing." "Yeah, working on it." Naruto's gaze lifted from Harry to Voldemort. The gentleness vanished. What replaced it was something ancient and absolute that didn't belong on a human face. "Step away from my son." Voldemort raised his wand. The enhanced chakra system that Karasu had grafted onto him surged, flooding his body with power, and he hurled a killing curse at Naruto with everything he had. The green bolt tore across the graveyard, leaving a trail of dead grass in its wake, aimed straight at Naruto's chest. One of the truth-seeking orbs moved. It intercepted the killing curse 6 inches from Naruto's body. The green light hit the black sphere and ceased to exist, not reflected, not absorbed, erased. The magic simply stopped being, nullified at a fundamental level by an energy that existed outside the framework of wizarding power. Voldemort stared at the orb. For the first time, genuine fear crossed his face. "My turn," Naruto said. He moved. The word "moved" was inadequate. Naruto existed in one spot and then existed in another, the space between irrelevant, the transition instantaneous. One moment he was 10 meters from Voldemort. The next his fist was buried in the Dark Lord's stomach. The impact was not what anyone expected. There was no dramatic explosion. No shockwave, just a sound, dense and heavy, like a hammer hitting a side of beef, and Voldemort's body folded around Naruto's fist like a paper cup being crushed. The Dark Lord's feet left the ground. He traveled 40 meters through the air, spinning, and hit the stone wall of the church at the edge of the graveyard. The wall collapsed. Voldemort went through it and disappeared into the rubble in a cloud of dust and shattered stone. The remaining Death Eaters broke. Some of them tried to apparate. Naruto's sensory abilities tracked each one, and before the first crack of displaced air could complete, he was there. A truth-seeking orb expanded into a flat barrier that blocked the apparition point. The Death Eater rematerialized into solid matter and crumpled, unconscious. Another tried to run on foot. Naruto appeared in his path, grabbed his wand hand and squeezed. The wand snapped. The man's fingers followed. He screamed and fell. 3 Death Eaters fired killing curses simultaneously. Naruto walked through them. The truth-seeking orbs intercepted each one, erasing the green bolts like candle flames in a wind, and Naruto kept walking, kept closing, his golden cloak burning, his sage eyes fixed on them with the patient, implacable focus of an avalanche. He dismantled them in under a minute. Not killed, dismantled, wands broken, limbs immobilized, masks ripped away. He moved through them with a precision that was almost gentle in its efficiency, applying exactly enough force to neutralize each threat and not 1 ounce more. It was the most controlled display of overwhelming power Harry had ever seen, non-lethal. Against every one of them. Because even here, even now, even with his son bleeding in the mud and his heart hammering with a fury that could have leveled the graveyard, Naruto Uzumaki chose restraint. He chose it because that's who he was, because the measure of strength wasn't what you could destroy. It was what you chose not to, except for Karasu. Karasu had watched Naruto's descent with the expression of a man watching a natural disaster, calculating, assessing, and ultimately accepting that calculation was pointless. He'd seen Naruto fight during the Fourth War. He knew what Six Paths Sage mode meant. He knew the scale of it. He ran anyway. Karasu bolted for the gap in the churchyard wall, moving at full route train speed, chakra enhanced, every muscle firing. He covered 6 meters before Naruto appeared in front of him, not behind, in front, facing him. Waiting, Karasu skidded to a stop. His sword came up. His training, decades of lethal conditioning, took over and he struck. A clean, perfect, overhead slash aimed at Naruto's neck. Naruto caught the blade between 2 fingers. The steel stopped dead. Karasu's arms shook from the abrupt deceleration, the force of his own strike reverberating back through the sword and into his shoulders. He pulled. The blade didn't move. It might as well have been embedded in concrete. "You put my family in Anbu protection for 2 years," Naruto said. His voice was low and even and held a quality that didn't quite fit into any normal emotional category. "You stood guard outside my children's bedrooms. Himawari made you a drawing once. She asked me to give it to the nice crow man on the roof. Do you remember that?" Karasu's jaw tightened. His hands were shaking on the sword handle. "You took that trust," Naruto continued, "and you used it to build a weapon. You studied my son like a lab animal. You shared his data with a dark wizard in another dimension. You orchestrated his abduction. You poisoned children. You tortured animals. You facilitated the resurrection of a monster, and you did all of it while wearing the mask of a man who swore to protect my village." "I did it to save the village," Karasu said. His voice was strained, the sword still locked between Naruto's fingers, his arms beginning to tremble from the effort of trying to pull it free. "Everything I've done was for Konoha. The real Konoha, not this pacifist fantasy you've built on top of the bones of a military state. The peace won't last, Naruto, it never does. And when it breaks, the people who invested in strength will survive. The people who invested in kindness will burn." "You know what Danzo said before he died?" Naruto asked. Karasu went still. He said the same thing, almost word for word. He said the darkness was necessary. He said the village needed men willing to do terrible things so that others could live in the light. He said it was service. Naruto's voice was quiet now, almost gentle. And he was wrong. He was wrong about the village. He was wrong about what strength means. And he was wrong about the darkness. The darkness isn't something you fight by becoming part of it. It's something you fight by refusing to let it in. Naruto's fingers tightened on the blade. The steel cracked, then shattered. The fragments fell to the grass like rain. "You had a choice." Naruto said, "You could have come to me at any point. You could have knocked on my office door and said, 'Hokage, I have concerns about the village security.' I would have listened. I listened to everyone. That's my job. That's what the hat means. You would have dismissed me. I would have heard you, and maybe I would have disagreed, and maybe you would have been right about some of it, but we would have talked, we would have worked it out, together. The way a village is supposed to work." Naruto's expression hardened. "Instead, you chose treason. You chose a dead man's ideology, and you hurt my son." Naruto's fist connected with Karasu's face. It wasn't the restrained, precise force he'd used on the Death Eaters. It wasn't non-lethal efficiency. It was one clean, devastating strike delivered with the full, unfiltered fury of a father who had spent weeks staring at the sky, helpless, while his child fought for survival in another world. Karasu's body left the ground. He flew backward 20 meters and hit the iron fence surrounding the graveyard. The fence bent around him on impact. He bounced off, hit the ground, rolled twice and didn't get up, unconscious, alive, but broken in ways that would take months to repair. Naruto stood over him. The golden cloak flickered, his breathing was even. His hands, which could have torn the man apart at the atomic level, hung at his sides, open, unclenched, a crash from the church ruins. Voldemort erupted from the rubble, robes torn, pale body cracked and bleeding, but alive. The chakra enhancement had given him durability that a normal wizard would never have survived with. He rose into the air, dark magic swirling around him, his red eyes blazing with hate and fear. "I am Lord Voldemort," he screamed. "I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. I will not be defeated by some foreign." Naruto looked up at him. That was all. He just looked up. And in that look was every ounce of power that had ended the Fourth Shinobi World War. Every bit of the force that had matched Kaguya Otsutsuki. Every fragment of the will that had refused to break despite a lifetime of isolation, hatred, and pain. Voldemort stopped screaming. Naruto raised his hand. A single truth-seeking orb floated to his palm and expanded, flattening into a disc the size of a dinner plate. He flicked it upward, casual, almost lazy. The disc hit Voldemort's levitation field and shattered it. The Dark Lord plummeted, hit the ground on his back, and before he could rise, Naruto was standing on his chest. "You don't get to touch my family," Naruto said. "You don't get to touch my son. And you don't get to come back from this." His palm pressed flat against Voldemort's chest. Golden chakra flowed from his hand into the Dark Lord's body, and Harry, watching from 30 meters away through bleary, bloodshot eyes, felt something shift in the magical field. The energy was surgical. Targeted. Naruto was reaching into Voldemort's rebuilt body and disconnecting the chakra pathways that Karasu had grafted onto his magical core, stripping the upgrade. Removing the weapon, Voldemort screamed. A real scream, not theatrical rage but genuine primal agony, as the chakra system was torn away from his cells. His body convulsed. The enhanced physical form destabilized, muscle mass atrophied in real time. The pale skin went gray, then translucent, and the thing on the ground beneath Naruto's foot stopped looking like a warrior and started looking like what it was. A shattered fragment of a soul in a failing body. Naruto stepped back. Voldemort lay in the grass, diminished, gasping, his red eyes flickering, still alive, still magical, but no longer enhanced, no longer the bridge between two worlds, just a dark wizard, powerful, dangerous, but mortal, killable. Naruto looked at him one more time. "Your people can deal with you," he said. "I've got more important things to do." He turned away from Voldemort and crossed the graveyard. The golden cloak faded as he walked, the sage mode retreating, the truth-seeking orbs dissolving. By the time he reached Harry, he was just a man. A blond man in a dirty white coat with whisker marks on his cheeks and blue eyes that were red-rimmed and wet. He dropped to his knees beside his son. "Harry," his voice broke on the name. Hey, look at me." Harry looked at him. His father, his dad. The man who'd fed him ramen in a cluttered office when he was 5 years old and scared and alone. The man who'd made a pinky promise and kept it for 9 years. The man who'd stood at a window and stared at the sky every night while his son was a universe away. "Hey, Dad," Harry whispered. Naruto pulled him into his arms, careful, so careful. Mindful of the broken ribs, the paralyzed arm, the cuts and bruises and the bruised throat, but firm, solid. The kind of embrace that said, "I have you and I'm not letting go and you're safe now, you're safe, it's over." Harry's composure shattered. 9 years of shinobi training, months of operating behind enemy lines, weeks of holding everything together through sheer willpower, all of it broke at once. He buried his face in Naruto's coat and cried, not the quiet, controlled tears he'd allowed himself in the dark. Real crying. Loud, messy, heaving sobs that shook his whole body and hurt his cracked ribs, and he didn't care. He didn't care about any of it because his father was here. "I've got you," Naruto murmured. His hand was on the back of Harry's head, holding him close. "I've got you, kid, I've got you." Sarada approached from across the graveyard. She was limping. A cut above her eye had bled down the side of her face, and she held her ribs on the left side. Sasuke materialized beside her, stepping through a smaller dimensional tier, and his hand went to her shoulder immediately. She leaned into him for just a second, a gesture so uncharacteristically vulnerable that it said everything about how close to the edge she'd been. Sasuke's Rinnegan swept the graveyard, the fallen Death Eaters, the broken Karasu, the diminished Voldemort still lying in the grass, too weak to move. The destroyed headstones, the ruined church, the scorch marks and craters. The British ministry will have detected this, Sasuke said. They'll be here within minutes. Let them come, Naruto said. He hadn't let go of Harry. They came within 7 minutes. Ministry officials, Aurors, Dumbledore himself. They arrived in waves of apparition cracks and panicked shouting, and they found a graveyard that looked like a war zone and a man in a white coat sitting in the middle of it, holding his son, surrounded by the broken remains of every threat that had been thrown at them. Dumbledore was the first to approach. He walked across the cratered grass with slow, measured steps, his purple robes catching the wind, his blue eyes taking in the scene with a gravity that aged him 10 years in real time. He stopped 4 meters from Naruto. Lord HOKAGE, Dumbledore said. Headmaster, Naruto's voice was flat. He gently helped Harry sit up against a headstone, keeping one hand on the boy's shoulder. Sarada sat beside Harry, pressed close, their hands intertwined. You'll find Voldemort over there, he pointed without looking. Alive, diminished. His chakra enhancement has been removed. He's all yours. Dumbledore looked toward the fallen Dark Lord. His expression was complex. Relief, horror, calculation, grief. The Horcruxes. The soul fragment in Harry is intact. I can feel it. It's separate from him, not integrated into his life force. It can be safely removed by someone with the right knowledge. Naruto looked at Dumbledore. That's your problem to solve, not mine, not Harry's. We've done enough. Lord HOKAGE, I must express my deepest. Don't. Naruto stood up. He was taller than Dumbledore, not by much, but enough that the old wizard had to look up slightly. Don't apologize, don't express regret, don't make promises about doing better. I've heard your words, Headmaster, and I've seen your actions, and they don't match. Dumbledore was silent. You put a baby with abusers. You hid a dangerous artifact in a school. You let a Death Eater impersonate a professor under your nose for an entire year. You allowed a binding magical contract to be imposed on a child. Your government sent a snatch squad to kidnap my son for experimentation. And through all of it, you stood back and watched and waited and gathered information, because that's what you do. You calculate, you maneuver, you play the long game with children's lives as the chips. Naruto's voice was steady and quiet and devastating. Harry is a citizen of Konoha. He is my son. He is going home, today. Now. And if anyone in your world, your ministry, your Department of Mysteries, your secret organizations, anyone, ever reaches across that dimensional boundary and touches my family again, I won't send diplomats, I won't send warnings. I will come personally, and I will end whatever threatens them. Permanently. The word hung in the cold air. Dumbledore met his eyes. Whatever the old wizard saw there, it was enough. He nodded once, slowly, with the weight of a man accepting a verdict he knew was just. I understand. Dumbledore said, Go home, Lord HOKAGE, take your son home. Naruto looked at Harry. Can you walk? Yeah. Harry's voice was rough, destroyed from the choking and the crying, but he got to his feet. Sarada helped him up, her arm around his waist, and he leaned on her without shame. Sasuke opened the rift. The dimensional tier bloomed in the air, 8 feet tall, shimmering with purple and gold energy. Through the opening, Harry could see the HOKAGE's office, the cluttered desk, the scrolls piled in corners, the window overlooking the village. The stone faces on the mountain, lit by morning sun, home. Harry looked at the rift, then he looked back. Hermione and Ron stood at the edge of the graveyard, having arrived with the Hogwarts contingent. Hermione's hands were over her mouth. Ron looked pale and shaken, but he met Harry's eyes and gave him a nod. Solid, respectful. Thank you, Harry said to them. Both of you. Hermione wiped her eyes. Come back and visit sometime. The library is always open. And bring some of those teleporting ninja moves, Ron said. Could use them for Quidditch, Harry almost smiled. Almost, he turned back to the rift. Naruto went through first, then Sasuke. Sarada paused at the threshold and looked at Harry. "Ready?" she asked. "Ready." They stepped through together. The Uzumaki household erupted. Hinata saw them first. She was standing in the Hokage's office where she'd been standing for days, waiting, watching, refusing to leave. The moment Harry came through the rift, her Byakugan activated and then immediately deactivated because she didn't need it to see her son. She crossed the room in 4 steps and pulled Harry into an embrace so fierce that his cracked ribs screamed in protest, and he didn't say a word because nothing in any world hurt less than his mother's arms around him. "My boy," Hinata whispered. "My boy, my boy, my boy." "Hi, Mum." Harry said into her shoulder. His voice cracked again. He was done pretending he was tough. He was done pretending any of it was fine. He held onto his mother and let her hold him, and the war was over. The door burst open. Boruto came through first, skidding on the polished floor, still in his training clothes. He saw Harry and stopped dead. For 1 second, his face did something complicated. Relief and anger and love all competing for the same expression. Then he crossed the room in 3 strides and punched Harry in the shoulder. "Don't," Boruto said, his voice thick, "ever do that again. I didn't do it on purpose. I don't care, don't do it." Boruto grabbed him by the front of his shirt and pulled him into a hug that was more headlock than embrace. "I swear to God, Harry, if you disappear into another dimension one more time, I'm going to kill you myself." Noted. Himawari was next. She hit Harry at approximately the speed of sound, a small, blue-haired missile that latched onto his waist and didn't let go. She was crying, not the quiet crying of someone trying to be brave. The full, open, unrestrained sobbing of a little girl who'd spent weeks terrified that her brother was never coming home. Harry crouched down, ribs screaming, and hugged her back. "Hey, Hima, I'm here, I'm okay." "You were gone," Himawari sobbed. "You were gone and nobody would tell me when you were coming back, and I drew pictures for you every day and I couldn't give them to you, and I'm back now. I'm right here. And I want to see every single one of those pictures, okay?" She nodded against his chest, still crying, still holding on. Naruto stood by the window, watching his family knot themselves together in the middle of his office. Hinata had one hand on Harry's shoulder and the other on Boruto's back. Himawari was attached to Harry's waist. Boruto was trying very hard to look like he hadn't been crying and failing completely. Sarada stood off to the side. She'd stepped back to give the family their moment, standing near the door with her arms crossed over her bruised ribs, blood still drying on her face. She watched them with an expression that was equal parts warmth and ache, the expression of someone who was deeply happy for the people she loved and quietly aware that she was standing outside the circle. Harry looked up, found her across the room, held out his hand. "Get over here," he said. Sarada blinked. "This is a family moment, I shouldn't." "Sarada, get over here." She crossed the room. Harry pulled her into the huddle. Hinata's arm expanded to include her without hesitation. Himawari shifted to make room. Boruto muttered something about the whole village being in here soon, but made space. Sarada's composure broke for the second time in 2 chapters. She pressed her face against Harry's shoulder, and her body shook with silent, helpless tears that she would absolutely deny later, and everyone would let her. Naruto watched from the window. The morning light caught his face, and the exhaustion was there, deep and heavy, weeks of sleepless nights and cold fury and helpless fear carved into lines around his eyes. But underneath all of it, something else. Something warm and unbreakable, his family, together, alive, home, that was enough. That was everything. The sun was setting over Konoha. Orange and pink and gold, spreading across the sky in wide, lazy strokes, painting the village in colors that made everything look like a memory. The Hokage monument glowed in the last light, the stone faces of the past leaders staring out over the rooftops with their permanent, patient expressions. Harry and Sarada sat on the 4th Hokage's head, Naruto's predecessor. Harry's biological grandfather, though that fact still felt strange and distant. The stone was warm from a day of sun, and the view was the best in the village. The entire spread of Konoha laid out below them, from the academy in the east to the market district in the west, from the Hyuga compound in the north to the hospital in the south. Everything golden. Everything alive. Harry's arm was in a sling, his ribs were wrapped. The bruise on his throat had turned spectacular shades of purple and green. Sakura had spent 2 hours on him that afternoon, healing the worst of the damage, and had told him with her characteristic bluntness that he was grounded from active duty for at least a month. Sarada sat close beside him. Her injuries were lighter, the cut above her eye sealed with a thin bandage, the bruised ribs wrapped, but she moved carefully, her body reminding her with every breath that she'd fought a cage-level operative to a standstill 12 hours ago. She wore a clean dark red top borrowed from Hinata's wardrobe, and her glasses were smudged but intact. They sat in comfortable silence for a while. The village sounds drifted up to them, distant and muffled, children playing, a cart rattling through the market, someone laughing. "It's good to be home," Harry said. "Yeah, I missed this view." "The view didn't miss you, it was here the whole time. That's the nice thing about mountains." Harry smiled, a real one. Easy and warm and completely unguarded, the kind of smile he only wore around her and his family. "How philosophical. I'm a deep thinker, you're a smart horse." "Also true." They sat. The sun dropped lower. The shadows lengthened across the village, and the lanterns in the market district began to flicker on one by one like earthbound stars waking up. "Harry," Sarada said. "Yeah, thank you." He turned to look at her. "For what?" "For pulling me into the huddle today in the office with your family." She adjusted her glasses, the nervous habit, the one she probably didn't know she did. "I was going to just stand there, watch, let you all have your moment. It was your moment too." "I'm not in Uzumaki, Sarada." Harry shifted to face her fully. "You crossed a dimensional boundary to find me. You fought a dragon, a graveyard full of Death Eaters, and a root assassin. You held my hand in a cave when I was covered in someone else's blood and told me I wasn't a bad person. You danced with me at a ball and chased an infiltrator through a castle barefoot in a torn dress." He paused. "You're not in Uzumaki, but you're mine, and that makes you family." Sarada stared at him. Her eyes were wide behind the glasses. The last sunlight caught them and turned the dark brown almost amber. "You're mine," she repeated softly. "Yeah, if you want to be." "I've wanted to be since we were 12, you absolute idiot," Harry laughed. The sound echoed off the stone faces of the monument and scattered into the evening air. Sarada's lips were twitching, fighting the smile, losing the fight. "Since we were 12, Harry said. "The tree thing, when I nearly burned down the training field, the tree thing. When you failed the fireball jutsu so badly that the instructor had to put out a fire, and then you walked off the range with your hands in your pockets like you didn't care, and I caught up to you outside and told you your seal work was the best in the academy." She paused. "And you looked at me like nobody had ever said anything nice to you before. And I thought, oh no, oh no, oh no, because I knew right then that I was done, finished, whatever this was going to be, I was in it, completely." Harry looked at her. The sunset painted her face in gold. Her hair moved slightly in the evening breeze. Her glasses sat slightly crooked on her nose, the way they always did, and behind them, her eyes held something vast and tender and terrifying. He reached out and straightened her glasses. His fingertips brushed her temple. She didn't pull away. "Sarada, Harry, can I kiss you? If you don't, I'm going to push you off this monument." He kissed her gentle, careful. His good hand cupping her jaw, her hand gripping the front of his shirt. And the kiss was soft and warm and tasted like the green tea they'd had at dinner, and a little bit like blood from her split lip, and a lot like the beginning of something they'd been building toward for years. When they separated, Sarada's cheeks were flushed and her eyes were bright and her glasses were fogged, which made Harry laugh again, a helpless, happy sound that he couldn't have contained if he'd tried. "Your glasses," he said. "Shut up." "They're completely fogged." I said, "Shut up." She took them off, wiped them on her shirt, put them back on, and looked at him with an expression that was trying very hard to be stern and was failing catastrophically. "We should head back," Sarada said. "Your mother is making dinner. She told me specifically that if you're not at the table by 7, She's sending Himawari to drag you home, and Himawari has been practicing her gentle fist. Terrifying. Your little sister is the scariest person in this village. Don't let Dad hear you say that. Sarada stood and offered him her hand. Harry took it. She pulled him up and they stood together on the stone head of the fourth Hokage, the village spread out below them, the sky burning its last colors into the horizon. Harry looked down at Konoha, at the lights coming on in the windows, at the people moving through the streets, living their small, enormous, ordinary lives, at the village that had taken in a broken boy from another world and given him a home and a name and a family and a future. He thought about Privet Drive, about the cupboard under the stairs and the sound of Vernon's belt and the spider named Gerald. He thought about blue light and falling, and a man in a white coat who smelled like ramen and sunshine. He thought about Naruto's face in the hospital room, reaching for him as the summoning tore him away. And Naruto's face in the graveyard, burning with the light of a god, saying, "Sorry, I'm late." He thought about the pinky promise, the one that started everything. Harry looked at Sarada. She looked at him. The first stars were appearing above the Hokage monument, faint and steady, the same stars that had watched over this village for 1,000 years. "Let's go home," Harry said. Sarada squeezed his hand. They walked down the mountain together, into the village, into the warm light of the evening, into the rest of their lives.